at the end of the day. We have many raffles and quiz sessions throughout the conference. Though the rules for the raffles and the quiz session will be announced during the session, I would like to request all the members who do not have the Kahoot application to download the application on their mobile. Also, kindly note that you need to have two devices. One where the Zoom session will run, which will have the questions displayed, and another device which will be used for answering the questions. Now that we have the ground rules set, let us proceed to our inaugural session. To take us through the inaugural session, we have among us a chartered accountant, a certified internal auditor, and now a certified yoga guru. In his own words, he is a unique creation of God whose purpose of life is a mystery, as the user manual was still not created when he was born. With this, I will hand over the session to our very versatile immediate past chairperson, CA Mahesh Kumar, to take us through the inaugural session. Over to you, Mahesh.
Assalamu alaikum, namaste, good morning. On behalf of BCICAI Chairperson C. Ajay Kumar, the Executive Committee of BCICAI, and on my personal behalf, I extend a warm welcome to our dignitaries from Bahrain and India, eminent speakers, sponsors, representatives, our leaders from ICI, invited guests, overseas chapter chairpersons and members, past chairpersons of BCICI, and all our members of BCICI for the 12th Annual International Conference held under the patronage of His Excellency Zaid R. Al Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. Friends, since 2009, the annual international conference has been an highlight of our activities calendar. This year too, the committed, passionate, and enthusiastic chairperson, along with his executive committee, has conceived an excellent conference. Personally, I have been fortunate to witness all the past conferences, and I'm eagerly looking forward for this one and the ones to come in future. Over the past 10 months, enough has been discussed, deliberated, debated, dissected as to how the year 2020 has transformed every aspect of our life. Among the many transformations which we have witnessed, one significant transformation is how we at BCICI has leveraged technology to stay connected and ensure all our activities continue without any disruptions. The very fact that this annual conference was conceived and has been executed virtually is a testimony to the fact that we chartered accountants always see an opportunity in a difficulty and strive to make a difference. Let us now begin the proceedings. I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of Bahrain, followed by India and the motto song of ICI.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कलवङ्गा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यकश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Thank you, everyone. Before we start the business end of the conference, we have an important observance to be made. Friends, just few weeks back, this beautiful island suffered an invaluable loss when we received the news of the unfortunate demise of Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Sheikh Khalifa bin Salman Al Khalifa. His Royal Highness was among the chief architects who spearheaded the transformation of Bahrain over the past 5 decades to a modern and highly progressive nation. We at BCICI will now pay homage to the great leader and architect of modern Bahrain by observing a minute of silence and praying for the departed soul to rest in peace. Thank you all. We extend our sincere condolences to His Majesty the King and the royal family. We wish the Crown Prince, Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Sheikh Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa good health and continued success in shaping the future of Bahrain and in making a difference in everyone's lives. On that note, it's time to immerse ourselves into a cultural performance with the invocation dance. There is nothing more powerful than a woman determined to rise, blessed with the power to love and nurture, as well as to triumph and conquer. Today's woman stands second to none. This divine force exists in every woman on the earth, and the sheer beauty of this virtue deserves to be appreciated and celebrated. Today, our young performer is Miss Harshada Nair, daughter of Miss Rohini and C. Ajay Kumar, disciple of Srimati Chitralekha Ajit. This invocation dance is choreographed by Geetu Ajit. Presenting to you, Bali, an anthem for womanhood.
തനിയെ പൊരുളായി ഉയിരേ வாழ்க உலகம் காண்க ஆரோமல் சிறியாள் பாலே நறுமொழி நிற நிறையுமீ அகமே பாலே കണ്ണാൽ പൊഴിയുമേ കരുണയൊടു പെണ്ണാൾ കടലുകൾ കാതിൽ കുറുകുമേ അവൾ എഴുതുമോ മൽക്കുരലുകൾ നീളേ നിന്നളകങ്ങളിൽ പൂക്കും പൊൻപുലർവേളകൾ പൂക്കൊടി അൻപിൽ കളിയാടി ഇമ്പം കുഴലൂതി നിറതിങ്കൾ കലപൂക്കും പെൺപൈതലിന്നാവേറുകൾ അൻപിൽ കളിയാടി ഇമ്പം കുഴലൂതി നിന്നിൽ ചിറകാർന്നോരുമതൻ വെൺപ്രാവുകൾ ചാരേ നിൻ ചുവടോർമകൾ ചായം പകരുന്നുവോ മാൻമിഴി
What a splendid and delightful performance it was by Harshada. Harshada, you have really got all the energy levels soared up with your flawless and elegant dance. God bless you, girl. Back in those years, when the conference was held in the physical form, we commenced our annual conference with the auspicious lighting of the lamp by all the dignitaries present. Today, our dignitaries are attending the conference virtually. So today we have our chairperson, our vice chairperson, and our secretary kindling the lamp. I request the executive committee led by C. Ajay Kumar to kindle the lamp. C. Ajay. May the light of the lamp dispel the ignorance and darkness. May the light of the lamp kill the coronavirus once for all. And may the light of the lamp spread glory and well-being for everyone. Thank you, Ajay. Santosh Sharmila. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from the man of the moment, the captain of the team, our CPE chairperson, committed, passionate and enthusiastic chairperson, C. Ajay Kumar. I request C. Ajay to deliver his welcome address. C. Ajay Kumar.
Thank you, CA Mahesh. Respected Mr. Hassan Al-Ghanami, representative of His Excellency Zayed Al-Zayani, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Your Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Managing Partner, KPMG, CA Atul Gupta, President of ICAI, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman, Bahrain Accountants Association, CA Nihar Jambusaria, Vice President of ICAI, other dignitaries present, members of BCICI, overseas chapters, and from India, other distinguished guests, a warm good morning and welcome to the 12th Annual International Conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. I express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Zayed Al-Zayani, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, for extending his patronage for the 12th Annual International Conference of BCICI. Last year, under the leadership of my predecessor, CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan, we were able to conduct one of the biggest conferences ever with the theme, Disruption, a Catalyst for Growth. Visionary, as we call him, 3 months later, we had one of the biggest disruptions we have experienced in our lives. Has it been a catalyst for growth? I would say yes. And we have done this by making a difference to everything around us. Many of you would have noticed that the theme has 3 letters in different color, which reads MAD, MAD. It was not an oversight. It has a message which we wanted to convey. Many a times when we embark on a journey to do something different than the usual, people ask, are you mad? If someone had said, we will work without going to office months on end and still serve our customers, you would have probably heard this question. Even if someone said a vaccine can be developed in less than a year, they would have said, are you mad? But people who make a difference are the ones who succeed in overcoming such negativity and pull back from those around them and go ahead with a sense of determination and purpose and achieve what they set out to do. We have countless examples in history or even our day-to-day lives of such people. We at BCICI have been blessed with legendary leaders who we are proud to call our mentors, who have imbibed this principle of making a difference. The results have been astonishing. The chapter has gone from strength to strength each year, with each working team working selflessly to make a difference to the members and the society at large. God has made us different so that we can make a difference. Making a difference is a powerful mantra that we should embed in everything we do. We may call it by different names. You can call it change, transformation, value addition, charity, goal setting, and whatnot. But each of them is about making a difference and is considered a success only if at the end it makes a difference positively. When we think of making a difference, we think about big things, and those things we think are difficult for us to achieve because it's an enormous task. If we don't fall into this trap and understand that making a difference is possible in each and everything we do, then we can succeed. For example, by following the instructions from the government to stay at home, maintain social distancing, use a mask, we are making a difference. So I leave you with this thought. Next time someone asks you, are you mad? When you're aiming for something different, please know you are on the path to making a difference. With that, I hand back the control to CA Mahesh to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, as usual, our CPE, committed, passionate, and enthusiastic chairperson, C. Ajay, for explaining us the relevance of the annual conference theme, making a difference. I'm pretty sure the learnings and the knowledge that is going to be shared by our eminent dignitaries and speakers during the conference is going to make a positive difference in everyone's life. On that note, it's my honor and privilege to request India's ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastava, to address the audience. Your Excellency,
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Your Excellency, Shri Abdul Nabi Sola, CA Atul Gupta, Mr. Hassan Aghanami, Mr. Abbas Al Radi, distinguished speakers of this panel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Let me begin by congratulating CA Ajay Kumar and his team, the Bahrain chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, for organizing the 12th annual conference on this unique theme, making a difference. We have heard from him about what it means, what a powerful message it conveys. I am honored to be among the galaxy of speakers, both from Kingdom of Bahrain as well as from India, from different walks of life. Institute of Chartered Accountant of India is a highly professional body and has huge expertise, wealth of experience, and is of international standard. Bahrain chapter of ICAI is not only providing its professional services and expertise to the businesses in Bahrain, but is also contributing to promoting business links between India and Bahrain. The organization is also very actively involved in socio-cultural and business activities, thereby promoting people-to-people contact between our two countries. In recognition of these efforts, Government of India has recently given overseas chapters of ICAI the status of Apex Trade and Industry Organizations. I hope and I am sure that our bilateral cooperation in this important area of chartered accountancy will strengthen in future. Distinguished delegates, India and Bahrain enjoy historical and friendly relations, characterized by close people-to-people contacts. Our trade and economic cooperation has expanded and diversified in recent years. Our bilateral trade is around $1 billion. Indian investment in Bahrain, including those by Indian community here, is largest foreign investment. Investment from the kingdom into India is also on rise. Bahrain is the fourth largest among the GCC countries. A lot of potential, however, still exists. The thrust provided by both the governments to revive economy in the post-COVID-19 scenario has opened up further opportunities for cooperation, particularly in sectors such as health and pharmaceuticals, IT and fintech, energy, infrastructure, and construction. Friends, in India, government has taken up unprecedented reform measures to revive the economy, with the focus on key sectors of agriculture, manufacturing, digital, and health. Initiatives of Atmanirbhar Bharat, reforms in labor laws, further ease of doing business, and reforms in agricultural sector, focusing on doubling the farmers' income, have borne fruit. Our FDI in COVID-19 period was higher than normal years. On health front, the Government of India has tackled the COVID-19 pandemic successfully. Our daily COVID infection numbers are on decline. The mortality rate is among the lowest in the world, 1.5%, and the recovery rate among the highest, about 94%. We now have over 25 companies making thousands of ventilators and score of companies making tens of millions of PPE kits and masks. India is also working on rapid testing kits based on saliva-based testing, which will give results in a matter of few minutes. India has come to be known as pharmacy of the world. It supplied its essential medicines like paracetamol and hydroxychloroquine to over 150 countries in a very cost-effective manner. India is at the heart of international and multilateral collaboration in production and supply of vaccines. We are the largest producer of vaccines globally. At the moment, 3 major COVID vaccines are at various stages of developments in India. Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine will be completing third phase trial this month. We also have agreement for clinical trial of Russian Sputnik vaccine. And we ourselves has 2 indigenous vaccine, Covaxin by Bharat Biotech and by Zydus Cadila, which are at advanced stages of trials. One of the primary objectives of India's vaccine development program is to keep cost of vaccine affordable. As our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi committed at United Nations that we will help make vaccines accessible and affordable to all. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the government of Bahrain's successful handling of COVID-19 pandemic has been appreciated by all. Government of India remains thankful to the leadership and the government of Bahrain for taking exceptional care of our community during these difficult times. We look forward to further bilateral cooperation in health sector, including in vaccine development and supply. Kingdom's push for economic growth in sectors of construction and infrastructure, fintech, digital, health, and food have opened up more opportunities. With reform measures for attracting FDI, its strategic location as gateway to GCC countries, and above all, the welcoming and tolerant society provides ideal platform for further intensifying and deepen our bilateral trade and investment ties. Besides government entities, the private sector and organizations of both countries, such as Bahrain chapter of ICAI, have an important role to play in this. Before concluding, I once again congratulate Bahrain chapter of ICAI for organizing this event, which I am sure will throw up many more ideas and suggestions to take our bilateral relations between India and Kingdom of Bahrain to newer heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. BCICI is extremely indebted to all the support that it gets from the Indian Embassy for its activities, and we are committed to furthering the efforts of Indian Embassy in helping its endeavors in Bahrain. Delegates, every year, the annual international conference is held under the patronage of His Excellency, the Minister Zaid R. Al-Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. Today, representing the Minister, we have amongst us Mr. Hassan Al-Ghanami, Chief of Financial Analysis, Economical Information in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. I now request Mr. Hassan to please share his thoughts with all the delegates. Mr. Hassan, over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Ajay Kumar, Chairperson, BCICI, His Excellency Bayush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, officials, members of the ICI, and friends, good morning to all of you. His Excellency Mr. Zayed Al-Zayani, the Minister of the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, is pleased to give his patronage to this 12th edition of the International Conference, the Bahrain chapter of ICI, and send his best wishes for the success of the conference. We, at the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, are happy to be associated with the Bahrain chapter of ICI and their events, even since the inception of the chapter many decades ago. It's my pleasure to attend this international conference this year. The theme of this conference, Making a Difference, is extremely relevant in current times. The Bahrain government introduced various incentives and economic relief programs by which the economy is protected by restoring confidence, stimulating investments, and keeping people employed, with the ultimate goal of achieving sustained business, economic health, and social well-being. Bahrain has always been considered to be very business-friendly, as we are always striving to make our process in line with business expectations and government priorities. Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism has gone through a high level of computerization and being solution-oriented. We have a social and moral duty to help our nation progress and to use our skills, experience, and knowledge for the same. Progress of any nation is measured in economic terms, and it's only by continuous interaction with well-reasoned, experienced people can we get more insight and different perspective around us. Our distinguished speakers in this conference, I'm sure, will enlighten us with their worldview to address the challenges facing us. I once again congratulate the Bahrain chapter of ICI for organizing such excellent events and wish them all the success in this conference and the years to come. Thank you.
And Social Affairs, and also our good friend, Mr. Ali Maki, the former Assistant Under Secretary, Commercial Registration, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. We thank them for being with us today. Next up, friends, we are going to hear from someone who has been a source of inspiration for all of us, a well-wisher of BCICI over the many years. If he is in Bahrain, he will never miss participating in our annual international conference. And his candid and no-holds-barred address is a delight to hear. I now request Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Managing Partner, KPMG, to address the delegates. Mr. Jamal, over to you.
Thank you very much for the lovely introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me. Good morning to all of you, Mr. Ambassador, Chairman Ajay Kumar, and board members, colleagues and members of the Bahrain chapter, ladies and gentlemen. Really, I'm delighted to be joining you again this year in your 12th annual conference. As the chairman mentioned, really, I was happy to see the three figures being written in different color. The word mad make me really think that you guys have selected an excellent theme for this year. Yes, we have to think, and we have to think differently from now going forward. Definitely the pandemic have brought to us a total change of our mindset. The pandemic have headed us to think seriously about what could happen to us and to the humanitarian worldwide with this major change. And I'm delighted to see that we are all everywhere in the world. We're able to change, and we're able to help ourselves in changing our mindset in everything we do. I would like, first of all, to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and the Indian community for being with us, supporting us in Bahrain in overcoming the impact of this pandemic. We have definitely seen the commitment of all the Indian citizens who are living in Bahrain in helping us coming out of this pandemic, whether at home, whether at business, whether in the community, and delivering your work commitment to our businesses and helping our government through the various health services provided by the government, helping them in fighting the pandemic. So thank you very much for being here, staying with us, and living together with us and helping us in our businesses. As I said, the pandemic will definitely make us think differently. Not only that, but the pandemic has brought to us lots of opportunities. And I'm sure that all the speakers today will cover part of those opportunities that brought to us by the pandemic. The change of mind that the pandemic brought to us in using technology effectively and thinking seriously of the impact of technology in running our businesses and running our life is a major change. And the technology who have brought us really together today where every one of us is living somewhere else and different from within Bahrain and outside Bahrain. And we are getting used to that. And I think seriously, and I would love to say that going forward, this technology will definitely shape our life. And our businesses, we were able to run our businesses successfully, and we were able to make our people even happy by working from home. The two things that I believe will help us in our businesses and will help us in our community is that the role of women. I think today women would be delighted to see us as business leaders allowing them going forward to work from home. This change of our mindset from the role of the administrators in the office to ensure staff coming on time, leaving on time, is changing. Our measure of the performance of our people is changing. It's not anymore attendance to the office, it is now to productivity. And this would mean that going forward, the productivity of our people will be much more higher, wherever we are. The other bit is for our youth. And the success of finding the solution and the vaccines for the pandemic, for the COVID, is a good story. All the companies that found the solution for the pandemic are companies which were established as startups in the last 8 to 10 years. The big names who have bought this technology or have bought this outcome of their studies are only utilizing the outcome of the youth and the new generation by using technology and finding a solution. So I think we'd need to change our mind and put our full confidence in the youth wherever they are, and our role should be really facilitating their life because they will help us living better life. I would like to thank everyone once again for inviting me and wish you and wish the conference all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal, for your appreciation and recognition of the contribution of the Indian community and members of BCICI in making a difference to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, his passion to serve the profession, his zeal to expand the footprints of ICI globally and to meet the challenges with great resolve, his single-minded dedication in transforming the brand CA, setting and achieving ambitious goals are among the many attributes we all know him for. It's time to hear from none other than our President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Atul Gupta. President sir, over to you.
Thank you, Mesh Bhai, and very respected His Excellency Piyush Srivastava ji, the Ambassador of India in the Bahrain Kingdom, and the Honorable our representative from the Ministry, Hassan Al-Ghanami ji, very respected Jamal Fakhru ji, the first Deputy Chairperson of the Bahrain Shura Council, the Honorable His Excellency the Abdullah Nabi Al Shola ji, our Honorable Vice President ICI CA Nihar Jambu Saria ji, Abbas Al Radi, the Chairman Bahrain Accounting Association, and the Asian Bahrain Chairman Shri Daj bin Ali Khalifa, and all my colleagues from the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. At the outset, I congratulate each one of you for organizing this annual conference, so which showcase that in spite of the pandemic, in spite of lockdown, the fighting spirit of chartered accountant never allow us to die and slow down. And this is a testimonial of the hard work which we have learned during our articleship training and the entire struggle when we qualify the most prestigious examination of the current world, that is the chartered accountants. I also convey my sincere thanks to His Excellency the Piyush Srivastava ji, the Ambassador of India to Bahrain, for giving all the patronage support along with the Bahrain Kingdom for providing the support to the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. Sir, as you rightly mentioned that now the Bahrain chapter and all our chapters under representative office are officially being recognized by the Ministry of External Affairs. It will be our endeavor to see that how the chapters can create more harmony and the correlation between the two jurisdictions, may it be India or Bahrain or otherwise. Today, there are more than 40,000 plus chartered accountants who are spread their wings from at the global jurisdiction, and they are the brand ambassador not for India for profession, but also for the India and the other jurisdiction where they can provide the support. I am very happy to intimate you that our chartered accountants who are the helm of affairs at the different jurisdiction, including the Bahrain, are putting their best to see that whether it is a pandemic situation or otherwise, how they can play a very, very important role in the economic development of the various jurisdiction. I just wish to share with you, because I have a separate session available, but here I just wish to offer all the supports to the Bahrain Kingdom through the Honorable Piyush Srivastava ji, our chairman Ajay Bhai, and all my colleagues, that whether it may be setting up of the oversight board, maybe providing the trainings to the officials, the finance and the other officials of the Bahrain, from the Bahrain, may it be offering the digital learning hub, that is anytime, anywhere learning access, which we are offering recently, we offered to the Oman and the other countries to the Bahrain professionals, or any kind of a training programs or other activities which can empower, which can do the capacity building activities at the Bahrain level. Friends, you are aware that the ICI today is available in more than 41 countries with more than 60 chapters and representative office. It is always our endeavor to see that our professional colleagues are providing the necessary impetus, may it be the technical or maybe research activities to the global community. I am very happy to join this particular event, and I congratulate Ajay and his entire team along in the guidance of Mahesh Bhai, that you are putting your best to see that both the jurisdictions are going to benefit from this kind of a program. Everybody is aware that our profession evolves around the economic development, and that the economic development which I am talking about is something that the globalization, the delimitation of jurisdiction, the new way of doing business, and the digital disruption. And I believe our professionals will always look towards the new age jobs and reskilling their skills in a journey to remain relevant in the entire value system, and providing the efficient and very effective services to all the stakeholders of the profession. With this, I once again congratulate to entire team of the Bahrain chapter and convey my sincere thanks to His Excellency Piyush ji, all the colleagues from His Excellency Abdul Nabi Al Shola ji, our colleague from the Hassan ji, and Jamal Fakhru ji, and all my colleagues here for providing the necessary support to the profession with their kind words and all the initiatives. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, President Sir. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. We at the Bahrain chapter of ICAI take inspiration from you, sir, and all the leaders in ICAI for the phenomenal work that has been put up in the last 10 months since you have taken over. And I'm sure we'll continue to support all the endeavors of ICAI in Bahrain and elsewhere, wherever our members are present. On that note, we move on to our next speaker. Friends, our next speaker is BCICAI's local guardian and someone who has made himself always available for BCICAI. I now request Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman, Bahrain Accountants Association, to please address the delegates. Mr. Abbas, over to you. Mr. Abbas, can you unmute yourself?
Is it okay now?
Yes, Mr. Abbas, crisp and clear.
Friends and colleagues, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Your Excellency, our Honorary Chairman, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Mr. Abnabi Shala, friend and supporter of the business community, the Chairman of the Indian Institute of Chartered Accountant, best friend Hassan Ghanami, thank you all for supporting this conference. This is the Bahrain chapter of the Indian Institute of Chartered Accountant. This is the 12th annual conference. This means that this chapter, this active chapter in the Gulf, having its activities running in spite of all the difficulties and in spite of all their commitment as chartered accountant to the community and busy schedules. We cannot say anything other than thank them for their dedication and support to the accounting profession in Bahrain. One has nothing to say, but they are the backbone of this profession in Bahrain. Thank you, and words are not enough to express the thanks and the gratitude of us all in the business community in Bahrain to you as committed professionals. BCICAI, you make these short names very difficult for me, has been a frontier in conducting a professional program for its member in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Having a conference every year with such knowledgeable and high-class speaker is highly commendable. This is your 12th annual conference, and let me say it is a 12th annual international conference because you got participants from all around the world. And I think this activity is highly commendable. We at Bahrain Accountant Association are very proud of our association with you, and our support to you is endless because you are the accounting profession tools and members and active supporter. The theme of the conference, Making a Difference, I think it is well chosen because the pandemic has made this world really helpless in dealing with things and dealing with the unexpected. We never thought that we will live a life like the last 9 months, that we have to stay home and we have to be very careful of whom we see, whom we talk to, how to conduct business. Nevertheless, I think we all made a success and we all made a difference. So the definition of making a difference is acting differently to make the world better. And I think each one of us, by working from home or committing to service a client using the technology, has really made a difference. One has to say that each one of us can make a positive difference, but we are all together can make the change. Mr. Jamal Fakhro said that there is no need for the watchman on the front of each office to take note who came on time, who left on time. Nowadays, each one of us has made a self-commitment to deliver work and to deliver services on timely basis to clients. Let me say just something to appreciate your contribution to the Bahrain economy and to the accounting profession of Bahrain. Thank you all for this commitment to make this venue and conference as a yearly event that bring us all together to appreciate and to exchange idea and knowledge. We are very proud of this association, and on behalf of the Bahrain Accountant Association, I would like to thank you all and wish you all the best. Thank you for having us, and thank you for making this event a yearly event, and wish you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas, for your generous praise for BCICI and its members. We feel gratitude for all your guidance and wise counsel in promoting the activities of BCICI under the affiliation of the Bahrain Accountants Association. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you.
We now move on to our next speaker. A soft-spoken, a man of few words, a walking encyclopedia on Indian taxation are some of the adjectives which I attribute to our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Vice President of ICAI, CA Nihar Jambusaria, to address the delegates. Vice President, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Maheshji. Good morning to all. His Excellency Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Zayed Al-Zani ji, Your Excellency, Ambassador, Indian Ambassador to Bahrain, Sri Piyush Srivastava ji, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Atul ji, CA Ajay Kumar, Chairman BCICAI, Mr. Ali Nabi Maroon, Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Mr. Abbas Al Radi, and all the office bearers and members of Bahrain chapter of ICAI. It's a great pleasure to speak to you at the 12th Annual International Conference of the Bahrain chapter. Let me at the outset congratulate you for holding the 12th International Conference in succession and selecting a topic, making a difference, which is so relevant today in the COVID scenario. Last year, you had disruption as the subject. Probably at that time, we were expecting disruption because of technology. A different kind of disruption has been caused by the pandemic, and it has posed many challenges and created endless opportunities for us to make the difference to the world. When we say we have to make difference, to whom we have to make difference, it is not only to ourselves, but difference to our country, for you, the country where you perform, the country where you were born, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, difference to clients, difference to family, difference to your office colleague, and difference to ourselves. And we can make this difference if we think differently, if we prepare and transform ourselves differently. Very rightly put by the chairman of the chapter that making a difference that is mad is nothing but madness. And what is this madness? I think it is the passion for making the difference, transforming self, transforming the world. And all geniuses in this world were known for their madness. Only a madness can make difference. So let us all vow today, which we have already done during the last 8 to 9 months, by making difference using the technology to the most. We were afraid of technology perhaps a year back. And we were afraid of the disruption that it may cause, although we were all aware that the number of jobs which will be created will be far more than the number of jobs that will be disrupted. But still, we were finding ways and means to embrace and adopt technology, which this pandemic made it very easy for us. Today on virtual mode, the way we have interacted, the manner in which we found ways to help our governments, the manner in which all chapters were connected several times during the year, perhaps we would not have done this in the normal circumstances. We could see the power of technology, utilize it completely, and we could feel and make effective use of it in teaching, learning, in our endeavor to work from anywhere, connecting with the world boundarylessly. We don't require any visa to connect this way. And even things like physical verification of inventory, which, as the chairman of the chapter put rightly, somebody would have called us mad if we had proposed to verify inventory physically on virtual mode a year back. Somebody would have called us mad, but we made it possible. We came out with guidelines. We did sign the balance sheets and audit reports of companies on virtual mode. And all this was possible with our passion to make the difference. I'm sure that the subjects which are selected, like decoding alchemist within, being small, you can do big thing. I think that only would give us confidence. Thinking like a champion. I think this conference would give a different perspective to all chartered accountants. Although in last 8 to 9 months, we struggled to make the difference and we are still making the difference. Now, with this conference, it will be ascertained that chartered accountants have the ability to cope up with any circumstances. Before I end, I would like to mention to you a statement which UN made. The United Nations made a statement that accountants will save the world. And UN made this statement in the context of sustainability. I think apart from our professional activities and other things, we will also do our duty to the sustainability development goals of UN, and that only will save the world, and accountants will have the biggest share in saving the world by achieving all these SDG goals. With this, I once again congratulate the chapter for organizing this 12th annual conference on a very relevant topic, making a difference. Thank you so much for inviting me. It was a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you, Vice President, sir. When you quoted the UN statement, accountants will save the world, my chest swells in pride to feel that we are the saviors of the world. And I'm sure we will stand true to that statement. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the inaugural ceremony. As we transition to the keynote address, I'm told some of our dignitaries will be excusing themselves because of other exigencies. We thank all the dignitaries who were with us today morning. And with that, I also thank C. Ajay Kumar and the Executive Committee for giving me this opportunity to be the Master of Ceremony for the inaugural session. I will now sign off and hand back control to the Secretary of the Orange Chapter of ICI, C. A. Sharmila.
Thank you, CA Mahesh. Thank you, CA Mahesh. Now, to give our conference a grand opening, we are extremely fortunate to have among us as the guest of honor, an eminent personality who is the pride of our profession, our President C.A. Atul Gupta, a man with an astute intellect, a quick understanding, and a sharp vision, who is widely respected for his strong organizational skills and a deep insight in the affairs of the profession. Any length of introduction would not be sufficient to cover his achievements, and we had a tough time compressing his profile into a short introduction AV. Can we have the AV, please? CA Atul Gupta, President ICAI. CA Atul Gupta, the President of ICAI, is a member of several important committees constituted by the Government of India and regulators such as SEBI, IRDA, CAG, etc. He is the chairman of the ICAI Research Wing and also director of the governing body of Indian Institute of Insolvency Professionals and Registered Valuer Organization. He has been the chairman of SAFA Committee on Education, Training and CPD and the director of XBRL India. He is appreciated widely for his key contribution as a facilitator of the goods and service tax regime. Through ICAI, ARF, he is credited for the promotion of research in CA profession. Under his chairmanship in the year 2010-11, NIRC got the Best Regional Council Award. He is representing ICAI in the International Integrated Reporting Council. He has authored many relevant books and has published numerous articles and delivered lectures in about 1,500 seminars and conferences. CA Atul Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, and thanks for the introduction. Once again, very respected colleagues from the Bahrain and the different part of the world, including our Honorable Vice President, the colleagues from the Bahrain, and all my viewers. A very good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon to all of you at the different part of the world. Friends, as being discussed by the Honorable Vice President, that the Bahrain chapter is one of the most vibrant chapter of ICAI, and we are proud to have this 12th annual conference in series being organized by the Bahrain chapter. Friends, as being discussed at number of times, that the innovation is the most important part that we are always looking for. And the profession in the past, in spite of all the lockdown and the pandemic situation, innovated in itself. And there are the number of initiatives which we took in the last, I will not say 10 months, but 1 year and 10 months, that is around 2 years, to see that that we are growing leap and bound and the profession is growing leap and bound. And we are taking all the aspects which we should take to see that profession is growing at the desired pace. There are a number of initiatives which we have took in the students fraternity that made with bringing down the result time from the exam and the result time, the gap between the exams and the result, from normal 60 to 75 days to even to 50 days. The re-verification made it possible by only within 7 days, which was used to be there for 1 month or so. Thanks to all the 100% digital evaluation which we have introduced now recently. Apart from that, you are aware that the more than 500,000 students are getting the virtual classes without any charge, anytime, anywhere access is available, made available. And the ITT and the GMCS classes. Even we have earmarked the more than 100 crore of rupees for the scholarship of the students. And then we started the 200 new, the examination center in 200 cities. And I'm very feel pride to share with you that this examination which is going on is parallelly happening in the more than 12 countries with 1100 centers catering the more than 471,000 students. Friends, there are a number of initiatives in terms of the members as well. May it be the CABF portal, dedicated portal, the concept called VCare, the certificate courses, the digital learning hub, the SSP portal, various advisories are being issued for the profession, and so on. Likewise, at the international front and the regulatory front, there are initiatives being taken to see that the profession getting the not only being recognized as a partner in nation building at the India level, but also at the global level, that we are being seen as a global body of the professionals. Now, friends, because we have a very limited time, I have a 1 o'clock as per the Indian time, the ceremony for the MRA signing ceremony with the Malaysia, and I may be taking an excuse of 5 minutes prior to my commitment at the committed time given to you. I will just touch upon the 5 very, very important areas which every professional, may it be the Indian or even the Bahrain colleagues, has to take care to see that the profession is going into that particular direction. The first one, that you are all aware that in this pandemic situation, that technology actually become a survivor for each one of us. And as rightly mentioned by Vice President, that the connectivity with the chapters, various regulator and stakeholder in this pandemic situation, pandemic time, is being facilitated by none other than the technology. So the technology is the key. Now, when we are talking about the technology is the key, we have number of challenges, as you will all agree, that the challenges are there for the various jurisdiction in relation to the governance. Because at times you feel that you need to improve the governance of one or the other jurisdiction, may it be the Indian governance or maybe the Bahrain at the Bahrain level. The another important challenge which is always there is about the growth, that how we grow ourselves with the passage of the time with the global economy. And the third one is the sustainability, that how we make the society as a sustainable society. The sustainable development goals are there. The sustainability of the activities per se is also there. Now, when I'm talking about the governance, I'm talking about the growth, I'm talking about the sustainability. One thing which is very, very important for all of us to understand, that the automation is the key. I can take you the number of examples. The example of the UDIN, that is the unique document identification number, is an example where the ICI tried to develop a kind of governance ecosystem in such a way that every certificate or the balance sheet being signed by the chartered accountants are getting verified or I will say the certified through the unique document identification number, which is being generated from the portal of the ICAI. Likewise, we have number of examples, the growth stories, which are well supported by the technology. So we used to call that fintech, or I will say the techfin. So something I can share with you the number of examples. Their data are mined in such a way that provide enough MIS available for the regulators, the stakeholders, the government, that they can take the number of decisions. The second point, which is correlated with this entire discussion, is about the structured data. So it is very, very important, which each one of us to understand that the data is the key. The data is the new oil. So we have to understand that more the structured data available with the regulators, the stakeholders, more will be the better will be the decision making, better will be the governance, better will be the growth, better will be the sustainability, better will be the various decision making exercise which can be there. So one thing which is very, very important for all of us, that the global jurisdictions are now working on the structuring of the data as compared to the unstructured data and the uncorrelated data between the various regulators and the stakeholders. So the time has come when even the Bahrain chapter has to speak to the Bahrain government and the various stakeholders of the Bahrain government, that in case we want to grow, in case we have to better governance, in case we have to have a sustainability, it is very important that all the stakeholders and the regulators should agreed on a particular one point, that is this data structuring, the common data, and then the sharing of the data between the various regulator. It is very, very important that the one computer speaks to another computer. One system should speak to the another system to share the data in a more structured way, so that together we can take the better decisions. The another third point, which I wish to share with you, that each and every professional has to understand to remain the important, the relevant in the value system, is about the globalization of the laws. Earlier times, when we each one of us qualify the examinations, may it be in India or in Bahrain or any other part of the world, we used to study the laws which are having the jurisdiction specific. But today we are entering into a situation when you have the globalization of the law. I used to call as delimitation of jurisdiction. Earlier days, we were reading the service tax or excise or a VAT in India. But today we are also complying with the GST, which is one or the other name. Now you have the Bahrain VAT. So we are complying with the Bahrain VAT, or we are complying with the VAT or a GST, which is applicable in the 164 countries. You will agree with me that the concept, the analogy, the preamble of the law of the VAT is common across the world. Likewise, the IFRS, likewise the international taxation, likewise the risk management, insolvency or valuation. So it is very, very important that we need to understand that gradually and gradually the society is becoming a global village, following our parampara of us Vasudev Kutumbakam, meaning thereby the entire family, global, the entire fraternity, entire community or entire society is a family, and accordingly the laws are also getting assimilated or merged into in a way that they are becoming the global laws. Same time, you will agree with me that there are the different way of doing business, because the businessman is always looking for a wealth maximization, and for wealth maximization there are the two important aspects which everybody will agree with me is number one is a cost optimization, and number two the effective way of doing business to improve the efficiency. And that is something is always being on the card. Our profession always evolves towards the economic development, and that's why I used to say that the businessman is always looking for an innovative way of doing business, and we have to adapt ourselves towards that particular innovation. The balance sheet, the financial statements earlier were carrying the 95% the tangible assets, and now today it is a different reverse position, that the balance sheets, the financial statements are today carrying the 95% the intangibles in terms of the valuations and the goodwill. And then you have to adapt yourself to provide the assurance services, the advisory services, so that you can provide the values, you can be the relevant in the value system. And last but not the least, which I wish to touch upon, is about the digital disruption. In the school days, we were used to read the A stands for apple and B stands for ball. ABCD stands differently. Now the A stands for artificial intelligence, B stands for blockchain technology, C stands for cybersecurity, and D stands for data analytics. And then we have one more technology called the robotic process automation. What I'm trying to convey you, that the profession has to see that in the times to come, there will be more and more these technologies are going to outsource the repetitive and the routine jobs to the system itself. The World Economic Forum mentioned that by 2022, there will be a job loss of 75 million. And in that 10 top job declines, that 2 jobs are related to the profession of accountancy. But at the same time, they mentioned there will be the new 133 million new jobs. And in the first category, the job which will be emerging out from the system is about the data analytics. So what I'm trying to convey you, that the profession has to see that with the advent of the technology, the maker-checker concept available in the technology, what will happen? Our routine jobs, our repetitive jobs will outsource to the system itself. So the audit and the advisory will more focus rather than on the omission part, on the commission part, on the analysis part, and that require the more and more structured data, the more and more automation, the more and more use of technology, and the jobs which require the wisdom and the skepticism. So what I'm trying to convey you, my friends, here, that you need to understand the new age jobs. You have to carve out, you have to drive out what will be the new age jobs, and for that, what will be the new skill set which will be required, and what is the gap between the existing skill set and the new skill set which will be required. And accordingly, we need to reskill ourselves, reskill our skills to match the requirement of the job. I just give you an example. There were the earlier days when we were crossing the toll plazas, it was a manual exercise. So somebody was doing a ticketing job and earning his livelihood based on that ticketing job. The days come when the technology is being adopted. Now there is nobody who is sitting for the toll plaza, may it be the airport or at the highways. So it is a tag which is available on our vehicle, and we are passing the toll plaza uninterruptedly, meaning thereby there is a job loss for that person who was earning the livelihood from that particular job. But at the same time, there is a new age job, which is a reconciliation between the toll plaza company and the tag company, which is again emerges out from this operation. So now that person has the two options, either to become the unemployed or reskilling himself on the spreadsheet, or you will say the Microsoft Excel or other technology, to do a more better job sitting in the AC rooms and a white collar job as compared to a blue collar job. So that there is there is a technology when the doctors are doing the technology is doing the operations. They are writing the opinions. They are doing the number of other things. So days are not far away when our routine and repetitive jobs will also be outsourced to the system. So it is very, very important for all of us that not only we upgrade our skill sets, but also we have to see that the jurisdiction where we are working, we have to disseminate this idea to the jurisdiction regulators as well. So one thing I wish to convey you, my friends here, that overall, just to summarize my discussion, that it is very, very important for all of us to see that when our profession evolves around the economic development, the delimitation of jurisdiction, the globalization things are happening. It is very, very important for all of us to understand that what will be the new age jobs, whether my skill sets are matching with that requirement, or whether I have to reskill myself to see that I will be important in the value system. And last but not the least, that the data is the key, which is very, very important to see that how we are supporting the jurisdiction to have a more regularized, standardized data being available for the various decision making will be the key for the tomorrow. With this, I once again thanks to my team in the Bahrain chapter for giving this opportunity, doing all the good work, requesting all my colleagues from the Bahrain also to be there. And I once again reiterate that anytime you feel that we can be supportive to the Bahrain community, maybe the professionals and the others, for providing the necessary capacity building program and other activities, we are there to support not only our Bahrain chapters of chartered accountants, but also our other professionals from the Bahrain for their all endeavors, professional endeavors. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thanks for all those updates and the initiatives taken. And I'm sure all the overseas chapter here are taking notes of that. And as you rightly said, yes, we need to realign ourselves and keep updating our skills, which is precisely the theme of our committee this year. Log into the future with updated skills so that we are still relevant to the system and to the economy around. With that, now I will hand over the session to our chairperson, CA Ajay Kumar, for a small announcement.
Many thanks, Atulji, for that inspirational words. We always look up to you. I think the frenetic pace at which you've been working since you have taken over in February, and despite the COVID, has made us sometimes ask the question, are you mad? But I should say that whenever we are feeling down here, we always look up to you and the good work that you're doing, and it always inspires us to do more. On behalf of the students in Bahrain who have benefited from the exam center which was approved by you, and especially a special personal thanks to you for approving at a very short notice. I really wanted to thank you for approving the exam center in Bahrain. And I think during the past days, the exams have been conducted quite successfully with the help of the Indian Embassy. So I wanted to thank you for that. And before I let you go, I know you are busy. I think you have to go to sign a MRA with the Malaysian Institute of the Certified Public Accountants. So you are too busy. But before I let you go, I just wanted to make a small attempt on behalf of BCICAI to make a difference by contributing an amount of ₹1 lakh to the CA Benevolent Fund, which has been doing a fantastic job of supporting the CA member families in distress. So thank you so much, sir, and we look forward to you.
So now we break here for a quick coffee break. And I would request all the members to assemble back by 10:40 for an exciting session of the raffles by our very dynamic Vice Chairperson, Santosh TV.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions? And could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
there are two limitations. Mostly our conferences will be on Friday. Our members will be eating a lot of junk food that may affect their health. And the second is they will be missing a family lunch or breakfast. This year, due to the pandemic, we were able to compensate or overcome those two limitations. All our members can enjoy their breakfast and lunch with their family, as well as be part of the BCICAI International Conference. Okay, be hard enough education. Now let us have some excitement. We will be conducting a raffle, select the winner. We are having 20 BD voucher for each winner from Homebox. The winner shall unmute yourself and identify yourself, then only you can claim your voucher. If the winner is absent, we will call next member. Okay? Can I have the Excel file for the raffle? Yeah, here it is, our 12th International Conference. Let us see the first winner. Rakesh Desai, congratulations, 20 BD Homebox voucher.
Rakesh ji, are you there? Rakesh ji, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
He is somewhere.
Okay, we will try to find next winner then. Suresh Kumar. Suresh Kumar?
Is it Mrs. Spelled? Is it Mrs. Spelled instead of Surana?
Yeah, this time just a few changes.
Suranaja is not missing this time also.
Is this Suresh ji?
Suresh
No,
Surana
no,
number
Suresh
is
Kumar,
34,000 something.
Membership
No,
number
it's
215784.
still half price has gone to him.
Okay, let us find the next winner.
No.
Oh, congratulations, Ajay.
Match fixing.
Ajay Kumar.
Ajay Kumar.
This
very much
person is
present
not here. This person is not here, so we can continue.
On flip flop request.
Okay, can we have the next winner?
Oh yeah, he's there.
Srinivas Rao.
Hello, hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Srinivas. Next, can we have next winner? Flanel D'Souza.
Flanel is here with me, so he is a volunteer for the event today. So Flanel is very much present. So you can say hi, Flanel.
Hello, hi.
Hi, Flanel. Congratulations.
Thank
okay,
you very much.
we can have one more winner for this session. Ramachandran SK. SK साहब.
The perpetual winner.
नाम किधर है?
Sir, भजन करेंगे.
SK sir, are you there?
वो हमारी बिल्डिंग में ही रहता है, उसको जाके बुला के लाऊं क्या?
Hello.
Okay. Shall we try another winner?
इधर है राम.
No, I see him on live. I think Ram sir is there.
ये बेटा है ये.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you very much. And by this, we will end the raffle of the morning for this session. We will have plenty of raffles and quiz. Stay tuned. Now I request CA Bharat Rangat to continue with the day proceedings.
Thank you, CA Santosh. I'm CA Bharat Venkat, Joint Treasurer of BCICAI. There is a quote by Anita Roddick. If you think you're too small to make an impact, try going to bed with a mosquito. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG, refers to the three central factors in measuring the sustainability and societal impact of an investment in a company or business. These criteria help to better determine the future financial performance of companies. The next question, which could possibly be on your mind, is ESG applicable in Bahrain? The answer is yes. Earlier this year, in June 2020, as part of the effort to promote sustainability and transparency in Bahrain's capital market, Bahrain Bourse has announced ESG voluntary reporting guidelines for listed companies. Sheikh Khalifa bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, CEO of Bahrain Bourse, said, I quote, as a partner exchange member of the Sustainable Stock Exchanges Initiative and a member of the World Federation of Exchanges, Bahrain Bourse has made a formal commitment to drive sustainability in the capital market of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Though currently it's only voluntary, eventually, in all likelihood, it's going to be mandatory. To give you a detailed insight on the remarkable rise of ESG, let's have the AV of the speaker.
Mr. Richard Threlfall, Global Head of Infrastructure and Global Head of KPMG Impact. Mr. Richard has over 25 years of experience in infrastructure policy, governance, strategy, and financing, advising both public and private sector clients in the UK and overseas. He began his career as a civil servant at the UK Department for Transport, where he held positions in the Road, Rail, and Aviation Directorates. He has worked with the Infrastructure Advisory Team at Citigroup before joining KPMG in 2018. He has a long-standing reputation for leading clients through complex and politically high-profile transactions. Mr. Richard is a trustee, vice president, and fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers. He is a member of the Infrastructure Board of the Confederation of British Industry. Mr. Richard is a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts. He is a prolific writer on infrastructure, transport, and sustainability, and is quoted regularly in the trade and national press. Mr. Richard Threlfall.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Richard Threlfall on the topic ESG, the new business imperative. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much indeed for that kind introduction. And I must say I'm extremely honoured to have the opportunity to address you all at the Bahrain chapter today. In your opening there, Bart, you asked the question, is ESG applicable in Bahrain? And you gave an example of how the bourse has embraced it. I would go further and I would say that ESG is applicable to every single business, every single organization, indeed every single individual all over the entire world. And I think we're seeing that realization dawning over the course of the last year or so. And that's why it's such a central issue for accountants and financial directors all over the world. And that's the story I'd like to paint in my address to you this morning. I'm going to divide my presentation into three parts. I'd just like to start by a little bit of context about what we're seeing in the world today in terms of the challenges that underpin this ESG focused revolution. I want to move from that to talk a bit about the way in which individuals, companies, and governments have started to realize what it is that they need to do. And then I want to turn to the implications for businesses, and by extension, therefore, what I see this meaning centrally for the role of accountancy and accountants in terms of assuring, if not driving even, the contribution of businesses to impact in our world today. So if I can start by sharing my screen. So if we can make this bigger for you. Okay, I hope that's visible to all. So let's start with some context. We're faced with the legacy of what in some countries is up to 200 years of industrialization and the impact that that has had on our planet. Let's start with the environmental lens. The table you can see in front of you is taken from the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report, which has been released every year for the last 13 years at Davos in January. And this is the report that was released in January of this year, in 2020. If you cast your eye to the far right-hand side, you can see that I've highlighted the 2020 scorecard. For the first time in the history of this report, all five of the top risks in terms of likelihood were environmental risks. 3 of the top risks in terms of impact were environmental risks too. But I don't think we need a report from the World Economic Forum or indeed anybody else to tell us that the world faces fundamental environmental challenge. We can see this for ourselves. We can see this in terms of the wildfires in California. We can see this in terms of, for example, the challenges and equally of wildfires in Australia, or the storms that have swept through the Caribbean, or even here in my hometown in Yorkshire, where we had flooding at levels that had never been seen before, only 4 weeks ago. We know that the concentration of CO2 in our atmosphere this year has been the highest that's ever been recorded in history. And we've also seen some of the highest temperatures ever on record. Now let's turn to biodiversity. Awareness of the loss of biodiversity on our planet has grown significantly over the course of the last year. All the best. So I think there's somebody that's not on mute that I can hear in the background.
Richard, I'll mute all and you can unmute yourself once again. Eh?
Thank you.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself and continue.
Thank you for that. So if I turn to biodiversity, the graph that you can see in front of you is taken from the World Wildlife Fund's Living Planet Report 2020, and it shows what is a 68% collapse in the abundance of populations of mammals, birds, amphibians, etc., over the period from 1970 to 2016. And why should we care about this? Well, clearly we should care about it because we should care for our living environment. But there's also a business reason we should care for it. Because as a report that KPMG published only 2 days ago shows, our survey of sustainability reporting for 2020, more than half the GDP of the world, $44 trillion in value, is in some way related to biodiversity. It's a business, and indeed a business opportunity for businesses that realize it. Yet today, only about 20% of businesses worldwide are reporting on biodiversity loss in any shape or form. And finally, if I turn to inequality, so let me explain this graph in front of you for a moment. On the x-axis, we have the Gini index of inequality from 1990, and on the y-axis, we have the Gini index for inequality from 2015, and we've plotted on this graph a whole range of countries in the world with the size of the blob representative of the scale of the population. And in simple terms, those countries that appear above the diagonal line that runs across this graph have become more unequal in their societies over that period in time. Now, of course, behind this lies one of the great successes that humanity has achieved in that period. Because over that period, the number of individuals living in extreme poverty has dropped dramatically, from around 35% of the population, or 1.7 billion people, to now today under 10% of the world's global population, or about 700 million people. But the effect of drawing individuals out of poverty and into the middle classes, the unleashing of capitalism across many countries of the world, and indeed countries where capitalism as per se is not the established orthodoxy, has nonetheless driven much greater increases in inequality. And as we have seen, that has led to significant social upheaval, to backlashes against established institutions in countries in both developed and developing markets, and has brought fundamental instability to many parts of the world. So if that's the backdrop in terms of what we're seeing today, let me now turn to what I think has been an extraordinary 12, 18 months, maybe 2 years, in terms of awareness that these issues really matter and we need to do something about them. Let me start with greater public awareness. So it was about 2 years ago that we had the rise of Greta Thunberg and her message to global leaders to take climate change seriously on behalf of the next generation. We had Extinction Rebellion managing to organize mass rallies across streets all over the world. We've had David Attenborough's films make increasingly greater impacts on the consciousness of individuals everywhere, particularly around biodiversity. And I remember thinking, as the world went into lockdown in March of this year, I remember thinking I was quite concerned that as companies and individuals focused on their own survival, issues like the temperature of the planet in 20 years' time would sink in priorities. But actually the opposite has proved true. One of the most extraordinary things of the last 6 months is the way in which awareness and concern about climate change in particular has actually accelerated. It appears that the vulnerability that we have faced as humanity due to the pandemic has translated into a greater awareness of the vulnerability that we face due to climate change in particular. And these two cartoons that I've put together onto this slide in front of you make this very point. You may have seen them because they were circulating quite widely in social media in March, April and May of this year. And they show that whilst there was a recognition of the severity of COVID, coming behind it was a greater awareness of the severity of climate change and what that would mean. Or, as one of my colleagues put it recently, there is no vaccine for climate change. There is only the determination of humanity to do something about it. Let's touch for a moment on the business response. So through that same period, we have seen a growing clamour of major businesses all over the world stepping forward to make announcements about what they are doing in order to try to face into their own responsibilities, but also protect their own business risk. You know, one of the most startling announcements in this space is Microsoft's announcement that it will be not simply carbon neutral, but carbon negative by 2030. And we've seen a whole swathe of businesses, including indeed KPMG only a month ago, similarly announce targets to achieve net zero in terms of their business position by 2030, or by some cases a bit further out. We've also seen action by, for example, the World Economic Forum. I'll come on to this again later when we talk about the role of accountancy in terms of measurement and reporting and assurance of impacts. The World Economic Forum bringing its top businesses together in order to try to set a minimum standard for business reporting, covering all of E, S, and G. And we've seen in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement in the US, lots more businesses being drawn into public positions around things which would previously have been regarded as purely social or political issues. And then finally, if we look at the sudden upswing in terms of government action all over the world, we take, for example, the announcement in India that by 2022, it wants to be producing 175 gigawatts of renewable energy. We take the announcement by the European Union of its EU Green Deal, with 1/3 of the 750 billion recovery fund from COVID earmarked for green projects. Or we take the dramatic change in tone coming out of the US, courtesy of Vice President-elect Joe Biden's pronouncements on the campaign trail, including that he will commit $2 trillion to spend on green infrastructure and energy. Or to take an example that I'm particularly buoyed by, not least because it relates to a piece of work that KPMG has been personally involved in New South Wales in Australia. You probably won't have noticed, but it was about 2 weeks ago that there was introduced into the Parliament of New South Wales legislation to enact a comprehensive reform of the electricity industry and put it on a path to renewable energy by 2030. And the reason I think this is so remarkable is because until only a year ago, if you were asked to say which countries would be the last to the table in terms of being able to change their electricity generating industry, Australia would have been top of the list because of the significance of coal mining in its communities and in its economies. And it's been such a controversial political issue for more than a decade. But now this legislation has cross-party political support. So it's evident that the tide has fundamentally changed in terms of focus on environmental, social governance, biodiversity issues all over the world. And so it brings us to the question of what does this mean for businesses? Firstly, let's recognize that there are two major revolutions going on which are disrupting huge parts of the business world. The first is an energy revolution, which I've just touched on in my example of what's happening in Australia. Already today, it's the case, according to the International Energy Authority, that renewable energy sources are the lowest cost of energy production in countries and jurisdictions covering more than 2/3 of the world's population. Shown on this map are the countries where, coloured in blue, wind, whether onshore or offshore, is the lowest cost of production. And in the orange and yellow, countries where photovoltaics, so solar, is the lowest cost of production. And this remarkable, rapid shift is due to the unbelievably fast fall in the cost of production. For example, this graph shows the 90% fall in the cost of producing solar energy in dollars per watt over the course of the 10 years since 2010. And I could show you a similar graph for the collapse in the cost of wind power over the same period. It's one of the reasons why the UK, for example, has managed to get itself to the position in only about 5 years, where in January to March of this year, renewable energy constituted no less than 45% of our total energy production. And coal has collapsed to a position where it now represents less than 10% of the UK's generating capacity. Another sector of industry is being revolutionized by what is happening in the transport space. This graph shows the take-up of electric vehicles globally, which has climbed steadily. Last year, 7 million new cars in the world were electric or hybrid. But this trend is only going to accelerate much, much harder, because today electric vehicles are still more expensive to buy than a petrol or a diesel vehicle. But that's changing really fast. I think those listening to me today, I challenge any of you to name a single car manufacturer in the world who is not already producing or is about to bring into circulation an electric or hybrid vehicle. And if you want to see what's possible in this space, look to Norway, which by a country mile has been the fastest and most successful in terms of promoting the uptake of electric vehicles within their society. In 2019, nearly 50% of the new vehicles sold into the Norwegian market were either electric or hybrids. And as a result, the Norwegian government has now cancelled subsidies for hybrid vehicles on the basis they're an unacceptable compromise, and is seeking to try to switch the entirety of the vehicle population over to pure electric vehicles as quickly as possible. And again, it is simple financial economics that is driving this. This shows the nearly 90% collapse in the cost of electricity from lithium-ion batteries over the period from 2010 to 2019. And KPMG estimates, as do many other commentators, that the point at which there will be equivalence in cost to the consumer between an electric and a petrol or diesel vehicle will come next year, or at the latest the year after. So I've talked about two sectors of business which are significantly affected by revolutions in their industries. But now stand back and look at business as a whole, because I argued at the beginning that this affected all businesses in all sectors, in all countries of the world. So I want to talk about 3 ways in my final 3 slides about the implications of all this for business and the role of accountancy. And I want to make 3 arguments. Firstly, that purpose matters. That today, making money and assuming that everything else will flow from it is no longer okay. And if you think like that as a business, you are now an outlier in business society. Secondly, I want to argue that impact reporting, so reporting of things other than financial metrics, this accountancy community is so central to, will become a global standard and a reality in less than 10 years, possibly as quickly as 5. And thirdly, I wish to argue that the business collaboration to address societal issues is now an expectation and not a nice to have. So I have a single slide on each of these, and then we'll close, and I'll be very happy to take any questions you may have. So first of all, purpose matters. So there's been a fundamental change in thinking in the last year or two about the purpose of business. And it's tied up in a debate about fundamental economic orthodoxy. And I'd strongly encourage you all to read a book that that a colleague of mine referred to me about 2 years ago, called Donut Economics by Kate Raworth. And Kate's an economist, And her book launches a full frontal attack on economic orthodoxy. And I was struck by it because I studied economics alongside history at university, and I myself, therefore, am a student of that economic orthodoxy, which says that what matters above all else is economic growth. What matters above all else at a country level is GDP growth. And we can see that orthodoxy cemented in the way in which almost every country of the world today reports GDP growth, first and foremost, above everything else. And the argument is that if you get GDP growth, then you can afford good hospitals and schools and healthcare facilities and parks and recreation and everything that creates quality of life. But what Kate argues is the trouble is that doesn't hold if in the course of trying to strive for that growth, you pollute our skies, you pollute our oceans, you drive climate warming, you start to lead to populations of living things becoming extinct. And she argues that there are planetary boundaries that we're starting to breach because we only care about growth. And just focusing on growth, whilst it might give us money to do some good things, that money won't fix fundamental issues in terms of our environment. And then you take the same logic through to business. And this was recognized really powerfully by the Business Roundtable in the US in August of last year, when they pronounced on behalf of more than 170 major US corporations that it was no longer the case that a business's primary, if not sole purpose, was to keep its shareholders happy. They argued that the interest of shareholders was only one stakeholder interest, alongside the interest of employees, alongside the interest of suppliers and customers, and indeed the societies, the communities in which that business operated. And we can see that same thinking carried through to the results of KPMG's CEO Outlook survey published this August, some of the stats from which I've reproduced on this screen. 79% of the chief execs of some of the world's biggest organizations that we surveyed said that through the pandemic, they'd felt it necessary to reevaluate their own purpose, and as a result, the purpose of their businesses. 65% said that if they didn't get a grip on climate risk for their business, they didn't expect to be in a job in 4 years' time. 77% that agreed with the US Business Roundtable's position that their purpose needed to be redefined to cover more than just their shareholders. 63% said that they now had a responsibility to focus on social issues, not just business and money ones. So what does this mean for accountancy? A profession which really revolves entirely around numbers in a world where it isn't just about numbers anymore. There is something fundamentally important about the role of accountancy because of what I would call the dramatic rise of non-financial measurement, reporting, and assurance. I am arguing within KPMG that this is a fundamental, game-changing revolution for the nature of a business such as KPMG and indeed the other major accountancy firms in the world. Because whereas since our foundation as a business more than 100 years ago, all of the focus of the audit and the assurance side of our business has been around financial metrics, we're rapidly moving into a world in which there's an expectation that we bring a similar level of caliber of thought to the area of non-financial reporting. And the rise in this thinking is nothing short of dramatic. 2 weeks ago, KPMG published its Towards Net Zero report, which showed, amongst other things, the change in the level of uptake of climate reporting amongst what we call the G250 companies, basically the biggest 250 companies in the world. And earlier this week, when we launched our report on the overall level of sustainability reporting, that showed that today, across the 5,000 companies that we surveyed across 52 countries of the world, now more than 80% of companies are reporting on sustainability in some shape or form. But the challenge is that they're reporting against inconsistent metrics. Whereas in the world of accountancy, thanks to efforts that date back to the Great Recession of the 1930s and the drive towards consolidation of standards that started in the 1970s, and the incorporation of what has eventually become US GAAP and IFRS, and the endorsement by regulators around the world, due to the codification of these standards, we have a lot of clarity about how companies report and are indeed externally audited for their financial metrics. But we don't have that same level of clarity today about what happens in the non-financial metric space. But I would argue that this is changing exceedingly fast. And indeed, over the course of just the last few months, we have seen dramatic shifts in this direction. It was in the middle of September that a statement was released by the major organizations that are today driving standard setting for ESG reporting in the world. Businesses, organizations such as SASB, the IIRS and GRI announced a statement of intent to work together to try to bring their reporting standards together. It was a week later that the World Economic Forum's IBC metrics were released. And I would urge you all to familiarize yourself with that critically important document, because what the World Economic Forum has done is, driven by the request of the 140 major businesses that sit on its International Business Council, they have demanded as businesses greater clarity and consistency about what is expected in terms of reporting against ES and G. And the World Economic Forum's ESG metrics are a set of so-called core metrics for what are the minimum standards that are expected for business reporting in this space. And you can expect that in the wake of that, there will be an expectation for external validation of the reporting of companies against those metrics. Then it was only 2 weeks ago that SASB and the Integrated Reporting Council announced that they were merging in the first step towards getting that consistency I talked about. And of course, as I suspect you're all aware, the IFRS Foundation is currently out to consultation as to whether its remit should extend from financial metrics across to non-financial metrics as well. And it seems to me abundantly clear that there is only one end game to what is happening here, which is in the very, very short order, possibly as quickly as 2 years, 5 years, we will have a position where there is an established global standard for non-financial reporting, which is possibly bundled in alongside the existing financial reporting standards. And therefore, there will become an expectation that the whole of the accountancy profession worldwide is familiar with and is able to deal with the measurement and reporting and assurance across those non-financial metrics as today you all are experts in the field of financial metrics. And this is really exciting because this means that you are at the forefront as accountants of driving the transparency of businesses in terms of what they're doing across E, S, and G. And of course, the argument is that it is that transparency that will drive change. Because whilst today, it may be the case that very few businesses are, net zero, let alone net negative in their carbon emissions. The world's financial investors are turning the thumbscrews on businesses that are not able to show really strong scorecards in terms of their ESG position. The world's financial flows are rapidly moving towards businesses which are seen as green, which are seen as supporting the planet's biodiversity, which are seen as representing social goods in our society, such as equality. And there's an expectation that businesses come together to collaborate in organizations such as those that I've listed on this screen to help drive this forward with as much pace and energy as possible. The world's regulators are moving in fast behind, whether it's in the European Union, which is perhaps ahead, or indeed in other parts of the world, in Asia and the States. Regulators ultimately will move in and will require businesses to comply with standards that are set across ES and G. But in the meantime, the real opportunity is for businesses to set their own standards and to show that they don't need regulation in order to take these issues seriously. And these fora need accountants in them. They need the understanding of what it takes to robustly measure, to robustly report, to robustly assure against the measurements that represent the whole of the ESG agenda. So accountancy is de facto on the front line of this. And I would implore you all to familiarize yourselves with everything that's going on in this space. Get yourself involved through your organizations in these issues in terms of the strategy that's being set by your businesses. And get yourself involved in the sorts of organizations that I've put on this screen, deeply involved in the debate, in order that you can help support the saving of the planet and making the world a better place for everyone, everywhere. Thank you very much. So I think we have a few more minutes. Would you now like me to take some questions from the chat?
Mr. Richard, I think we'll moderate the questions. We'll just share the questions with you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
The first question is one of our members, CA Shyam Krishnan, has asked, is the extreme increase of inequality displayed in South Africa post the heavy investments of China in that part of the world? And is the inequality tilted in favor of these foreign investors?
Let's stand back from that for a moment. One of the so I also lead our global infrastructure business, as you know, as well as leading this focus on ESG through KPMG Impact. And one of the extraordinary changes that we've seen over the course of the last 5 years or so has been the increase in flows of foreign investment out of China through its Belt and Road program that has obviously extended far beyond the reach of its immediate neighbours into, for example, large parts of Africa. But I would argue, in a sense, all we're seeing is a shift in emphasis of where that foreign investment is coming from. We've had decades and decades of major investment, if you go back 200, 300, 400 years, coming out of the UK and the British Empire, then a whole period where the majority of that world investment into countries outside their borders was coming from the States. And all that's happened is the geopolitical balance is tipping, and now significant amounts of that investment are coming out of China. So I don't think this is uniquely a China issue. And I think you would also argue that investment, foreign direct investment, particularly into developing markets, is critically important in order to raise their living standards. I quoted earlier the dramatic improvements that have been made in the world in terms of the eradication of extreme poverty, or at least the reduction in extreme poverty. And that's been due to the efforts of the big multilateral organizations, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and so on, and some of the more enlightened donor countries in the world who've plowed billions and billions of dollars into trying to build the essential infrastructure of those countries. And some of that has come tied with strings when it's been donated by or been money put in by countries such as China. But that, I think I'd argue that's just the way the world works. Is the effect of that to drive greater inequality? Yes, clearly it is, because what you are doing is you are raising up a certain proportion of that population into a middle class and sometimes into extreme wealth. And you're not necessarily touching the whole of that population at the same time. But I think I would argue that it's a moment in time effect, that it's almost inevitable that what happens first is you get the rise of a middle class before you're able to then bring the same standard of living through to the whole of the population. If you look to the countries that are most equal in the world, they are mostly the Nordic countries like Norway and Sweden, where they've gone through a period of themselves of having great inequality, and then have had a position where they've had such wealth at a national level that they've been able to invest it in a fundamental baseline of, for example, healthcare that's benefited the entirety of the community. They've then also moved to measures such as transparency of income reporting, so that everybody understands what everybody else earns, and it becomes, through that transparency, sort of unacceptable for individuals to be super wealthy and therefore for there to be a very big income gap. But to come back to the essential point, yes, in a sense, it is driven by Chinese and other investment, but I don't think I think it would be too simplistic to blame that. We need to recognize that investment is doing good. If there is a responsibility anywhere, it's a responsibility that lies with the governments of those countries to ensure that they take that investment and spread it equally into support that provides, if you like, a safety net for the whole of the society, and doesn't just allow the money to be ploughed into a certain class that's on the rise.
Thank you, Richard. We actually have one question from KPMG as well, from Mr. Jamal Fakhro. He asks, where do Asian companies stand when it comes to non-financial reporting, where IFRS exists already?
Thanks, Jamal, for that question. So in the report that we published on Tuesday, which I referred to earlier, which is called The Time Is Now, the KPMG Survey of Sustainability Reporting for 2020. Within that report, we have tracked the breakdown of reporting against sustainability measures and ESG measures more broadly by different regions of the world. We've broken it down by different countries. We've broken it down over time. So we've undertaken this survey 11 times since 1993. And to give the headline numbers, it was in 1993 when we first published this report, only about 12% of the world's companies had any sort of sustainability reporting within their reports. And today, as I said earlier, it's about 80% of companies worldwide. If you then break that down by region and country, I don't have the exact numbers at my fingertips here, but in general, the leaders in terms of reporting, as I think I showed on one of my slides earlier, tend to be European countries, and in particular France is very high up that ranking. The US and North America tends to be relatively behind, and Asian countries and into ASPAC tend to be somewhere in the middle, and it varies quite significantly according to the particular country. And if we were to be very simplistic, at a sort of an awareness and a governmental and a regulatory level on these issues, you would say that Europe is generally driving the agenda on reporting, and that the US has tended to be the furthest behind. But I suspect that's going to change now, in particular with the change in administration that will come in the US in January when Joe Biden takes over as president of the US, given obviously everything that he has said. But if, to close out, Jamal, I think if any country or any company wants to look for, what does good look like? Firstly, pick up a copy of the report that KPMG published earlier this week, because that has examples of good practice around sustainability reporting, but then look to what the European regulators are doing, because I think they will ultimately set the standard for the world.
Thank you, Richard. We do have few more questions, but due to the paucity of time, we'll stop it right here. So thank you very much for taking us through the topic of ESG. Now I'll be handing over the control to CA Clifford to take the proceedings forward. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, CA Bharat. Friends, I am CA Clifford D'Souza, Treasurer of BCICAI. The present day crisis is that man has lost the self in the fast-changing global world, chasing the wrong goals. With the outbreak of novel coronavirus, humanity has been forced to take a pause, to introspect on the various priorities in life and focus on what is required to achieve self-actualization in this changed world. Our next speaker is a fellow chartered accountant who is a living example of self-actualization, who has been making a difference throughout his life. First, in the lives of CA students with his books on income tax, then in the lives of whole CA fraternity when he helmed the institute as our president, and then moved to a larger platform to help improve governance in many distressed institutions. He is also one of the few chartered accountants to have been conferred Padma Shri by the Indian government. Can we have the AV please to introduce our speaker?
CATN Manoharan, past president ICAI. CATN Manoharan is the past president of ICAI and a law graduate with 37 years of standing. He is conferred with Padma Shri Award for his contributions to the country. He is currently a member of the RBI Constituted Expert Committee and RBI Nominee Director on the board of Sahara Finance Corporation. He served as the chairman of Canara Bank for 5 years and has been recently appointed as administrator of crisis-ridden Lakshmi Vilas Bank. He was a member of the Advisory Council for Skill Development in BFSI sector and the Advisory Board of Banks, Commercial and Financial Frauds constituted by the Central Vigilance Commission for 2 years. CATN Manoharan was nominated by the Government of India as part of the 6-member board for revival of Satyam Company and is currently on the board of a few companies. He has presented papers in international forums and has authored books for professionals and students on Indian tax law. CATN Manoharan.
Thank you. As with everything he does, his topic is also different. Decode the alchemist within for self-actualization. I am as eager as all of you are to hear from him. Please help me to welcome our speaker, CATN Manoharan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. CA Ajay Kumar, Chairman of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, and his dedicated team of office bearers and managing committee members. Past Chairman of the Bahrain chapter, who have consistently contributed and made a difference to the excellence of the functioning of Bahrain chapter, and other beloved members of Bahrain chapter and colleagues who have joined this program virtually from different parts of the globe. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this 12th annual international conference organized by the Bahrain chapter and share some of my thoughts on the topic, Decode the Alchemist Within for Self-Actualization. My dear colleagues, you will appreciate that alchemism is the process by which ordinary metals are transformed into precious metals. In the same way, each one of us have within us the process of alchemism, and our ability is immense in converting into a reality and thereby accomplish whatever we aspire to achieve in life. And this is more challenging in the present scenario due to two reasons. One, the transformation of the manual world into automized world. In other words, the digital era that is fast changing the landscape of businesses and the way things happen on a day-to-day basis. The second is on account of the COVID-19 pandemic situation that is also influencing the way we handle things on the professional front as well as on the personal front. So with this backdrop, let me share the presentation I have for you on this topic. As we explore this topic of decoding the alchemist within for our self-actualization, I am only referring to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, because it was Maslow who divided or segmented human life into 5 buckets. According to him, every one of us initially look for physiological needs to be satisfied, like basic requirements of life, like food, water, shelter, so on and so forth. Then you look for safety and security in life, both financial or otherwise. Then we are much concerned about relationships, emotions, family, bonding, sense of belonging, love. That is the next phase. Then comes longing for self-esteem or dignity, stature in the journey of life. And ultimately, the peak of any human life is achieving self-actualization. Let us look at what he segments it as into micro level analysis. This is what I just now mentioned. But since we are all belonging to the profession of chartered accountancy, I take this opportunity to apply this Maslow's 5-stage model even to the profession of chartered accountancy. Akin to the human life needs in 5 stages, let us, look at the professional needs. The first basic needs of human life is something similar to the basic needs of the profession, the foundation on which the profession needs to be built, which is the robust, modern curriculum, educational system, the examination system. So that I would call it as the first bucket for the profession. The second bucket is in terms of ensuring that we befit the qualification that is awarded by ICAI, and ICAI is setting the standards of our performance operational benchmarking. The third is our societal contribution as a profession, so that we get recognized by the society, by the organizations, by the global entities, by even not-for-profit organizations, because many of our members not only operate in the core area of auditing and assurance, but also we are on the boards of companies. We are also trustees in many of the not-for-profit organizations, so on and so forth. So that is the third bucket as far as the profession is concerned. And the fourth one is the esteem needs. How do we ensure at the macro level, at the national level, at the economy level, we play a vital role in terms of contributing to the policy making? That is what will bring the real esteem for the profession. And even the profession beyond this need to self-actualize. How? By duly performing the role of being a partner in nation building. The government, the regulators should recognize the profession of chartered accountancy, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India as partners in nation building. So this is how I would correlate this 5-stage model even to this, not only the existence of our profession, but the excellence of its contribution. Now, to achieve self-actualization, there are few attributes that we need to imbibe in each one of us. The first one is what Charles Darwin said. I don't know whether he had the foresight that we will have this kind of a pandemic situation, compelling us to maintain social distancing. And therefore, he said, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but rather the one most responsive to change. So this virtual world has become the new normal. How we are embracing this change. Initially, maybe this change appeared to threaten us, but we have successfully navigated through this, and we are able to continue to do what we are doing. Even the professional services are virtually done. Auditing is remotely carried out thanks to the technological evolution, and conferences are held virtually, like this 12th annual international conference, so efficiently organized by the Bahrain chapter. So this adaptability is required not only for the individual self, but also for the profession. So profession should also take cognizance of the artificial intelligence, the robotic, intelligence, as well as the blockchain technology, cloud computing, IoT, all these drastic changes that are happening around, and accordingly fine-tune our functioning, our performance, our meeting the expectations, and even surpassing them. The next attribute, the profession can survive if we have undying passion for quality. In the same way, every one of us individually, we can move towards self-actualization only if we are conscious of ensuring excellence in anything and everything that we do. In order to sustain, every profession has to be relevant and reliable. Relevancy will be achieved by the adaptability I just now mentioned. But reliability can be ensured only by sustaining quality, ensuring quality in anything and everything we do. Look at what Martin Luther King had to say about quality. He says if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets even as Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will pass to say, here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well. That is the sense of passion that we should demonstrate while performing as a chartered accountant, and also on the personal front as we lead the journey of life. Yet another virtue for self-actualization is the self-belief. It is the self-belief that can make us excel and unravel the best potential in us. If we do not have self-belief, even if the whole world believes in us, we may not be able to achieve anything. But even if the whole world doesn't believe in us, but if we have self-belief, we can do wonders. And that is how every person who was perceived as ordinary could transform into extraordinary. That alchemism gets unraveled with self-belief as the ignition. And that is how, Siddhartha Gautama could become Gautama Buddha. That is how Narendranath Datta could become Swami Vivekananda. And that is precisely how Sister Agnes, a school teacher, could later evolve as Mother Teresa, winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, as a young boy born in Rameshwaram, a remote corner of Tamil Nadu, used to carry newspapers to households in the early morning. And with that income, pursued his education, school education. But later, when he became the President of India, whatever he said, newspapers carried it to the households. That kind of a manifestation is what we mean by self-actualization. But that was facilitated, enabled by the self-belief each one of them had at every stage in the purpose with which they were associated. That's why our previous eloquent speaker, Richard, also mentioned, purpose matters. Gone are the days when you can think, let me earn the money and everything will follow. No, that doesn't hold good. He's right. At every stage of our life, we have to associate with the purpose with which we are attached to and self-actualize. And that will lead to ultimate pinnacle of glory to oneself as well as to the profession. Everything doesn't come to us on a platter. Life is full of challenges. And therefore, we need, for self-actualization, yet another virtue, that is perseverance. How to look at adverse things with a positive outlook. Thomas Alva Edison, no doubt, miserably failed 6,000 times, but he did not consider them as failure. He said, I've successfully discovered 6,000 ways that won't work. That is a positive outlook he had. Abraham Lincoln was a miserable failure, appeared to be a miserable failure in everything he touched, be it studies or job, business, anything. But then ultimately, he attained self-actualization and became the 16th president of the United States of America. Look at Sachin Tendulkar, a legendary champion. You know, he scored 99th hundred on 12th of March 2011 in Nagpur against South Africa. The next innings, when he went out to play, every one of his fans was looking for his setting a record, creating history by hitting the 100th ton. But that was not to be. It is not as if Sachin Tendulkar was not keen on scoring the 100th century. He was keen. But innings after innings, the fans were waiting with anxiety. But even for a legendary cricketer like Tendulkar, he had to wait for 370 days, 34 innings. Yes, only in the 34th inning, after scoring 99 hundreds in Dhaka against Bangladesh, he could score the 100th ton on 16th of March 2012 and create history, which implies that as you move towards self-actualization, there are bound to be hurdles, bottlenecks, challenges, both for individual as well as for the profession. But you must have a positive outlook. You should believe that challenges are given only to those who have the ability to handle them and face them. You must also believe, as you self-actualize, the power of your inner energy is far, far superior and stronger than what encounters you in the external world. And nothing should deter you. Actually, when you look back after a successful journey at every stage, it is not the distance that you travel that gives you enormous amount of satisfaction. It is the hurdles that you overcome. It is the challenges that you surmounted that gives you absolute fulfillment. And therefore, have the virtue of perseverance. Beyond all this, there is one more quality for self-actualization which we need to imbibe. That is how happy you are. Actually, if we think if we are successful, we'll be happy. But if you evolve towards self-actualization, you will start believing being happy in life is the ultimate success one should aspire for. To put it in simple words, being happy by itself is a success. And for that, you need to handle 4 segments of your life very efficiently. First is the family and relations. We are all social animals. So we need to handle family and relations very efficiently. We should ensure there is no communication gap. We should meet the expectation gap. Actually, to meet expectation gap is not all that difficult in family and relations, because what they expect is minimal. It's true love and affection. And that can be demonstrated by spending little quality time and expressing honestly few words about small things that are good about each of us. And that is enough. That creates abundant bonding. And knowing the worth of each one. Nobody is expected to be perfect. There will be deficiencies. But ignore the deficiencies, recognize the worth. That will help us to manage the first segment I'm talking about, family and relations. Similarly, on the professional front, job, career path, if we can imbibe in synchronization with the organizational culture, work culture in the entity with which we are associated, and give our best with passion and put our heart and mind, build a trust around us, I think we'll be able to handle this segment also very well. And in both, only one caution, under no circumstances you should accommodate ego in dealing with people, either in family or in career path, because that could be the, actually with ego, you are gone. Without it, you can go on achieving what you want to achieve. And the other two segments, health is a very important segment. I think this pandemic situation has reinforced everyone's awareness about the need for health. Your immunity level, your fitness, your agility matters the most. And that is determined by two things, the intake and the exertion. Intake regulate the quality and quantity of food. Exertion, at least one of the several activities, physical activities we should carry on consistently. Like meditation or yoga, swimming, walking, aerobics, jogging, or any one sport at any stage of your life. And music can be an excellent blend for keeping not only the physical agility, but also the mental faculties at their best. And of course, the value systems. It's not just the corporates which can build their brand and earn goodwill in the market. It's every human being is capable of building brand around, image about, and the goodwill with which the society looks at him or her. Therefore, do's and don'ts on the value system. You can have aspiration, but not greed. Have contentment, integrity, tolerance, patience, humility, these and gratitude to the profession to which you belong, the institution which has made you somebody in the society, and the source of knowledge, which is the teaching fraternity that has groomed you and nurtured you to evolve towards self-actualization. These are all the value systems. So these four segments I have listed out, my dear friends: family and relations, profession or career, health, value system. In these four, there are actually, symbolically, let us call each one of them as a glass ball or a rubber ball. To put it differently, simply, each one of them is made of a ball. Now I have a simple question to ask. You need not answer. Among these four balls, family, relations, job, profession, health, and value system, three balls are made of glass. Only one ball is made of rubber. So the question is, which one of these four balls is made of rubber? Because if you identify that within your heart, just ponder and introspect and find out whether family and relation is a rubber ball, your job or profession is a rubber ball, health is a rubber ball, or value system is a rubber ball. Once you identify one of these as a rubber ball, it's very clear the other three are perceived as the glass ball. Now, whatever be the answer that you have dissected in your mind, let me give you my theory. In this four ball concept for happiness, if only you can identify your profession or job as the rubber ball. The other three, family, relations, health, and value system, is the glass balls. So you are carrying these four balls all through your life, three glass balls and one rubber ball. And it is common sense which one needs to be carried very carefully. Is it the glass ball or the rubber ball? Obviously the glass ball. So family, relations, health, value system, let us carry them very carefully, preserve them, nurture them. Because if they slip, any one of them slip, it can break. Even if you patch it up, it may not be the same again. So the due care, attention is very important for glass balls. I'm not for a moment suggesting rubber ball is not important. The profession and job is also equally important, because that will only give you the empowerment to take care of the glass balls much better, because that is your source of income. All that I'm trying to say is, please don't attend to the rubber ball at the cost of the glass balls. Please don't attend to the rubber ball by being indifferent to the glass balls. Let me put it conversely. If only you take care of the glass balls with quality time, you will get enormous amount of energy to handle the rubber ball. Then it will become a child's play for you to handle the rubber ball, and you will excel in anything that you do on the rubber ball front. And even by chance, because you are attending to the glass ball, the rubber ball slips. You can retrieve it. It will bounce back. No need to worry. You can catch it up sometime later. You can even replace it. But the same analogy may not hold good for glass ball. And therefore, strike a balance. So that is the philosophy that will give us happiness. And if you are able to understand this philosophy of happiness, attaining self-actualization will not be challenging at all. My dear colleagues, whatever I have explained now, even more beautifully and much simpler way, another professor explains it, demonstrating it with a jar in a classroom for the students. Let us take a look at it. Are you able to see it and hear it?
Good afternoon, everyone. We all have this one life to live. The fleeting shadow amongst all that exists in this vast universe. We have the ability to accomplish anything, truly anything, if we use our time wisely. Is this jar full? Yes. And is it full now? Yes. And how about now? Is the jar full now?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Now, I want you to recognize that this jar represents your life. Golf balls are the important things, your family, your friends, your health, and your passions. The pebbles are the other important things, your car, your job, your home. And the sand is everything else. It's just the small stuff. Now, if you put the sand into the jar first, you won't have room for the pebbles or the golf balls. The same is true in life. If you spend all your energy and your time on the small stuff, you won't have time for all the really important things that matter to you. Pay attention to the things that are critical to your happiness. Take care of the golf balls first, the really important things. Set your priorities, because everything else is just sand. Yes.
Professor, what does the beer represent?
I'm glad you asked. It goes to show that no matter how full your life may seem to be, there's always room for a couple of beers with a friend.
So it's not just the, adding years to life. We should add life to the years by setting our priorities and what is more important, next what is important, and then all other peripheral things can take their line up in the queue. And therefore, each one of us, as we aspire to self-actualize, self-actualization is nothing but becoming the best version of yourself. How you evolve to bring the best out of you. Have a sense of reality and truth. We should not be threatened by unknown or ambiguous things like the present pandemic situation. In fact, we should be able to embrace them. Not only embrace them, we should feel attracted to them and have compassion, kindness, and acceptance. Initially, we will think the family is the universe. When you reach the self-actualization point, you will believe that the universe is your family. And enjoy meaningful friendships. As the professor says, however busy you are, catch up with meaningful friendship with a leisure time. That will regenerate you. And imbibe a sense of spontaneity and creativity, not only on the professional front, but also the way you do things on the personal front. That will make you feel, in life more interesting and challenging with innovation. Have a good-natured sense of humor. Like music, I said, can be a good blend to sustain your health. Even humor adds a lot of charm to your life in self-actualization. And self-actualization, if I can put it in a nutshell, it is like the journey from physiological needs to psychological needs. A disciple asked a saint how to be a great human being. The saint replied, being human itself is great. So we are all human beings. But if we can transform into being human, see the gap, the distance is not a small one. To transform from human being to being human, it is an evolution. And that is self-actualization journey. And some of us may think, I'm very, very small to make a difference. I'm happy that Ajay Kumar and the team have conceptualized making a difference as the theme for this 12th annual international conference. I strongly believe that each one of us can make a difference in our own way. And if any of us think we are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. Mosquito also is very small, but it can make a world of difference to a miserable night if you sleep with a mosquito. When that is capable of, when that is of that caliber, what you and I can accomplish. So therefore, do not hesitate to decode the alchemist within you and achieve self-actualization. There are only three kinds of people in the world. First, who make wonders happen. Second, who watch wonders happen. Third, who wonder what happened. Let us all belong to the first category. Make a difference and make wonders happen. Then we will be able to log into the future in a very fulfilling way and make the profession excel in every walk of life. So I'm concluding about 6 minutes before the close time, so that if any question and answer is I have to take, we can entertain that. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. It has been an enjoyable experience addressing all of you, my dear brethren in the profession. I wish and hope you have the same thing to say about listening to me. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, CA Manavaran, for decoding the alchemist and shared the great knowledge to our members and the larger audience, and especially the 4 balls concept for happiness. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for Q&A session. Our first question is from CA Nath. What will be your advice to students as well as members considering the evolving challenge landscape compared to conventional model for auditors or accountants?
Yeah, very relevant question considering the present scenario. Both for students as well as members, we need to embrace the modern ways of delivering our services, meeting the expectations of the clients. In fact, recently we had a task force constituted by the president of ICAI on the evolving international curriculum. Because the answer to your question lies in how the ICAI modifies its curriculum and brings in the modern ways of empowering the students, because what we learn through curriculum will stay with us for lifetime. We can improve upon it, fine tune it based on the subsequent developments, but that is where the strong foundation is laid. So we have given a lot of suggestions and it is getting crystallized so that ICA will come out with a curriculum that will be applicable all across the globe. So only 2 papers will keep changing based on each country or region specific, but otherwise it will be a common curriculum. And once that comes, I think it will have the ability to empower the students to embrace the challenging development, because no curriculum should aim at building a future for the students, because we cannot build a future for the students because future is so uncertain. Before March 2020, how many of us would have believed that we are going to meet only virtually in all meetings and conferences? Now it has become a new normal. So instead of building a future for the students, let us build the students for the future, so that whatever be the future, they'll be able to adapt and succeed. So that has to come more in the curriculum, and then they will be equipped to handle it as they move along in the journey of the career.
Thank you, sir. Our second question is from CA Kapil Batra. How to manage the expectations of clients for our availability at any time so that families can be given their due attention?
Yeah, actually, as I indicated, the family relations do not expect quantity of time. They expect quality of time. Whereas when you deliver the professional, meeting the expectations of the clientele, there you need quantity of time. So what happens, my only concern is in the anxiety to meet the expectations of the clients, meeting the deadlines of delivery of services, we forget even to give that little quality of time to the glass balls. And how many of us touch our conscience? We may be regularly taking a walk, morning walk, to keep fit. But how many times we have skipped it because of client commitments? No, today I have to make a presentation. Today I have to, complete this work. Therefore, I will not go for a walk. I will not do this jogging. I will not go to the gym. If only we can factor them. If only we can ensure, give that limited time, quality time to these glass balls. I think we think by skipping attention to the glass ball and that little time to the glass ball, we'll be able to perform much better in the rubber ball. Initially, maybe okay, short run, it may be okay, but in the long run, you will find there is deterioration of health. Therefore, there is deterioration of our ability to deliver in the best of things. So therefore, strike a balance, never compromise. So that is what I would say as my response to your question.
Thank you, sir. Due to paucity of time, so we close this session. And now, with this, I invite CA Ria to handle the next session.
Thank you, CA Clifford. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is CA Ria Bansali, and I'm the Joint Secretary of BCICAI. Lockdown, social distancing, pandemic were terms which were highly used this year, right? But so were kadha, haldi, and ginger, and so many other remedies to combat COVID-19. COVID-19 did make us physically apart, but our next speaker's company is one of many to help us bring us back together by building immunity and fighting the virus. Our next speaker has mad in entrepreneurship. He's mad in transforming Indian traditional practices and modernizing it. He's mad in Ayurveda. Now, if you're wondering if I've gone mad, then just hear me out. Our next speaker has made a difference in entrepreneurship, living every entrepreneur's dream by making it under Forbes 30 under 30. He's made a difference in transforming Indian traditional practices to bringing it to the modern world and proved it by raising 35 crores for his company. He's made a difference in Ayurveda and is the CEO of India's largest digital Ayurveda brand. Knowing him for more than 1 year, to then hosting him on my own YouTube channel for the talk show, to now in our 12th international conference. It's time you get to know about this mad speaker with this AV. Can we have the introduction, please?
Mr. Arjun Vaidya, CEO of Dr. Vaidya's New Age Ayurveda. Mr. Arjun Vaidya, the CEO of India's largest digital Ayurveda brand. He quit his job to take on his 150-year-old family legacy of Ayurvedic formulations. He aims to take the traditional science of Ayurveda to the 21st century by using innovative packaging, branding, and new formats of products. He was the first Ayurvedic entrepreneur to be featured in the Forbes 30 under 30 Asia list and Business World 40 under 40 list. Mr. Vaidya won Youth SMB of the Year award from Amazon and a Retail Startup Award from the Retailers Association of India. He is an advisor to football-focused NGO named Just for Kicks. He is a World Economic Forum Global Shaper and a mentor at the Atal Innovation Mission. He is also a part of the All India Management Association's Young Leaders Conference and a member of Brown University's Young Alumni Advisory Council. Mr. Arjun Vaidya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please virtually welcome Mr. Arjun Vaidya. Arjun,
Hi,
you need to
everyone.
unmute. Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
I'm unmuted now. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you. And as I said in my teaser video as well, I'm so glad to see this event happening virtually because I think that although the situation that we're facing at hand has changed the way our circumstances are, I think the fact that we're all present on this conversation shows tremendous resilience. And shows the hope and the fact that we're sort of all still trying to continue and move on with life. As they introduced me, my name is Arjun Vaidya, and I'm the CEO and 6th generation Vaidya at Dr. Vaidya's. My family has been in Ayurveda for the last 150 years, and my last name Vaidya actually means Ayurvedic doctor. So I thought I'll start with just a quick intro into sort of what my family legacy is and what led me to make a difference in this age-old industry, which is Ayurveda, and sort of view the world in a new age format. I'll then walk you through a little bit of what we do today, and then I'd love to hear from you and sort of take questions and engage in a further conversation. So, my grandfather and great-grandfather, sort of generations before, all Ayurvedic doctors. My great-grandfather moved from Gujarat to Mumbai and set up an Ayurvedic clinic in Mumbai in 1923. As was the case, or as was customary at that time, my dada went to medical school, graduated from medical school in 1957 and joined his father's practice. As a family, we own 100+ proprietary Ayurvedic formulations passed down from generation to generation. And this is what my sort of great-grandfather and grandfather used to prescribe to their patients through their clinic. But at that time, and sort of even today, 80 years later, what was principle in our family was that we believed that income should not stop someone from coming to the clinic. And so from 1923 to today, actually, consultation at Dr. Vaidya's has been free. And so you come for a consultation, you talk to the doctor, and then you get charged only for the medicine, should you choose to buy the medicine. My dada over the 80s and 90s became one of India's most successful Ayurvedic doctors, saw 350 patients a day in his clinic, had more than 12,000 patients on a monthly basis across India writing to him via post. So I think it was a very large practice, but my dada was a doctor. Right? He cared for his patients. He cared for the service of his patients. That was what drove him. And my father graduated from college in sort of the mid 80s, and he wanted to build a brand out of what my dada had. But doctors don't care for sales, distribution, marketing, and strategy. And so my dada was just not interested in building a brand. And then I was born in 91, and as many children in Bombay, I suffered from juvenile bronchitis or asthma. And, at age 2, I had serious asthma attacks. I was on nebulizers, pumps, steroids, allopathic medicine, all of these things. But I couldn't really have a normal life like most kids my age did, right? So I went to start playing cricket when I was age 5, like most kids in India do. At age 7, my dada took me out of the cricket ground saying there's too much dust on the ground. It's making your asthma even worse. Stop. Similarly, I was that one kid who couldn't have Coca-Cola, Sprite, ice cream at a birthday party. And so asthma had a toll on my life, right? But I was bought in very early, being from an Ayurvedic family, into sort of Ayurvedic treatment. And so I think after 14 years of painstaking treatment from my grandfather, I was cured of asthma. And the turning point for me in my life was that at age 16, I became the cricket captain of my school team. So from not being able to play cricket, Ayurveda allowed me to become sort of do what I couldn't do, right? And I wasn't the cricket captain because I was the best player on the team. I was the cricket captain because I was the most enthusiastic player who made it to all the practices. But I was able to do this because of Ayurvedic treatment, right? And that got me to spend a lot of time with my grandfather growing up. I learned a lot of discipline from him, but I also learned a lot about Ayurveda from my grandfather, right? And this made me realize that there is so much that this science has to offer, but it's not communicated in the right manner. And that's where I saw a huge opportunity. When I was 17 and a half, I went to the US for my undergrad. I went to a place called Brown University, and being an amazing institution was also a place of a lot of liberal thinking. Other than my education, I got exposed to natural and organic products revolution in the US. I saw Whole Foods. I saw all of this organic produce being valued, right? And I also saw something that really interested me. I saw yoga, which is an ancient Indian art or science, whatever you may call it, repackaged and rebranded to appeal to 21st century consumers. Yoga mats, yoga gyms, yoga pants, yoga apparel, all of these things had become a multi-billion-dollar industry in the US. I had a Dutch friend who was teaching yoga classes at my college, right? And I thought to myself, why is this happening? Why are we not able to take this to the world? Why is the world taking it from us, repackaging it and giving it back to us, right? And that's when I started thinking. I graduated from college in 2013, and I, being the patriotic person that I am, came straight back to India after my graduation. I worked in finance, actually, at a consumer sector focused private equity fund called L Capital Asia. It's now called L Carrington. It's the private equity arm of the Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy group. And so spent a lot of time investing in brands that were consumer focused, but also spending time with entrepreneurs that did a lot of B2C businesses, whether it was apparel, retail, luxury, F&B, cars and bikes, packaged foods, packaged commodities, FMCG, and ethnic wear. And we were fortunate to be investors in iconic brands like Fab India, PVR, Genesis Luxury, Batil. And through these experiences of meeting 150 entrepreneurs, I realized that I was seeing a change in India, right? I grew up in an India which was obsessed, and a lot of you who would have spent time in India would have seen this. I grew up in the early 90s and sort of mid 90s, and that India was an India obsessed with imported products. I remember for my 11th birthday, I was gifted a Japanese electronic sharpener from a store that only sold imported products, because at that time, if it was imported, it was good. If it was Indian, it was substandard, right? And so I started thinking that, there has been a change now in the Indian consumer, right? Indian consumers are now happy to consume quintessentially Indian products. We're proud of our heritage. 2014 government changed. Ministry of Ayush was created. With the Ministry of Ayush creation, there was also a huge interest from the consumers into Ayurveda, right? And this was a time that I call the Ayurvedic Renaissance, 2014 to 2019. A lot of changes happened. What was perceived as boring, old school, and poorly packaged, where customers said it's second fiddle to allopathy, started changing as customers started coming back to Ayurveda, right? I was sort of in my private equity job at this time, but 2.5, 3 years in, I realized that what stimulated me was the finance part, definitely, but also the brand creation part, right? I thought, oh, it's so exciting that just by putting a small logo, and obviously this is my company logo, so I can't ask for a premium for this shirt, but just by putting a small logo on a shirt, you can command a 2, 3, 4 times premium. That's amazing, right? And I loved brands. And I also saw a huge opportunity in taking our age-old ancient Ayurveda and repackaging and rebranding to appeal to modern consumers. Unfortunately, in the interim, my dada passed away, right? And so we had this rich Ayurveda legacy. We had a manufacturing facility. We had all of these formulations, but we didn't have a brand and we didn't have a story to tell customers. And while I was in the US and while I was thinking through it, I said, why can't there be an Ayurvedic products brand that takes 5,000 years of our science, makes a difference to the science by repackaging and rebranding the knowledge to appeal to modern consumers? And at that time, I was sort of 24, 25 years old, and I used to use the words cool, sexy, fun, and aspirational. Dr. Vaidya's is cool, sexy, fun, and aspirational Ayurveda. And so we set off on our journey, right? I quit my job, and my grandmom thought I was crazy quitting a sort of high-paying, comfortable, prestigious job to take on this family Ayurveda legacy where basically I had no idea, right? I had spent time with my dada, but I'm not a doctor. I'd spent time with my dada, I had understood the basic principles of Ayurveda, what our family had in terms of formulations. I transcribed the formulations from the scriptures to the computer. But that was basically it, right? I was a sort of young, energetic entrepreneur who just said, okay, I'm going to make changes happen. And most people looked at me saying, Ayurveda is an age-old industry. Brands are age-old. People have a lot of trust in these brands. Why would someone come to you? Your dada had a name among his lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh customer base, but that's it. FMCG is not built on a lakh customers, right? FMCG needs to be much, much more than that. And so I set off on my journey not knowing any better, to be honest, and said, look, I have this idea. I want to make Ayurveda work. And I want to make Ayurveda work for modern consumers. At that time, I looked through the range of products. I spent time with my father, who had spent some time in the clinic. And I said, look, Dad, I'm 25 years old. I'm not going to sell arthritis, diabetes, and asthma. That's not cool to me, right? And that was my immature self talking at that time, saying arthritis, diabetes, and asthma is not cool. And so I said, I'm going to launch products which were genuinely new age, right? And so I started the brand with just 2 products. One product is called HerboFit. Most of you would know Chyawanprash. Chyawanprash is a black, bitter, sticky, inconvenient paste that most Indian kids grow up having. That image of our mother forcing the spoon of Chyawanprash in our mouth is sort of etched in all our memories. But I said, this is a problem, right? This Chyawanprash is great for us, for immunity, energy, and revitalization, but it sucks in terms of taste. Like, it's not something that anybody wants to grow up having. And that's why the Chyawanprash market is stagnant at $100 million, right? Chyawanprash is basically consumed by every Indian kid. For the last 10, 15 years, the market is stagnant at 600 to 900 crores, but India population has grown significantly. And so the number of kids available in the market have grown significantly. So there's some problem with Chyawanprash, right? And so my dada had developed a formulation to take the 21 actives of Chyawanprash and synergize it into a capsule form. So it's not a black, bitter, sticky paste. It's a multivitaminized version of Chyawanprash for the modern consumer in a capsule form. So I repackaged and relaunched this product. It's called HerboFit. And my dada had a liver protector, right? And being young and sort of energetic, I used to like to go out and have a good time and party, but obviously the hangover was a big problem, right? So my dad said that, when we were growing up, Dada used to say, have this capsule, live Ayu, before you drink, and it'll protect your liver and make you wake up fresh. And I went back into my Dada's writings, and I actually saw him write about how live Ayu had an impact on a hangover, right? Basically, when alcohol is consumed, it's converted to a compound called acetaldehyde, which reacts with the brain, stomach, and liver causing nausea, vomiting, and headache in the short term, which is a hangover, but in the long term corrodes the liver lining, leading to liver cirrhosis. And that causes sort of long-term liver damage. So the product actually expelled acetaldehyde from the system and so prevented short-term hangovers, but also long-term liver protection. So I said, hey, this bottle of 60 capsules, not exciting for young people. Let me repackage as a hangover product. So 2 products we led with, and we said we're really sort of repackaging, re-envisioning Ayurveda for modern consumers. 2016 to 2017, basically October 2016 to 2017, we did this. We got consumers interested, excited. People were like, wow, we didn't imagine Ayurveda could have this. But in a year, we realized that look, 2 products is a nice hobby business, but it can't be a real business as such, right? And so 2017, immature self that I said, let me repackage another 27 products. And so we repackaged another 27 products that my dada had created and sold through the clinic. And 29 products, we said, okay, Bombay has 7,500 chemist shops. I'm going to hire 20 sales reps. I'm going to send them out to all these chemist shops, and automatically from an Excel sheet, I'm going to get so much sale, and it's going to be 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 crore a month. And in a few months, I'll reach $1 million because India is a very big market and life is good, right? And so we set off on our offline journey, sold a lot of product in the first month, hired a lot of distributors, hired a lot of sort of stores and sold a lot of product. And life was good until I realized that look, 2 months later, it all came back to me because my brand didn't have the pull or the visibility among consumers that they come to the stores and sort of buy the products. And so it all came back to me. So I remember at that time, I sold 10 lakhs worth of product in my first month. And 2 months later, 9 lakhs worth of product came back to me, right? And so basically, I realized this is not something I know how to do. It's not something I understand. And it's not something I'm capable to do with my bootstrap resources. And so the biggest learning for me at that time was, if you're not able to do it and it's not working and it doesn't make business sense, drop it. And the best decision that I made at Dr. Vedas was put my ego aside and say, offline doesn't work for me. I don't know it. I'm not good at it. I'm going to stop it. And they said, if offline doesn't work, online is a really big opportunity and nobody's winning that opportunity, right? And so in early 2018, my wife, and I see some questions coming in, I'm going to answer them through the time that I continue to speak, which is another, let's say 10 minutes, and then I'll open up the floor only to questions. But in sort of early 2018, we said, okay, offline doesn't work for us. All the big boys are there, but online's a new opportunity, right? It's an open opportunity. There's no brand winning the online space in Ayurveda. Today, if you come to India and you talk about D2C, direct to consumer, e-commerce brands, digital brands, everyone's saying the future. In 2018, people thought we were crazy, saying, okay, we're going to build an online only Ayurvedic products brand, right? And so we said, we're going to pivot. We're going to be online only Ayurvedic products brand. Fortunately for me, I got engaged at that time. My wife today was my fiance at that time, and she had worked at the early team at Nykaa. And so she brought, and so she was allowed to join the business after we got engaged. And she joined sort of forces with me. And she had great experience at Nykaa on how to build sort of brand loyalty through your own platform and build customers. And so we set off on the more difficult journey, which was we are going to draw customers to our website, drvedyas.com. And how we want to add value to these customers, my great-grandfather and grandfather gave a consultation for free. So we will take this experience online and give consultations for free to consumers across India, right? And struggled in the first year. Was at 1 to 2 orders every day. But over the first year, right, and 8 to 10 months of painstaking effort, I remember very clearly November 2018 hitting 50 orders a day on my website. And then I said, here's an opportunity where the customer acquisition cost is less than half of what the customer is transacting. I have a strong gross margin on this product. There are customers who genuinely want to know more about Ayurveda. Here's where we can lift off. From November 2018 to November 2019, we sort of hyper-scaled the brand, did 1,000 orders a day on our website. And then November 2020, which is where we are today, our website actually clocks more than 3,500 orders a day. Over this period, we've been able to launch sort of now in our range, 56 products are in our range, and become India's largest Ayurveda brand online. We've had a lot of wins along the way, but if you ask me, really what's the success of Dr. Vaidya's and what we're most excited about, it's that we have engaged with more than 1 million customers in 3 years, fulfilled orders in more than 16,500 pin codes, which even mid-size, age-old Ayurveda brands can't say. We've reached 6,500 pin codes from Trichy to Anantnag, from Jammu to Imphal. Customers in India can now pick up the phone and through the power of digital actually talk to a high-quality Ayurvedic doctor for free. And then if they so choose, buy Ayurvedic products from us. But build a trustworthy, high-quality Ayurvedic experience. What's also very exciting for us, right, is that we've been able to cater to customers across ailments, right? So we have products in the illness bucket, which is arthritis, diabetes, asthma, intestinal ailments, kidney ailments, but also wellness, immunity, energy, sexual wellness, weight management, cough, cold, hair, skin, all manufactured in-house. So a sort of clear focus on quality. And through this process emerged as India's largest Ayurveda brand online. The key for us, right, as a brand, and I see a lot of questions on validation and credibility of Ayurveda, and I'm going to answer those after I finish, is that Ayurveda has gone through a renaissance over the last 5 years, 2014 to 2019. COVID for us has been a sort of inflection point where customers who never ever talked about Ayurveda, knew about Ashwagandha, knew about Giloy, are now coming to us and asking us questions about this, right? And so this is an opportunity for us as an Indian brand, and I wear this sort of mark of India on my hand at all times. And if you buy or see any of Dr. Vaidya's products, you'll see proudly India on the front and center of the packaging. This is an opportunity today for an Indian brand or Indian brands, like yoga was taken from us, repackaged and sent back to us. Can we, as an Indian brand, take our mark of Ayurveda to the world? Today, Dr. Vaidya's, other than India, is present in the US, UK, and will be in the UAE soon, and hopefully Bahrain at some point as well. But our goal and our mission as a brand is the mark of India, or proudly is the front and center of our packaging. And can we take this mark, or we want to take this mark of India to consumers around the world? That's our goal, legacy, and that's what we're sort of set out to do. That's a quick sort of intro into what I've done, and hopefully we've made a difference to lives of hundreds of thousands of consumers along the way. As we've touched their lives, given them innovative products. I think as I talk to you about Chyawanprash in a capsule form, one of our most innovative and exciting launches is Chyawanprash in a toffee form. We've launched a product called Chakash, only company in the world to do this, solving the problem of kids having Chyawanprash. And that's how we view the world. Can we sort of ease the consumption of Ayurveda for modern consumers? I'll start by I hope this session was engaging, interesting, and sort of added value. And if you so choose, I can start answering the questions, or maybe take some more questions.
So, Mr. Vaidya, we'll
Yeah,
send the question. Yeah,
Hi.
we'll.
Hi, so now we're going to be taking questions. So the first question is from Mr. Nath, and he asks, how can India protect its traditional rights over Ayurveda, since many Western countries are trying to patent over our native rights?
Yeah, so I think it's a very good question, and I'll step back before the patenting process, because I see a lot of questions on how do we sort of popularize Ayurveda? What about the skepticism towards Ayurveda? And to be honest, I'm someone who is very frank, honest, and candid, and I am very clear that Ayurveda has a long way to go in terms of educating customers, in terms of validating ourselves, in terms of proving to you that we are clinically validated, in terms of selling ourselves. As an industry, we have a long way to go. And here is why I tell people, whether I speak to folks from industry, whether I speak to customers, whether I speak to the government, I say all of us as Indians have to come together and say, this is what our ancestors left behind for us. Now, this is what's real, what's good, and what's available in the science. But now we need to give it a chance as well. Like, I have a lot of people who just say, I don't believe in Ayurveda. I think it's a bunch of humbug. No, I'm not asking you to blindly believe, but I'm asking you to give Ayurveda a chance. And COVID has allowed us to have this chance with so many consumers for immunity. And now, as a brand, right, my team knows that it's our responsibility to take in the customers for immunity, but keep them for life and sell them a vision of Ayurveda. So I think in terms of credibility, we have a long way to go. In terms of validation, we have a long way to go. But the baby steps or the key steps have started. The Ministry of Ayush has created, brands are being given subsidies and incentives to come to countries like Bahrain, the US, the UK. The government is really supporting us. Today at 4 o'clock, there is a call with Piyush Goyalji, the Minister of Commerce, with all Ayurveda stakeholders. So I think there's a lot of steps in the right direction. When you talk about specifically safeguarding our knowledge as patents and ingredient knowledge, I think there's a lot of good work being done on the government, from the government right now on safeguarding this knowledge so that other countries don't steal this knowledge from us. Having said that, there is one which is patenting and there is another which is owning, right? So I know Riya is a sort of big proponent of yoga as well. And yoga is something which I believe we didn't own enough. We should have owned it more and we should have taken it to the world. So I think with Ayurveda, there's also a big opportunity to own it, to say it's Indian and take it to the world.
Right. That was great. So the next question is from CA Jonathan D'Souza. He says, would you like to comment on the validity of the field of homeopathy vis-a-vis Ayurveda, as many of the Westerners tend to wrongly lump the two together? Are there many similarities between the two?
I like to comment on things I know, and I'm the first person to say I don't know when I don't know. I don't know enough about homeopathy. I know it is an alternative form of medicine. I'm an I would say, reasonably knowledgeable in Ayurveda, but not very knowledgeable on homeopathy. I know it's a form of alternative medicine, but I won't comment on something I don't have a great view on. I know that Ayurveda is fundamentally different from homeopathy, but because they are alternate forms of medicine, they may have some similarities.
Great. Our next question is from Mr. Sushil Kumar Jain. And he says, with several well-established Ayurveda brands in India like Dabur, Patanjali, Vaidyanath, how do you see the space for a new entrant like Vaidya? Do you have a niche compared to your competition?
I think it's a very good question. And actually, a lot of the reason why my grandmom thought it was a very poor decision to go into Ayurveda. And that is that, we're genuinely doing something unique and differentiated, whether it's our sales channel, our packaging, branding, or communication, or product formats, right? If you go to Dr. Vaidya's, you'll see we're doing something genuinely differentiated. Can I compete with Patanjali on price? No, I can't. Can I compete with Dabur on product range? I don't have 700 SKUs. I'll never have 700 SKUs, or not in the short term, at least over the next 3-4 years. So we're very mindful of where we are, but also very mindful of what we want to do. We want to be a new age Ayurvedic products brand that uses the power of digital and engages with consumers for new age product formats, right? And so in that sense, I believe we've already crafted some amount of niche, but we have a long way to go.
Right. I think there's one more question, which is asking you, Ayurvedic mainly focuses on food supplements. Still, all of us are ignoring and ending up spending on medical treatments. What is your advice on that?
Yeah, so I think that the word food supplement is a Western word, right? Because in India, Ayurveda is different from a food supplement, right? A nutraceutical or a food supplement is under FSSAI. Ayurveda comes under Ministry of Ayush. So food supplement is a Western word. But yes, if you're talking about something which is preventative versus something which is curative, there are a large section of Ayurvedic formulations are preventative. If you look at diabetes, if you look at arthritis, if you look at asthma, they're long-term treatments. Having said that, there's a misconception with Ayurveda, right? If you look at cough, cold, acidity, constipation, pain management, Ayurveda actually has curative products as well, right? And so I think it's our responsibility as a segment, as an industry, to give this knowledge out, right? And Riya, I'll take one more question, which I saw, and it's an important one to answer as well, right?
Yes,
Mr. Mani says recent reports on sugary syrup added to honey of Indian products. How do you restore image and credibility? And I think it's a very good question. And something which we have to look at and introspect, right? Honesty is critical. I can cut corners to save cost, but once the customer finds out about this, I'm black labeled. And so as customers, we have to be knowledgeable. When we buy an Ayurvedic product, we have to look for an Ayush license number. If you look for an Ayush license number, this company is then audited by the government, by the Ministry of Ayush, etc. But as companies as well, it's our responsibility not to make mistakes like this. Because if you do it, your company is blacklisted, but sometimes the industry also gets blacklisted. And so I think it's critical to be transparent and credible in terms of the way we portray ourselves, but also in the honesty with which we practice internally in our organizations.
Wow, that was quite helpful. But just one last question from Mr. Roy. There is a line of thinking which states that allopathic medicines are basically Ayurvedic medicines, referred many times over. What are your comments on this?
It's a tough one, actually. Very, very good question. Look, I think that eventually chemicals come from something which is naturally available, right? And so in some sense, there can be a linkage. But the fundamental thought process of the two sciences, if you may call them, are different, right? While one is symptomatic, one is more long-term and holistic. And so that's the way I would look at it. It's a very beautiful example that an Ayurvedic doctor gave me. We used to do these live sessions over lockdown, right? And we did a lot of focus on simplifying content to consumers so that people sitting at home can actually understand about health, fitness, nutrition, diet, Ayurveda, yoga, etc. Now, think about a village where there is a stream, right? And in the summer, the stream dries up. But in the monsoon, the stream is filled with water. Now, these villagers need to cross the stream to get to the other side of the village. There are two ways to help these villagers. One is to have a raft and take the villagers on the raft and take them across the river. The other way is to teach the villagers in a pool in the village how to swim, and then they go and cross the river themselves. That, in some sense, the difference between allopathy and Ayurveda. Not that one is right or one is wrong. They're fundamentally different schools of thinking.
Right. I think that was a great question and answer session. It brought a lot of clarity to all our members. I would like to really thank Mr. Arjun Vaidya. Thank you so much for joining us and bringing back, reviving Ayurveda for all our members. So with this, thank you so much, Arjun, for coming over. And we will now move to our next session and invite Mr. Nandaraj Shetty, the country manager of Tally Solutions. Can we have Mr. Nandaraj Shetty for a few words, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're able to hear me.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Tally Solutions, I would like to congratulate you all for the 12th Annual International Conference. Even though it's virtual, it's been managed very well. I'm on from morning. Our relationship with ICI is one of the most valued thing, and we are honored that we made this association even stronger through the partnership with BCICAI. I'd like to thank the chairman, C. Ajay Kumar, Nexcom members for all the BCICAI members for all your love and support. It is because of your support that we could introduce our new product, Tally Prime, which will change the way the business operates today. Tally Prime has been introduced to make everyday simpler for the businesses as well as for the chartered accountants. I'm sure some of you might have already experienced it, or some of you might have heard about it. You will see a whole new product with a whole new experience, a completely new product at very familiar. Without much delay, I would like to play a small film that we produced during this launch, and we call it our new business manager. The request to play the film, please.
A growing business demands more from you every day. And when you've got more to do, you need a partner that is fast, reliable, flexible, and simple. Introducing the all-new Tally Prime, a power-packed software that makes everyday business management delightfully simple. It adapts to your way of working, so you get greater flexibility and transforms the way you interact with your business every day. Here's how the new Tally Prime can make your life simpler. Use the new Go-To capability to quickly access your business data through different reports. Move to any report instantly and switch between reports no matter where you are. Go-To is part of a whole new top menu which helps you handle interruptions during data entry, print, email, and export any data from wherever you are without abandoning your current tasks. Multitasking is now well and truly simple. With Tally Prime, it is now super easy to generate reports as per your needs. New actions available across all reports will allow you to get better business insights. Change View suggests alternative views of any report and also gives you related and better insights on different aspects of your business. Basis of values helps change the parameters of a report and look at your business data from different perspectives. Exception reports helps filter data that stands out in your reports and may need your attention. Recording your vouchers and masters is extraordinarily simple. With more details, you can now easily handle exceptional situations in day-to-day working. This means less effort and time in getting work done. So, if you've got more to do and you need to make every day simple, do it with Tally Prime. Visit tallysolutions.com to download now. Switch to Tally Prime and make every day simple.
I hope you all liked our brand film. And now to unleash the powerful capabilities of this new brand, business manager, Tally Prime will soon be organizing an exclusive product walkthrough for BCICAI members, the details of which we will share with Ajay. So it's an webinar. We will keep it exclusively for the BCICAI members. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for your love and support. Wishing all the members a great day and great year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shetty. Thank you so much, Mr. Shetty. It was really valuable product, and hope the members will make the most out of this. We will now be breaking for lunch, and we will resume at 1:45 p.m. So please make sure you're coming back on time, because we have exciting raffles and exciting Kahoot quiz coming up, and that will have a lot of prizes attached to it. CA Santosh will be taking over after lunch, so make sure you all come at 1:45. See you. Have a great lunch.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud, and know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
Welcome to your future.
A growing business demands more from you every day. And when you've got more to do, you need a partner that is fast, reliable, flexible, and simple. Introducing the all-new Tally Prime, a power-packed software that makes everyday business management delightfully simple. It adapts to your way of working, so you get greater flexibility and transforms the way you interact with your business every day. Here's how the new Tally Prime can make your life simpler. Use the new Go-To capability to quickly access your business data through different reports. Move to any report instantly and switch between reports no matter where you are. Go-To is part of a whole new top menu which helps you handle interruptions during data entry. Print, email, and export any data from wherever you are without abandoning your current tasks. Multitasking is now well and truly simple. With Tally Prime, it is now super easy to generate reports as per your needs. New actions available across all reports will allow you to get better business insights. Change View suggests alternative views of any report and also gives you related and better insights on different aspects of your business. Basis of values helps change the parameters of a report and look at your business data from different perspectives. Exception reports helps filter data that stands out in your reports and may need your attention. Recording your vouchers and masters is extraordinarily simple. With more details, you can now easily handle exceptional situations in day-to-day working. This means less effort and time in getting work done. So, if you've got more to do and you need to make every day simple, do it with Tally Prime. Visit tallysolutions.com to download now. Switch to Tally Prime and make every day simple.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions? And could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
Welcome to your future.
A growing business demands more from you every day. And when you've got more to do, you need a partner that is fast, reliable, flexible, and simple. Introducing the all-new Tally Prime, a power-packed software that makes everyday business management delightfully simple. It adapts to your way of working, so you get greater flexibility and transforms the way you interact with your business every day. Here's how the new Tally Prime can make your life simpler. Use the new Go-To capability to quickly access your business data through different reports. Move to any report instantly and switch between reports no matter where you are. Go-To is part of a whole new top menu which helps you handle interruptions during data entry. Print, email, and export any data from wherever you are without abandoning your current tasks. Multitasking is now well and truly simple. With Tally Prime, it is now super easy to generate reports as per your needs. New actions available across all reports will allow you to get better business insights. Change View suggests alternative views of any report and also gives you related and better insights on different aspects of your business. Basis of values helps change the parameters of a report and look at your business data from different perspectives. Exception reports helps filter data that stands out in your reports and may need your attention. Recording your vouchers and masters is extraordinarily simple. With more details, you can now easily handle exceptional situations in day-to-day working. This means less effort and time in getting work done. So, if you've got more to do and you need to make every day simple, do it with Tally Prime. Visit tallysolutions.com to download now. Switch to Tally Prime and make every day simple.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions? And could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
to your future.
A growing business demands more from you every day. And when you've got more to do, you need a partner that is fast, reliable, flexible, and simple. Introducing the all-new Tally Prime, a power-packed software that makes everyday business management delightfully simple. It adapts to your way of working, so you get greater flexibility and transforms the way you interact with your business every day. Here's how the new Tally Prime can make your life simpler. Use the new Go-To capability to quickly access your business data through different reports. Move to any report instantly and switch between reports no matter where you are. Go-To is part of a whole new top menu which helps you handle interruptions during data entry. Print, email, and export any data from wherever you are without abandoning your current tasks. Multitasking is now well and truly simple. With Tally Prime, it is now super easy to generate reports as per your needs. New actions available across all reports will allow you to get better business insights. Change View suggests alternative views of any report and also gives you related and better insights on different aspects of your business. Basis of values helps change the parameters of a report and look at your business data from different perspectives. Exception reports helps filter data that stands out in your reports and may need your attention. Recording your vouchers and masters is extraordinarily simple. With more details, you can now easily handle exceptional situations in day-to-day working. This means less effort and time in getting work done. So, if you've got more to do and you need to make every day simple, do it with Tally Prime. Visit tallysolutions.com to download now. Switch to Tally Prime and make every day simple.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions? And could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
Dear members, good afternoon. I believe you all had a delicious lunch. As per the agenda, my raffle session should have been before lunch. But our visionary past chairperson, Mr. C.N. Mahesh Kumar, told that it is not advisable to stand between members and lunch. Therefore, decided to postpone the Kahoot and raffle session to after post-lunch session. Now, CM Mahesh Kumar might have understood that giving a suggestion offline is not that good. People come and tell in public. The same experience today I do had, because in the morning I suggested members to have your lunch with your family. Just before noon, I requested our committee members be with us for the lunch and other coordination. Then the committee member told that, no, I will have my lunch with my family. He just immediately left. Then I understood that giving advice and suggestion, we need to be very careful. Let us move on. First, we will have our Kahoot quiz, because morning initially we had education, then we had exciting raffle. Now we will club both education with excitement. We will be moving to Kahoot quiz session. Request all the members to log into your Kahoot, and soon we will display the Kahoot ID. First, you type your name followed by your membership ID. Type your name and followed by your membership ID. There are 3 exciting prizes for the first 3 winners. First prize, Farfetch $200 worth voucher. Farfetch is sponsoring $200 worth voucher. That's the first prize. And the second prize, Homebox sponsoring 20 BD voucher. And third prize is 10 BD voucher sponsored by Homebox. I think our members are very active. Okay. Soon we will wait for maybe another minute for the members to join. Once all join, we will start our Kahoot questions. Questions are very simple. I am sure you all listened the session in the morning very carefully. Therefore, it will be very easy to answer. Now 51, 52. I think we should probably get around 75 people.
Santosh, I think there are nearly 200 people there, so maybe we'll just give a couple of more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, that is nice. That is fair, actually. Yes, everybody may not be that easy to log in. Maybe a few minutes will.
This is biggest Kahoot quiz we have done once we subscribe to the platform. So let's see.
Yes.
The fastest finger first, yeah?
Yes. Also, we are going to have in the evening mega Kahoot quiz. Before that, this will be a semi-final.
But does the syllabus change for the final, or is it this from the beginning you have to syllabus is covering?
Yeah, syllabus will extend the first part and second part. It is like both the group you have to attend. Yes, good going. Nikhil, Priya. Some people using code also. Oh, Belraj Abhijit number. Abhijit did not put his membership number. Yeah. 80 members. Yes. Are we good to go? Maybe 30 more seconds we can wait if anybody want to join. There are 3 prizes. The first prize, Farfetch voucher worth $200 US. The second prize, Homebox sponsoring 20 BD vouchers. Also, the third prize, Homebox sponsoring 10 BD voucher. I think now we are good to go. Okay. Can we have the first question? Yes, fastest finger first. You need to give right answer also at the fastest manner. Based on the earliest you answer, the highest will be the marks. Yes, here the game starts. Three, 2, 1, go. Today's cultural dance was performed by daughter of which BCICI committee member? C. Ajay Kumar, C. Sharmila Seth, C. Bharat Bangat, C. Clifford D'Souza. Okay, 63 people got it right. C. Ajay Kumar. Good. Let us see who is now leading. Arun, Rajesh, and Eganch. 960, 958, all close, very close. Okay, let us proceed to next question. In the keynote address, Mr. Adul Gupta pointed out 5 important points all professionals, which was not one of them, was not one of them. Okay, upskill is the one which is not mentioned, and 27 people got it right. And this is looks very tough question. There is position change? No, hardly any position change. 1 or 2 position. Now currently Arun still leading. Yes, that is fair. Okay, next. Which of these are the elements of Maslow hierarchy of needs? Safety and health, social and growth, self-actualization, esteem, self-actualization, health. Okay, self-actualization and esteem are the right answer. Most of the people got it right. I think our members are very eagerly and very keenly watching all our session. It's great. Atul made a giant leap, and Rajesh now in the position, number 1 position. Nad also come. Okay, Atul, Ria, Ekanch. Okay, let us proceed to the next question. Mr. Richard Trelfall is a fellow member of which professional institutes? Management accountants, chartered accountants, mechanical engineers, civil engineers. People are listen to his profile, videos we have sent, it is there mentioned. He's a civil engineer. I think most of the people got it right. Good. Let us see the score. Who stands? Okay. Ekansh is on number 1 position. Ria, Manish, Rajesh, and Nath. Let us proceed to the next question. What's the theme of this BCICAI conference? Making a change, making a difference, making it different, making an impact. By the way, this is a double point question. You will be getting 2000, double the points of normal. Okay, making a difference. I think overwhelmingly all of our members got it right. Okay, positions for change. I think some of the members got it, took a little more time. Manish, Nath, Ekansh, Ria. Next, last question, please. You are getting a special question. Yes. Are you having fun so far? Are you able to enjoy our event? Yes, of course, absolutely, and amazing. I am sure you can select either of these answers only, because, okay, there is no wrong answer for this question. All are right. Okay. Therefore, put this. This is the end of the game. Let us see.
Thank you for the feedback.
Atul is the first prize winner. Sandeep Raj Popat is on the second position, and the winner is P4F. Number is missing. Membership number is missing. Name also missing. What we'll do? We'll give the prize to the person.
Yeah, P4F and all is not allowed. So we had mentioned.
Okay, we'll take the second position as the first position. That is Sandeep Rajpapat.
Yeah.
His membership number is missing still. We can identify.
Yeah.
Second position is Atul. That means Sandeep Rajpapat will be winning the $200 worth Farfetch voucher, and Atul is winning Homebox BD 20 voucher. And the third, who is the third? Can we see that name, number? Okay, we will find it out. Who is that, and we'll communicate. Okay. Thank you very much, members, for the active participation. I'm sure you enjoyed it. And last funny question, but it makes a lot of important for us as an organizer. And we will move. Don't be disappointed who are not able to win the Kahoot. Now we will be having a raffle. Let us see who are the lucky ones. This time we will be having 5 raffles. We will select 5 winners. This prize also includes Farfetch 200 USD worth voucher, Homebox 20 BD voucher, 4 Homebox 20 BD vouchers, and 1 Farfetch vouchers. That Farfetch $200 US voucher will be the last one, and the first 4 will be Homebox 20 BD vouchers. Can we move to the Excel application? Yes. Here we go. Let us pick the next winner. Congratulations, Srikant. Srikant Seduraman. Congratulations. Please unmute yourself and identify.
I think they cannot unmute. So if Srikant is there, if you can just put a message in the chat box. We'll just
Yeah,
take 2
please, because we have muted it. You can put a message in the chat box. We'll wait for 30 seconds. You can put your message in the chat box.
ऑफिस वाला है P4U प्लेइंग फॉर फन राजीव हर बार जीता भी मुझे मैसेज भी किया मैं इस बार ही नहीं करूंगा किसी और पे दे देते हैं
I think Srikant is yet to come. We will select another winner. Manisar is eagerly waiting for his turn. Okay, let us select the next.
Yeah, she is confirmed now, so she is there.
Okay, okay. Cliffa and Dow. Okay, we'll proceed to next one. Okay, next. Abhijit. Abhijit, membership number 117252. Please put your
He's there.
comment.
He's confirmed out.
Okay, right. Thank you. Can we have the next winner? 20 BD Homebox voucher. Suresh Suranaji once again being lucky. We cannot complete a raffle without Suresh Suranaji's name is coming.
Sureshji, if you are there, yes, he is there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let us have the next one. 4th on the last Homebox 20 BD voucher for this session. Murtasa, membership number 116927. Murtasa being lucky. Murtasa.
No message, so we
Some
can.
people are having a long lunch.
Okay, next one.
Okay, please move to the next one. Jay Kumar.
Yeah, Jay Kumar is probably one of the latest members to join.
Yeah, I think the last member to join the international conference.
Yes.
Being very lucky.
From AUB, I think, yeah. Is he there? See Jay Kumar.
Jay Kumar. Maybe we'll wait maybe another 20 seconds. If not there, we'll move to the next winner.
No, I think we'll move on.
Yeah, please. Next one. Arun Krishnamurthy. Arun Krishnamurthy.
Arun Krishnamurthy.
Membership number 238180.
Yes, he's there. Okay.
Okay, right. He is the last lucky winner for this session. It is a far-fetched voucher worth $200 US.
Eh? No, wrong. No. Home box.
Yeah, last one is one. Balance 4 are home box. Okay, and by this we are ending the exciting raffle session. Let us proceed with the more and more exciting sessions for the day. Let me welcome CA Natasha to take over the proceedings of the evening.
Thank you, CA Santosh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had fun at that exciting session. For those who struck out, don't be disheartened. We have plenty of raffles lined up throughout the day. I am CA Natasha Gopalakrishnan, Executive Committee member of Bahrain chapter of ICAI, and I am here to take you to the next session. We all know that anything is possible once we set our mind to it. But how many of us attempt to really test this? Invariably, we cling to our excuses, never realizing that the biggest limiting factor we have is ourselves. It is said, we never truly know how strong we are until being strong is the only choice we have. But I don't believe this to be true. I believe to stand up and fight is a conscious choice we make. We have among us today someone who made this choice, someone whose sheer resolve surpasses belief, and who's a shining example of the theme of our conference this year, making a difference. We will now play an AV clip to introduce our next speaker and to highlight her many achievements. Dr. Malvika Iyer, social activist. Dr. Malvika is a social worker, a bilateral amputee who survived a bomb blast. She's an international motivational speaker, a TEDx speaker, a model for accessible fashion, an MC, and a global shaper at the Global Shapers community. In October 2017, she was invited to co-chair the World Economic Forum's India Economic Summit in New Delhi and serves on the advisory board of India Inclusion Foundation. She is recipient of many awards, including the Nari Shakti Puraskar, the highest civilian honor for women, Outstanding Model Student Award by Wisdom International Magazine, Women in the World Emerging Leaders Award, and many more. She was selected by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, to take over his social media accounts for a day. She is among the 100 change agents and newsmakers of the decade. Dr. Malvika Iyer. Introduction, I now request Dr. Malvika to share her story of making a difference with grit. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much for such a warm welcome. I'm so touched by the video. I mean, I've been in touch with your team, Ajay sir and Sharmila ma'am. So I want to give a special thanks to them for reaching out to me and for inviting me to address all of you here. So a heartful thanks to all of you. I think I've been watching the videos for some time now, and my story, the introduction that they shared, I have a personal story here to share, and I love the title of your theme this year, making a difference. And I think if all of us here, I'm going to start with a quote that I modified based on something that I imagined would help all of us. It goes something like this. An invisible thread connects us to what we are destined to achieve. So the thread may sometimes tangle, it may even stretch, but the thread never ever breaks. So I think this is something. I think we are all destined to achieve something in this life. We are all destined to make a difference in our lives, in the lives of other people. So if we all truly believe that the thread is always connected to what we are destined to achieve, I think we can go places. So I'm going to tell you something here. I think we don't know what we are made of until we are tested. And I hope that my story will help you find what you are truly made of. So let me take you all back. So just imagine when you were 13 years old. Take a trip down your memory lane and just imagine when you were 13 years old, trying to determine who you were and what you wanted to become. So just take a moment and think about yourself at 13. I wanted to do the same. And when I was 13, I had these dreams and I wanted to become, someone and everything. But then there was one problem. I was living in a hospital, and my legs and my hands and legs were bandaged. The pain was unbearable. But the bravest thing I feel I ever did was find hope when there was none. I survived a bomb blast when I was 13 years old. In the accident, it was a very, very gory, traumatic accident. I lost both my hands and I severely injured both my legs with nerve paralysis and hypoesthesia. It's called loss of sensation. More than that, I had lost 80% blood, and my blood pressure was zero. So the doctors, my own family doctors, had almost given up hope when they talked to my parents. And when my parents were seeking answers, they said that she may not survive, and nobody had any hope to give to my parents. And but I did survive that night. And I would say it was so surprising. I had consciousness throughout the event. I even remember at one point when I was being carried from my home to the hospital, I remember telling my father's friend who was holding, my mother was holding me the other end, that can you please catch my leg? It is falling, because I saw that, my leg was upside down. It was just, I mean, I'm not going to take you back to those memories, but you can imagine that this is the worst. Perhaps I think all of you are thinking this pain is the worst. But you know what was worse than that? What was worse than this pain, the physical pain? It was the attitude, the discrimination, the way the people started looking at me, the way people looked at me with pitiful eyes. They had decided my future. Everyone there looked at me and said that, oh, a terrible thing has happened to her, and she has no future, she has a dark future, her life is over, who's going to marry her? And these kind of questions were thrown at me. I was a woman, and I was a woman with disability. So I was doubly discriminated, one for my gender and one for being a disabled person. So I think this was perhaps what hurt me the most. And this happened in the year 2002. It is today, it's been 18 years since then, and it is 2020. And I want to say that succumbing to my injuries was fate, but staying down, wallowing in self-pity was a choice. It's a choice that I didn't want to make. And I think we are constantly making decisions that shape the rest of our lives. And each choice we make can forever affect our future and the impact on our society. I love the quote, Mahatma Gandhi. Everyone, I think all of us are fond of that quote: be the change you want to see in the world. And I think it all starts with a thought, and soon our thoughts become our words become our actions. And I think it's just goes on, and then our actions become our habits become our character. And I think, like I talked about destiny in the beginning, our character, and which becomes our destiny. So I understood that this continuous sequence of events, this thought, from our thought to our destiny, this transformation, of a single thought from one's destiny, I think it solely relies on us. And I believe that it solely relied on me and perhaps my strength of what I wanted to do. And I realized that day that perhaps I could make a difference first in my own life. And I'm going to share 5 lessons. I'm sure you heard in my introduction that I was invited to take over the social media accounts of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So when the Honorable Prime Minister invited me, I think now that we have all been reading so much about Atmanirbhar, the word Atmanirbhar in Hindi, it means being self-reliant. So we've been reading so much about self-reliance, how to make India a self-reliant country. So I love that word Atmanirbhar, and I've always been very fond of the self, how do we work upon that. So I decided to design my own 5 pillars, reading from the Honorable Prime Minister's pillars. So I have designed my own 5 pillars of being self-reliant, and I call them you could call them lessons, you could call them pillars. So I am very glad that I have this opportunity to share these pillars with you. So the first pillar I want to share is the pillar of the power. It's the power of never giving up. Now, I think all of us hear it. The power, it's never giving up. I think it's easier said than done. It's a simple statement, but there is so much behind this very beautiful word of saying never give up. And I think all of you, we all try so many new things in life, and we all know that, there's so many avenues to it's so many opportunities, so many new things in life to try. But the more we try, we know that the chances of success and failure, it's always, they accompany us with every new venture that we try in life. And if you want to, I think if we are all afraid of failure, if you want to avoid failure, the only way to avoid it is perhaps to not try anything new at all in life. But let me tell you something, what I learned from my life, I don't believe that losing is failing. Losing is not failing. Giving up, I think, is failing. And that I have learned from my life. I'm going to take you back again to the day my accident happened, 18 months ago, when I was still bedridden with I had external fixators. These were external rods, I could call it. They were drilled inside both my legs, and I was bedridden. I think for about 18 months I was bedridden. These rods, they didn't let me go to school, they didn't let me do anything that a person my age, 13-year-old age, would want to do. And um, my friends, I used to write letters to my friend who was back home. I was in Chennai at the time, and my friends, the accident where it happened in Bikaner, Rajasthan, I used to write letters to her, asking how it is being and how everyone is doing. And she used to tell me that how everyone is planning for their 10th grade and what dreams everyone has. So I realized that if I had not done anything at that time, while I was being bedridden, while I was sitting and wondering about me, my life, and if I had not done anything at that time, I most definitely would have been a failure. Like I said, losing was not failing, giving up was failing. And I'm glad I refused to do that. I'm glad I refused to think that I will not try. So I decided that perhaps I will just try, maybe just one step. My dreams, let me share, at that age, was perhaps to be able to walk again. And if I could dare to dream a little higher, maybe climb the staircases. And can you imagine, I think all of us work with Microsoft Word here, so we are writing, so imagine writing in the font 72. So that used to be my handwriting, size of a lemon. I used to tie a rubber band. At that time, I was still getting used to prosthetics, and I used to tie a rubber band around my hand. So I perhaps wanted to write in a normal font. So these were the simple dreams that I had. And I tried. I needed the help of crutches to be able to walk again, which was difficult because I had lost my hands. But I wanted to try. And in the pursuit of my, finally chasing my dreams, I began to walk. But I want to share an example here. When I was visiting my doctor's clinic to find out how my leg and how I was coping up. I remember I was in his clinic room, and then the doctor looked at my leg. I wanted to get some aesthetic, some kind of plastic surgery done because the wounds were bothering me a lot. And then the doctor looked at my leg and he said that these wounds are so severe. Why are you here in the plastic surgery? You're in the wrong department. Someone with this kind of injury won't even be able to walk. What are you doing here? And I was so proud that day. I told him, doctor, I walked and came all the way to your clinic from the parking lot. And he was so surprised. He was shocked. And then he said that perhaps you walk with your mind. You cannot walk with these legs. This kind of injury, I'm amazed. And I think those words that he said that day, that you walk with your mind, it's the power of our mind. I think we need to believe that we are destined to succeed and to make an impact, on our generation. And it's certainly an undeniable truth that in this anything can stop us in this world except ourselves. And I think if you keep believing that, if you continue to pursue your dreams, I think whatever we do, it's never give up. My lesson, my pillar, never give up. I was told I would never walk again, but I did with, I would say, my strong will, and with the support. I would call, I think my pillar, my parents' support. So I think these are opportunities that we are given. And I would want to share here that I think in my introduction, she shared that I model for accessible fashion. So I want to say that the day I first walked was the 10-year anniversary of my accident. And I had the honor of walking the ramp as a showstopper to promote accessible fashion for people with disabilities. Because why should fashion be just, for the normal, so-called normal? Why should not fashion be for everyone? And I learned that I think the fear of the time it will take to accomplish something should not stop us from pursuing it. And I think it's now time for all of us to give permissions to, we all give ourselves permission to succeed. So why not give ourselves the permission to fail as well? And, you could, how I have believed this, that failing, it's part of our everyday business, but how we deal with these failures, it's more impactful than how often we make these mistakes. And not giving up on yourself won't just make a difference in your own life, it could completely change things for others. There are people who look up to us, business ideas that could revolutionize, or how we could turn around the lives of others. So you could even, I think we could serve as an inspiration for others by just not giving up and making a difference in our own lives. And here I want to share something. However fearful and uncertain the world might seem, I think there's always a silver lining. And how do we find that silver lining amidst all the uncertainty around us? It is with the help of our attitude, which is my next pillar, the next lesson, attitude. I want to say here that the human spirit, I think it is one of ability, perseverance, and courage that no disability can take away from. And there is this quote that I love sharing. I think I'm going to read that quote. Whatever the mind of a man can conceive and believe it can achieve. I think the only one who can make a decision when it comes to our potential is us, ourselves. And it is not the things that happen to me in my life that determine my destiny. It is perhaps my response to those things, my attitude to those things that made a difference. So when the doctors were sewing my right stump, as you can see here, I call this my stump. When they were trying to I think it was the day of the emergency surgery, when they were trying to put everything back in place. There was so much going on in my body that perhaps they couldn't concentrate on everything, and there was a surgical error done. There was a mistake here, that you could see like a bone is protruding out from the right stump. Now if I hit my hand, my stump with something, perhaps I will be in a lot of pain. But this, finding a silver lining here in this, I would say, this surgical error, this error that happened, this is my one and only extraordinary finger, I call it. I have been able to connect to the world with this. This is my lone tool, I would say. I even type my doctorate thesis with it. I've been talking to the team. I've been emailing everyone on your team, being in touch with the world. This is my one and only extraordinary finger, I call it. And this is my silver lining that I found. And this makes me believe that all of us have the inner strength and the potential to accomplish amazing things. And I like that there was this one time I was interviewed for you can call it a reality TV show, which brings my third lesson, the third pillar. So let me share. It's how do we find the right attitude amidst, say, for example, when we are upset, when we are sad, when there is so much grief around us. So how do we do that? I think what helps us at that time is my third lesson, humor. I think finding humor in everyday situation. So I'm going to share an example that I said. I came across an interview. So when I completed my 10th grade, I was interviewed by a reality TV show. I'm sure all of you have have come across a reality TV show in your course of life, and how there's so much drama or so much happening and lots of expressions. So like that, one channel came to my house and they interviewed me. They wanted to know about my story, and I happily agreed to share. And during the course of interview, I like the way I'm sharing my story with you. I shared my story with them, and they said that, no, madam, you lost your hands. I'm sure it must have been very traumatic for you. So how did you find express your feel? I mean, tell us how you felt at that time. And I think they wanted me to uh, perhaps cry, or perhaps feel, think about that day, and have a dramatic TV show. But I couldn't. I think that day I realized the quote that said that the only disability in life is a bad attitude. And I think, going by that definition, perhaps I think, if we have, what is disability? I think it has perhaps a great deal to do with our negative attitude, perhaps our insecurities. And that day I told them that I'm sorry, I will not be able to cry, or I'm not able to feel the grief that you want me to. And we laughed it out, my mother especially. And she shared with them a story about my something that we all, I think, talk at home. When we are working and suddenly there's so much work, we are overwhelmed. And you often say, it's in Hindi, I will translate it for you, ye to haath se chala gaya. Perhaps it translates to, this has gone beyond my hands. So my mother used to laugh, and I used to say this very frequently, that, mom, ye to haath se chala gaya, this has gone beyond my hands. And my mom used to come and say that, but tumhare to haath hi nahi hai, but you don't have hands. So these are the funny I think anecdotes, or just finding humor. And I'm going to share one more example, that's something I love. One day, like I shared, that being constantly discriminated for being someone with a disability. This one day, my neighbor, according to my neighbor, I was a bechari ladki. In bechari ladki in Hindi, it means poor girl, someone you would pity upon, because I didn't have hands. And I used to wear prosthetic hands at that time. And I had come home from college, and I had just kept my prosthetic hands on the sofa, and I'd gone back to my room. So she comes inside. Now, during the time I went inside my room and she came to the house, the hand was on the sofa, so the pillow fell on the hand. And you can imagine how in a horror movie, just a hand coming out, you cannot see the source. So the pillow had hidden the back of the stump. And she comes inside, and she sees the hand. She did not know I used to wear prosthetics, and she got really scared. And then I remember laughing again. So I think these are, I would say, moments that we realize that perhaps if this accident hadn't happened, perhaps these incredible things wouldn't have happened to me. These learnings wouldn't have happened to me. And I realized that, how did we come to this point? It is because I accepted. Here, I think there's a famous quote that says that when you know yourself, when you know truly who you are empowered. But when you accept yourself, you're invincible. So this is my fourth lesson, acceptance. I think it's a very, very powerful word, to be able to accept oneself, to be able to truly know what we are, to be able to truly know what our potential is in life. And for me, I think for me, acceptance was a very, very powerful tool. And when I was in college, especially, I remember trying to hide my disability. I remember trying very hard to act normal. I used to wear full sleeves clothes. I used to cover my injuries. I used to be afraid. I used to keep my hands behind my back every time someone would try to shake hands, or if someone is trying to find out about me. I used to feel very afraid of my accident, or I used to be very afraid of my hands to show it to anyone. I used to fear what people would think about me or my hands. And I remember doing that for a very, very long time. I had not accepted myself. I think I was trying too hard. I had spent all my energy, all my efforts, all my hard work into trying to be like my peers, like my friends who were able bodied, trying so hard to be someone that I was not, that I failed to realize what I could do. I failed to realize what I was or what my potential was. So, this was a message. I'm going to read that message that I got to share on the social media on the day of Women's Day, when I got to share the social media account of the Prime Minister. Acceptance is the greatest reward we can give to ourselves. So, the day I accepted everything, I was able to understand things better. I began to understand what I could and couldn't do with my hands. So, like I said, it is, I think, the greatest reward we can give to ourselves. And I think we all have reasons to give up, but if we accept ourselves, I think we are invincible. Um, I would like all of you, can I see one person here on camera? Just clench both your hands in a tight fist, like we are about to punch someone. I'm going to take a sip of water, but I want somebody on camera, when you are just holding both your hands in a tight fist, like you're about to punch someone. I can see, yes, I can see everyone. Okay. This is, just give me a second. So this is rather funny, but I just want to say that this is my reality. Perhaps this is my everyday. This is my everyday reality. I think we must understand when to let go of things that cannot be changed and accept our present challenges. So rather than sitting around waiting, wondering what if, what could be, I think it's time to do the best with what we have. And today, I think it's a very special day because it's my speech anniversary. I would say it's my first talk that I gave, the first TEDx talk that I gave. So it's a very special day, and making a difference, the theme making a difference here is so amazing and perfectly in tune with what I want to say here now. Because the day I gave my first talk, the day I first came forward to share my story or share my challenges of what happened to me and the accident and the loss, the trauma, I think since then I have been receiving messages from people saying that they've stopped blaming themselves, or they've stopped blaming others for things that have not happened. They've stopped complaining, or they have stopped simple things, or they've started trying to do more in life. So this day is very special to me, and I want to say here that I think grief and suffering ceases to be painful the moment we find meaning. And that day, the day I gave my first talk, and today celebrating that day, I think I found my meaning making a difference. I think it was first to positively influence the lives of people. And believe it or not, I think I was lucky to come out of a tragedy and feeling grateful. I think I was truly very lucky. And I think this takes me, this thought, this being able to positively reframe my statement, I would say is my fifth lesson, which I call it my growth. I think it's a growth mindset. I'm sure all of us have I think we all read about fixed mindset versus growth mindset. Many a times it has come, in our sessions. But I want to share a story of my perspective of growth mindset with the powerful word yet. I think yet is a very, very magical, I would call it my magic mantra, or it's a very powerful word, I would call it. For example, can somebody here share with me today I'm going to share my challenge, my powerful word yet. So, for example, I am very afraid of writing essays, and I need to complete it. So, when I was in the hospital, I used to think that I can't walk yet, but with practice and with hard work, I will start to walk again. Or something like, I can't go to school yet, but I will study at home and clear my exams. So, can someone here share your yet today that you are going to, perhaps something that you cannot do, but you know that with your growth mindset, with your forward, with your positive reframing, how you can convert your, but to yet. Would anyone like to share here?
Manisha, you want to go? You can unmute yourself. Sir.
Close to 60 years. Okay, so basically all along we have been working for somebody else. So going forward, at this age, I'm planning to start or do something for me which will which will take me. Okay, so even though the age is this one, I just still believe I can do something in the remaining, and that's going to be passion, and I'm planning to do something. Yeah. Yet,
So
even though I'm 60, yet I would like to do something which is yeah. Thank you.
That's so amazing. Would anyone else like to share? I think that's such a powerful. I think I am very inspired listening to that. Anybody else would like to share your yet, and perhaps the rest of you can write in the chat box or whenever we get to talk. I think after my talk. So I think yet being the most powerful word. So what here I'm trying to say is we can't control our lives, but we surely can control our attitude towards life. And this makes me truly believe, like the quote I shared, the only disability in life is perhaps a bad attitude. So with these 5 lessons, the power of never giving up, finding a silver lining with the help of our attitude, finding humor, acceptance, accepting oneself, and in the end the growth mindset. I think growth mindset is a powerful learning tool, and for me it was always being on a crossroad. My fixed mindset would constantly perhaps ask me to succumb to my fears, and my growth mindset instead would urge me to march on in life. And there's always constantly been a confusion that how do I focus on my not focus on my fixed mindset and focus on the growth. And that's when I learned about this power of the word yet, and how we can just conveniently turn any of our problem or anything, any challenge that we have been facing into something which has potential to do something, with the potential to learn something, with the potential to have a hopeful future. So I want to say here that during this course of my journey, I refuse to blame anyone for my accident. I refuse to blame even myself or the situation. I think the only thing I wished was first to be resilient. Uh, it's natural for all of us to wish, to wonder the what if. So today, I think, why don't we change our what ifs to why nots? We often wonder, what if I don't complete my project on time, or what if I don't get a promotion, what if my colleagues don't approve of me? So I think I could go on perhaps with all our what ifs, but how about our why nots. I think we create a mental landscape when we convert our what ifs to why nots. And I think in the mental landscape, our constraints are the constraint, the fear of failure is removed, and we are free to achieve, perhaps free to do whatever we want. So this, I think, a short and sweet way of sharing my story and my learnings. And I have some pictures here that I would like to share. I think you have heard from my introduction and from these simple lessons that I have learned from my life. And I hope through these pictures, I'm able to share that what it means when we make a difference in our own lives, and what it means when we accept ourselves, and when we accept others around us and let them be the way they are, and what it truly means to make a difference, in our I would say in our generation. So let me take this opportunity to share some pictures with you. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
So I wrote this, I think in the year 2013, when I was invited, when I was first part of the India Inclusion Foundation. Disability is in the mind of the observer, not the observed. And I want you to know, I think perhaps someone who sees me for the first time may think that I'm somebody without hands, so maybe I'm someone with a disability, but it is up to them. And but for me, in my mind, I don't think I am disabled. I think I'm just perhaps someone who has to take a different path in life. Perhaps an able-bodied person does it with two hands. I perhaps do it with my two stumps and the one extraordinary finger that I shared. So it is just in the mind of the observer and never the observed. I very strongly believe in that. And the next time you come across someone with a disability, be it any kind of disability, I think we give them a chance, or like you have given me the platform to share. I think everyone truly deserves to be seen for their abilities and not to be seen for their disability. They are a person first with their ability. So this is something that I love, sharing this quote that I wrote, and I think it's very close to me. And with that, I want to share some pictures. This was receiving the Nari Shakti Puraskar from the President of India. And on the right, you can see meeting the Prime Minister. And I shared the message that I shared with you, that acceptance is truly the greatest reward. And we can't control our lives, but we can control our attitude towards life. My mom, I have to thank her for this lesson. She always used to tell me that it is not our achievements, but it is our effort to our achievement, the work that happens just before we perhaps succeed or fail. I think that's what matters the most in life, and not the achievement. This is meeting Dr. Kalam, and how in the beginning I shared with you, I think the power of thought and how it can, I think the journey from thoughts to words to action, I think it's a truly a journey till our destiny. So this is something I think I took inspiration from Dr. Kalam when he shared about learning, and how we can make a difference by just a thought, how a thought can completely make a difference. And on the right, I am sharing my picture with my doctoral thesis, sharing with you that how I found my silver lining by writing my thesis with that extraordinary finger. Again, something that we can with our attitude. This again, I would like to share. These are just some pictures of being what it means when the society accepts somebody with disability and gives them the chance they deserve. And I think truly this makes a difference within oneself and within the society. And these are the pictures that I wanted to share excitedly with you about walking the ramp as a showstopper and promoting accessible fashion. Being able to walk again and then being able to walk the ramp, I think it's a journey I still cherish. With I would like to end with this quote that truly the only disability in life is attitude. I would love for all of us, to have just a conversation or something. I mean, anybody has any thoughts or anything you would like to share? Uh, any perhaps your magical yet, and how you plan to uh, transform your challenge.
We do have some questions from the audience. CA Mani sir, whom do you think was your motivator or mentor from whom you draw strength and the attitude of never giving up?
I would say the person who inspired me the most would be my mother. She has a never give up attitude. In Tamil, there is a saying she always used to tell me, "Kashtam vanda sirikanum." It's called when the challenge comes, you must laugh. And she used to do that. When there is a problem in front of her, she would laugh first, and then everything became okay. And then we hardly used to think about the burden of the problem. So she is my inspiration, and her name is Hema Malini. And I have another statement that she always shares with me. She says, whenever something, when we are going out and uh, we face a barrier, an obstacle, she tells me that Hema never turns back, and she calls herself like that. So I think these are the little things that I learned from her growing up while I was bedridden, and now that I am old enough to understand what she truly meant. So I think I would call my mother my biggest inspiration, and the second inspiration would be, I think, everyone in the society who treats people with disability and give them the respect and dignity that they deserve, treats them equally. So I would say I seek inspiration from them.
Thank you. We have another question from CA Nath. What will your advice to kids be to make a choice or choose from various challenging options?
Could you repeat that question? What is the first part of the question?
What will your advice to kids be to make a choice or choose from various challenging options?
I think, like I said, I think it is our choices that make truly who we are. But it's not about winning. It's not about succeeding all the time. It is always, I think our growth mindset helps us want to learn always. And I would say that the choices that we make, I never made any choice that was perhaps say goal oriented. I never dreamt that I'm going to perhaps start walking one day or complete my doctorate or get an award perhaps. So these were not the choices that I made. The choices instead I made was, how do I be happy? How do I accept myself? How do I be content with life? Or how do I just face everyday life with a strength? So I think these are the choices. And once we make these simple choices, I think the rest is just for us to, the rest will fall in places. So it's just for us to know the right choices is perhaps first ourselves, how to build ourselves first, make a difference within ourselves.
We'll take one more from CA Vachaspati. You should, this is a suggestion, you should author a book, Dr. Malvika, if you have not already done so.
Thank you so much. There is actually a graphic novel, but I share my story. It's for children. It's a kids. Even adults read it. But I do pen down my thoughts. And like I said, I'm very afraid of writing. It is my yet. I think I can speak well, but I'm afraid of writing well. So perhaps I can take your suggestion and I can share that I'm not good at writing yet, but perhaps with practice and with confidence and with more training, I can write a book someday.
Thank you. First of all, ma'am, I wish I had met you or heard you before I hosted this session, because I don't think my introduction did any justice to the beautiful personality we just witnessed here. And I'm sure you have left on behalf of all our members. I think our yet is that we have not done everything in our power, I'm sure yet, but we will.
That's so, I'm so touched. Thank you so much for saying that. And I think inviting me here, giving me the opportunity to speak here, I think you have perhaps, in my view, you have perhaps made a very big difference in my life, and so many more, I think, differences more to go to make.
We are very honored to host your anniversary. And from the chat, we have actually, because of our restrictions, because of all this virtual, virtual way that things have to be done, a lot of people have actually want to give a standing ovation. So on that behalf, we are going to play it. Please consider it as from all of us together.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so touched. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful for your love and for listening to me today and for sharing your beautiful thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Malvika. Now, without further delay, I will hand over the controls to the next host, CA Vineet Maru.
Thanks, C. Natasha. Distinguished guests, speakers, and my fellow CA members, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am CA Vineet Maru, part of Executive Committee of Bahrain chapter of ICI, and welcome you for this session. In the last few years, we have seen so many laws and regulations passed in Bahrain, like VAT in 2019, Economic Substance Regulation, Ultimate Beneficial Ownership, and PDPL. And now, with the stories of corporate tax around the corner, it will not take much time that the principle of transfer pricing will be applicable in this region. Armed with the news of transfer pricing, let's log into the future with our next session to understand the concept and relevance of transfer pricing and how it will affect Bahrain and Gulf market. But before that, let me welcome one of the well-known leader of our fraternity in Bahrain, a problem solver to many of our trouble in industry and BCICI, CA Jatin Karia, Senior Partner and Executive Officer, Grant Thornton Abdullal.
Thank you, Vineet, especially for addressing me as a problem solver. By this, you have added more responsibility on my shoulder, but I'll do my best for sure. First of all, I would like to thanks Dr. Malvika for making difference in my life. Dr. Malvika, your discussion was really inspiring and really touched my heart. Thank you very much to be with the Bahrain chapter. I would like to congratulate the chairperson Ajay, the entire team of Bahrain chapter for arranging the wonderful virtual event. We at the Grant Thornton are always proud to be a part of this chapter. Thank you, Ajay, and again, congratulations to the entire team. Further, as Vineet rightly mentioned, that the topic introduction and the relevance of transfer pricing law is very much appropriate, where the Middle East is undergoing movement of changes. The changes are unavoidable. If we see the global macroeconomic environment, where the corporate and the individual fund government through different tax structure, that approach is bottom-up approach. However, in the Middle East, it's moreover top-down approach due to oil surplus revenue. However, the recent era changes this economics. Further, in 2018, Bahrain became a member of OECD Inclusive Framework and committed to implement 4 action points. To comply this, we can see a few legislative and the compliance level changes so far. Whether you can say the economic substance legislation You can say the ultimate beneficiary ownership mutual acceptance procedure, which is happening in April 20. And also the transfer pricing is a part of action point 13 of our VAT structure. The discussion on the corporate income tax is underway, which we can expect in a year or two. To give some more insight on this, I would like to invite our Executive Director, Gaurav Jain. Gaurav is Executive Director from the Grant Thornton India office. He is also a member of Chartered Account of India, and he is a member of Committee on the International Taxation, a non-standardized committee of Institute of Chartered Account of India. He has more than 15 years of post-qualification experience in this field. His area of expertise includes documentation, including CBCR, master file, local file, TP planning, and restructuring. He also represented various complex transfer pricing matters before the Indian Tax Authority. He worked exclusively on the planning, documentation, and registration for the number of renowned multinational companies. In fact, the Gaurav has also worked in Bahrain for one of the leading exchange house to prepare the TP structure for Bahrain, India, and UK. He has extensive experience in the industry of natural resource, manufacturing, real estate, IT, auto, banking, and finance. So I would like to request Gaurav to join this session and give some more insight on this topic.
Hi. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, but I think the video is not on.
Yeah,
it's
I
okay,
don't
you
know.
can-
It seems there's some technical glitch. I'm still trying to figure that out. My IT team is helping me. But I think without ado, I will just begin the session. Thank you, Jatin Bhai, for the detailed introduction. I think first of all, I would like to thank the ICAI Bahrain chapter for inviting me. I'm truly honored to be part of this esteemed panel and truly motivated and enlightened after hearing each speaker. Malvika ji, when I was 13 years, I was only bothered about studies and play. So your story is absolutely inspiring. I think three things which stuck my mind are: you walk with your mind, accept yourself, and I refuse to blame others. It's been honestly very inspirational. Friends, colleagues, and guests, as we all know, the theme for today's session is making a difference. However, I've been given a different task to make a presentation on a technical subject, that is transfer pricing. Although it sounds too technical, but it is something very relevant, critical in today's time, and close to my heart. Before I start the technical discussion, I would like to spend a couple of minutes to share how Grant Thornton is contributing towards making a difference, which is in line with our today's theme. Just allow me to share my presentation. I hope it's visible.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So Grant Thornton has been contributing by providing accounting, taxation, and advisory solutions worldwide. We at Grant Thornton are helping in building a better world tomorrow and doing our bit. We have contributed by giving appropriate advice to taxpayers, which helped countries to get their fair share of taxes to develop their economies and build their nation. We have a focused mid-market segment, which is considered as the backbone of today's economy. We help them in expansion, fundraising, and also carry out compliances to ensure that such dynamic companies get what they deserve. We work closely with them to ensure that they are growing in long term. We navigate startups, which are emerging leaders of our nation, for our economy by helping them in establishing, stabilizing, and grow. We have also partnered with various government agencies to help them in framing and implementing their vital schemes and policy. We assist multinational corporations in their compliances with regulatory provisions and providing righteous interpretation of law. Due to our international network, we are able to provide them global perspective, which helps them to follow the best governance practices. Finally, in the capacity of an auditor, we act as a watchdog for various stakeholders, be it shareholders, bankers, creditors, suppliers, lenders, and so on, who have their significant interest in the company, and thus they rely on our work. So with this, I think I'll now like to come to the agenda and the topic for today, which is transfer pricing. But before jumping to the concepts or basics of the transfer pricing, I think it is important to share the background and origin of transfer pricing. The subject of transfer pricing has gained a great deal of momentum globally over the past couple of years. The origin of transfer pricing dates back to 1920s. But because of absence of structured TP regulation, various multinational companies adopted certain intercompany arrangements to reallocate their profit to low tax or no tax jurisdiction. Such practices were legal, but I would say immoral. If I can explain that by way of example, various companies headquartered in developed countries, say the US or European region, would create a shell company in jurisdictions with no tax, like BVI, Cyprus, we all are aware about that. And in the process, they would route all their transactions through these intermediate companies, which are actually shell companies. And it was possible for them to shift some revenue and profit to these zero tax jurisdictions. Another way was high tax locations or developed countries would pay cost charges in the name of services received from low tax jurisdictions entity in name of management services, royalty charges, technical know-how, and so on. But the fact was there were no such services or benefits which were received. So there were various such mechanism and approach which was used for mispricing. However, during mid-1930s, the concept of true taxable income was adopted by developed nations and largely by US revenue authorities for evaluating intercompany transactions. Over the period of time, with the integration of world's economy, there was an increase in foreign direct investment, which also resulted in transfer of tangible and intangible goods between parent and subsidiaries. This gave to rise of complexity. But the international tax rules applicable then were not at all evolved to deal with complexity involved in such arrangements. With such global developments, concept of arm's length price was established to help tax jurisdictions get a fair share of tax. And a structured guideline was published by OECD in 1995. It was called as Transfer Pricing Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises and Tax Administration. While OECD guidance was adopted by a lot of countries, but the multinationals continued to exploit treaty gaps, implemented aggressive tax work structures, and avoided paying taxes. In fact, based on a report issued by OECD, developing countries loses 100 to 240 billion USD on an annual basis of their taxes on account of BEPS. We have read newspaper articles how large giant companies like Apple, Google paid minimal taxes despite earning huge fortunes worldwide. BEPS, which is basically base erosion and profit shifting, refers to tax avoidance strategies that exploit gaps and mismatches in the tax rules to artificially shift profit to low tax or no tax locations. To address the larger issue of BEPS, the OECD along with G20 countries identified 15 action plans in September 2013, of which 4 action plans are dedicated for addressing the transfer pricing issue. So you can imagine the importance and stature of transfer pricing problems and provisions. So as on date, more than 137 countries, including Bahrain, have joined OECD's inclusive framework on BEPS, which include Action 13, which deals with adoption of transfer pricing regulations. So I think this would have set the context for you about the origin, introduction, and adoption of transfer pricing worldwide. But to give you a better flavor and sense of transfer pricing, it is important to discuss and introduce you to the various definitions and provisions which are part of transfer pricing provisions. So transfer pricing mechanism provides a conceptual framework for pricing intercompany transactions so as to ensure that the compensation for particular related entity is commensurate with the nature of activities carried on by it. And the objective of transfer pricing is to ensure that the transaction between related parties are not influenced by the relationship between them. The terms, condition, and the value of transactions are entered into as if it was a transaction between unrelated entities. So we come to the first definition, which is transfer price. As a basic, we can say transfer price is the transaction price of goods or services between related parties, simply. However, due to special relationship between related companies, the price determination may be different than the price that would have been agreed between two unrelated companies. This we might have experienced in the real world, and we might have even read so many times. And that's a real problem in today's world, international world. Related parties, which is also called as associated enterprises. The definition of related parties in countries or in different countries may be vary based on their legal framework and applicable laws. But in general, associated enterprises mainly on the basis is triggered mainly basis of control, ownership, and management. These are three key characters for the purpose of defining related party. Although the most common trigger for related party association is shareholding pattern. To give you an example, practical example, in India, the threshold for shareholding is 26%. If a company holds directly or indirectly shares which is equivalent to or more than 26%, then two entities are considered to be a related party. Next, coming to the arm's length price. So this is something very important and critical. We'll discuss in more detail about arm's length pricing in the next slide. The price between unrelated parties, when a price between unrelated parties in uncontrolled circumstances is actually known as arm's length price. In general term, casual term, we use the word fair market price. So that's almost, and that's equal to arm's length price. And arm's length price is the core and the heart of transfer pricing analysis. Transfer pricing regulations expect that taxpayers to adopt arm's length prices for all their intercompany transactions. And transfer pricing provisions are applicable to all the transactions, be it nature of goods, services, transfer of properties, financing transaction, IP transaction including royalty, and so on. So any transaction which has bearing on profits, income, losses, or assets is covered under the transfer pricing net. What is critical and important is we have heard how transfer pricing or mispricing has impacted the economy of countries, especially the developing countries. But the fact is that mispricing is something which not only impacts the exchequer or the government, but the domestic companies as well, since they would end up paying higher taxes, and individuals who finally bear the burden of compensating the tax evaded by large companies. So I mentioned about the arm's length determination process, which is key and critical for any transfer pricing analysis. And this is something which has been prescribed by OECD, and worldwide the transfer pricing regulations in each country and jurisdictions are based on largely on OECD approach. For determining the arm's length price, one has to follow a systematic process, which includes evaluating the intercompany agreement or arrangement, maybe written, unwritten, between the associated enterprises, and understand the basic nature, terms, and condition of the transaction. Further, what is also important is for a corporate or company or the management to understand what are the functions, asset, and risk that is contributed by each of the entity in the intercompany transaction. We need to actually analyze the level of intensity of functions performed and risk borne by each entity in the transaction, which provides the basis for allocation of revenue generated, costs incurred, profit earned between the entities involving in particular transaction. So that gives you overall contribution by each of the related party in any transaction, which further helps you to characterize each entity. I would like to explain you this by way of example. Let's say an Indian subsidiary of a US parent is providing marketing support services exclusively to the group companies, where the parent entity performs major functions relating corporate strategy, determination of prices, customer contracting, and also bearing major risk like market risk, bad debt risk, service liability risk, and so on. However, on the other side, if subsidiary, which is India in our example, only carries out these support services for the parent or other group companies and does not bear any major risk. In such a scenario, Indian entity can be characterized as limited risk marketing support service provider. However, the parent will be characterized as entrepreneur or the risk bearing entity. And this characterization is very important for the entire analysis, because as a concept, what we need to do is choose a tested party, and tested party among the related parties are whichever is the least complex entity. In our example, Indian subsidiary is the least complex entity, and I would choose India as a tested party. And at the next step, I would need to look out for comparable prices or companies in India who are providing similar services for the purpose of determining an arm's length price, which needs to be benchmarked with the intercompany pricing, which is basically transfer price. And for doing so, we need to basically carry out a detailed comparable exercise using one of the most appropriate method, which has been defined under OECD or your local laws. So as a method, OECD prescribed 5 methods, which can, and one of the method needs to be used for the purpose of determining arm's length price. As you can see on my screen, these are 5 methods. 3 of them are known as traditional transaction-based method, and 2 are transaction profit-based method. The first one is called as comparable uncontrolled price method. This is the most preferred method, which compares the price of a good or services in an intercompany transaction to the price charged between independent parties. However, there are limitations to use of CUP method. In short, comparable uncontrolled price method is also called as CUP method. And the shortcomings are that the comparability parameters under CUP method are very strict. And the best available comparable uncontrolled price method is if there's a transaction which has happened between 2 related parties, and one of the party, the related party, has also undertaken similar transaction under similar circumstances with an independent party. That price can be clearly called as CUP and can be used to benchmark your related party transaction. The next method is cost plus method. Cost plus method is generally used in case of manufacturing transaction, and it compares gross profit to cost of sales in related party transactions with the gross profit earned in independent scenario. So here we really don't compare, based on the gross profitability comparison, we try and find out the arm's length price. The next method is resale price method. It is generally used in case of trading or distributing transaction, and it compares gross profit to sales in related party transactions with gross profit earned in independent scenario. We move to the fourth method. I'll first take up transactional net margin method. And this is, you will say, the most commonly used method, and it has emerged as a favored model for many multinationals because the transfer pricing here is based on net profitability rather than using price or gross profitability, because there are certain shortcomings in other methods. The biggest and the foremost thing, and the reason for transaction net margin method being so popular, is that the requirement of comparability standard under TNMM is low. And if I can say, the flexibility in terms of comparison is much better under TNMM. The last one, which is called as profit split method, is used for unique and complex situations. And we have seen generally that this method will be used where intangibles are involved. Each of the transacting entity which is involved in the transaction is making a contribution either in development of asset or services. So the implementation of profit split method is not only complex, but acceptability of profit split method is also little difficult based on our experience with the tax authority. But yes, it's basically a method which, although used randomly, but used in a complex situation. So there are pros and cons to each of the method. However, the method are selected on the basis of nature of transaction, availability of data, and the facts related to a particular situation. So the chart below, basically, I've tried to capture certain transactions and which are the most popular method based on our practical experience being used in different situations. Like payment of interest, we are seen very often. CUP is the more desired method, and typically the data is also available in case of such transaction. Distribution of goods is resale price method, as I mentioned, used in trading transactions. Provision of services, it could be cost plus method or transaction net margin method. Contract manufacturing is cost plus method. Payment of royalty, CUP. So when I say CUP, it is not necessary that comparable uncontrolled price method will only be used when you have undertaken similar transaction with unrelated party. If you have access to any data where two independent parties would have entered into a similar transaction, and you get such data in public domain, there are subscription-based databases where you have access to a lot of royalty databases, loan agreement, interest agreement, and that's where you can use that as comparable uncontrolled price method. Management charges, which is again a very, very common transaction worldwide and one of the most litigated transaction. Cost plus method, TNMM, is very common, and at times profit split is also used if the contribution by various entity is significant and is leading to creation of any intangible. Yeah, I'll move to. So once you have chosen your most appropriate method, the next step is you need to look for comparable data, and the comparable data can be in form of comparable company, comparable transaction, comparable agreement, comparable prices. Unless it is something which is available in-house with any corporate or in a public domain, you need to basically get on a subscribed or international databases to find out companies and such agreements. There are host of databases which are available and people subscribe to name a few is like RoyaltyStat, Osiris, OneSource, CompuStat. With the help of application of certain quantitative and qualitative filters, you narrow down and shortlist your comparable And these filters can be in form of size of company, strength of employees, your asset base, capital base, and so on. Once you get a set of comparable companies, using these comparable agreements or companies to basically then determine the arm's length range using one of the most appropriate method. And then range can be at gross profit level based on the method, or your operating profit percentage based on if you have used TNMM method, or finally the cup. If in case you have used cup, it could be even a price. So this is the brief of how typically any arm's length exercise is undertaken as part of transfer pricing analysis. While you might have done this formally or informally, but what is critical and important is how to document it. If you'll see, and I'm now referring to my slide, which is in respect of types of transfer pricing documentation. So we talked about BEP section 13, which is in relation to transfer pricing, and which Bahrain has already joined in 2018. So BEP section 13 has prescribed 3-tier documentation. The first one being country by country reporting, which is only applicable to very large multinational companies. And the threshold and definition of large multinational companies is any group or multinational group with an aggregate worldwide turnover of more than 750 million pounds GBP. So it is applicable only to such large groups. And what is country by country reporting? Country by country reporting requires aggregate tax jurisdiction-wide information relating to the global allocation of income, taxes paid, and certain other indicators of the location of economic activity among various jurisdictions where M&E is present. So it's a bird's eye view or a summary table of your functions and related revenue, profit, and taxes. This has to be filed by the ultimate parent company of the multinational company, which will thereafter, and this need to be filed with the local tax jurisdiction, and once filed, this will be automatically exchanged by that particular tax authority with all the other tax authorities wherever this multinational group has presence. And this report will be thereafter used as a tool or a starting point to assess if there are any gaps in your transfer pricing policies. While they cannot really audit you or expose you based on this particular report, but this will be a starting point for them to come out with inquiry and questions to initiate any tax inquiry. We'll move to the next requirement, which is called as master file. So master file provides an overview of M&E's group business, including the nature of its global business, international policies, details of financial transactions, your intergroup policies, and related to IP in terms of who owns the IP, who exploits the IP, protects the IP, and so on. Although this is a generic document, but this reveals a lot of information about the group, which so far was not available even to the subsidiary companies within the group. This is not required to be filed in all the countries, but based on the specific requirements of each jurisdiction, you might need to file this. For example, in India, we are required to file, master file on an annual basis, and we pose a lot of challenges. A lot of Indian subsidiary who were not material in the entire value chain of the M&E group. The headquarter was required to share, very critical and sensitive information with subsidiaries, and which were also required to file with the tax authorities. The multinationals were really afraid to share this information with the subsidiaries because of the sheer fact they were not confident that it will not be misutilized by the tax authorities for any other purpose, or it will not be shared by tax authorities with other authorities. It could be GST authority, it could be FEMA, it could be RBI, and so on. And the last one is the local file. I mean, you can say it local file, you can say transfer pricing documentation, or you can even say transfer pricing study. So local file is a TP documentation which provides more detailed information about specific transaction to each entity. And whatever we have discussed in the previous slides in terms of arm's length analysis or functional search and risk analysis, then the comparable search, all that needs to be captured in the local file, and that becomes your basis for justifying your intercompany transactions internally or externally to the tax authorities. So, that's the by and large framework of the transfer pricing guidelines, and how since 1920s we have, it's now been 100 years actually, how we have really evolved. So transfer pricing still remains a very hot subject. For one, it's a global subject. A lot of taxes, money is of course attached to it, and that's where the importance of this subject can't be ignored, including countries who currently don't have taxes or have minimal taxes. And that's where I'll now would want to talk about transfer pricing in GCC countries, including Bahrain. So, GCC countries have not been immune to global transfer pricing developments. We know this as a fact. In the recent times, TP regulations have already been introduced in some GCC countries and are in process of implementing detailed transfer pricing regulations, which include Saudi, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar. But of course, Bahrain and UAE are still, to formally adopt and introduce transfer pricing regulations. But knowing that they are already committed to and joined web section inclusive framework, I see that it's only a matter of time. And the whole reason why Bahrain joined inclusive framework was to improve their international competency and to ensure that the corporate investments are not only driven to take advantage from privileged tax regime. So I think it's the right time for all the corporates, CFOs, management to think around it. It's a critical point where the local authorities have already started introducing some bit and part of transfer pricing. And the reason I'm saying so is, first of all, economic substance law, ASR, is something which has already been introduced, which I feel is actually a stepping stone to transfer pricing. ASR basically works on three principles, which is management, activity, and capability. If you remember, we talked about functions, asset, and risk. And I'm sure you can relate the FAR analysis with the economic substance test. So I think the foundation for transfer pricing implementation has already been laid by the local authorities. And it's a bell alarm that we all need to be ready with. Not only this, if we talked about the VAT law, which actually shook the entire corporate world and the GCC countries, even in the VAT regulations, current VAT regulations in Bahrain, there is a clear reference to transfer pricing regulations. Situations and conditions where the market price is not available for the reference of intercompany transaction, the guidance warns that the arm's length determination needs to be done based on OECD transfer pricing guidelines. So clearly, there are references, there are formal guidelines where in some or the other form, transfer pricing is there. Couple of few more announcements and developments where I can clearly see that Bahrain is committed to adoption of BEPS section, especially the inclusive framework. I mentioned that in 2018, Bahrain joined the inclusive framework. And basically, this inclusive framework has 4 action plans. Action Plan 5, which is countering harmful tax practices. Action Plan 6. Action Plan 13, which is transfer pricing documentation. And 14, which deals about making dispute resolution mechanism effective. You must have read, noticed, and experienced in April 2020, Bahrain issued detailed guidelines on MAP. This was basically in line with their commitment of joining inclusive framework. Then again, only last week, Bahrain also signed the MLI, which is basically a multilateral instrument to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent BEPS Section 15. So I think all this is in the right direction. So what is next there for the corporates? What is the way forward for all of us? Is there an action which is required from our side? Do we need to do anything? Answer, of course, is yes. There's a lot which needs to be done. The corporates should really get themselves prepared for the formal adoption of transparency regulations. As once detailed regulations are implemented, they will not get enough time to revise the existing structure or arrangements with their related parties. And then it will be difficult to go back. Therefore, it becomes increasingly important to proactively embrace it. So multinationals in Bahrain should look forward for these 3 things to my mind. First is diagnostic review of existing arrangements. The overarching requirement under transfer pricing and BEPS is to tax the profit where value is created, thereby placing emphasis on multinationals to undertake delineated transaction-based analysis and documentation, which is something also close to and related to ESR. With this, the taxpayer should currently undertake a diagnostic review of the existing intercompany arrangement to assess whether there exists any non-arm's length scenario and how the same could be effectively addressed and corrected. The second one, in-house review of available documentation. See, documentation assumes a critical space in defending the intercompany transaction prices, as those are considered to be the principal source of information about your intercompany transactions. So corporate must undertake a holistic review of its existing state of documentation and identify the gaps that would need to be addressed to comply with expected transfer pricing documentation requirement. And then finally is building and maintaining transfer pricing policies. A well-structured transfer pricing policy goes a long way to serve an efficient tool, to demonstrate that the transfer prices which were applied adhered to arm's length principle. So TP policy, ensures a balance between the compliance requirement, your operational convenience and goal, and also in optimizing your tax needs. This will also help in defending such prices before the revenue officers and authority in future. So, of course, which means that will reduce your potential exposure. So I would say that it is inevitable for corporates now to prepare and maintain robust transfer pricing policy, which explains their transfer pricing and justify that to be at an arm's length price. So these are, my key suggestions based on this limited analysis. While it's a very, very vast subject, it's really difficult to cover it in 30 to 40 minutes, but I thought I'll keep it crisp and little practical, which not only gives you some bit of insight, but also let you know what should be the next steps. I think with this, if time permits, I can take a couple of questions if there are any, or we can come to an end. And my apologies for this technical glitch. I was so keen to share my video, but unfortunately I couldn't do that.
Thanks, CA Gaurav Jain, for such insightful session. In the current scenario, where we are maintaining arm-length distance from each other, it is not very far that we will be accounting for arm-length transaction in Bahrain and Gulf. Let us go for the Q&A session. I have received this question from one of our senior member. In Bahrain, since a company has many product and services, can the company adopt different pricing or different way of determining arm's length in different products and services?
Great. I think that's a great question to begin with. So, sir, thank you for this question. And the answer is yes. There's a concept of called as testing transaction by transaction, which means that each intercompany transaction ideally needs to be tested or benchmarked separately. And the reason for that is your arrangement, terms and condition for each intercompany transaction can be different from other. So ideally, you should benchmark each transaction separately, which can have different price point, and you can use different method for different products.
Thanks. That answers the question. And adding to it, there was another question asked from our senior member, Shyam Krishnan ji. If there is an SLA between a service level agreement between parent and subsidiary company, if we have already entered into a contract, how does transfer pricing provision apply in those contracts? And how will the pricing mechanism will work in those cases if there is no mention of those mentioned in the agreement about the pricing?
See, we are talking about or getting ready for the transfer pricing regulations. So irrespective, those are continuing transactions. The moment formal transfer pricing code is there, you'll have to reevaluate, revisit your all intercompany transactions and ensure that those are at arm's length price. And that's where, I highlighted the need for undertaking a diagnostic review. For example, if there are certain services which are being provided within the group entities at free of cost, and if those are continuing transaction, will that be something, would that be something which will be permissible under the transfer pricing code? So answer is no, because whether two independent entities will continue providing certain services free of cost, it's very simple. So you'll have to definitely now revisit your intercompany pricing terms and condition to ensure that they are at arm's length price and acceptable to authorities.
Thank you, Gaurav. In this dynamic world where everything is changing so fast, I think upscaling is the only way to catch up to it. We BCICI thanks CA Gaurav Jain for this most appropriate session. Thank you, CA Gaurav Jain.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm privileged.
Thank you. Now we will go to the raffle session. Let me invite CA Santosh for the raffle session.
Thank you, CA Vineet. We will be cancelling the break since we want to keep our schedule according to the timeline. We don't want to cancel the raffle, and our members' lucky and fortune we don't want to curtail. Therefore, we will go to the raffle. I'm sure we all listened to the great motivational, inspirational speech of Dr. Malavika Iyer. I think we all appreciate and we agree with whatever arguments or statements she put forward, BCAs, except one, that is yet. I think we chartered accountants are much better usage of yet in the instances. I may be able to tell a couple of examples. One, we were CS students, used to write exam frequently and used to fail also frequently. Once the exam result come, family members or anybody ask that, what happened to your result? We'll all tell that, I prepared very well, I wrote the exam very well, yet this time institute reduced the result percentage. Previously it was 10-12%. This time it was 5%. Therefore, that is the one use of yet by chartered accountants. Maybe another we can tell is that 2 months in advance, client given all documents for finalizing and preparing and submitting the income tax returns. Up to the last day, we did not do that. Then client asked that what happened. Then you will tell that, yeah, we prepared everything, yet 2-3 clarification we had, we sent to your accountant, he did not come back to us. Therefore, usage of yet, we are much better than the context which is used by Malbiga Iyer. With that, we will go ahead with our raffle session. Let us see who are the lucky winners this time. Can we have the application? This time also we are going to have 3 winners, 3 20VD vouchers from Homebox. Let's have the first winner. It's still Recruits, membership number 105930.
If you are there, see us, please put it in the chat, please. Please type into the chat.
Yeah, please. If you are on, please type in the chat. It is 20 BD Homebox voucher waiting for you. 20 BD voucher and you just 30 seconds away. Okay. 3, 2, 1, 0, go. Next winner, let us see. Ravindra. Larish. Membership number 235830. Congratulations, Ravindra.
Liresh, CA Liresh, if you are there, please type in the chat box.
I think a couple of members are in a little sleepy mode. Okay, right. Thank you, Liresh.
Santosh, I think Liresh is there. He's raised his hand.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Okay. Congratulations, Liresh. We'll move to the next winner. Sharan Radhakrishnan. Membership number 232308. Fancy number? Sharan, congratulations.
I can't see Sharan on the list.
We'll go for next person. Yeah, next. Sharath is unlucky this time. Shaukat Lokanwala. Shaukat ji, 38925. Two participant raised.
I can't see Shaukat ji online, so we can move.
Okay, we'll go to the next person, please. Next winner. Nisha Kodwani. Membership number 106141. Okay. Congratulations, Nisha. I think we will go for the last one. The last winner, Muhammad Hussain Gadiali. Membership number 169791. Okay, thank you. By this, we are concluding the raffle session. There are many more raffles and Kahoot, Grand Kahoot quiz is pending at the last. Now we'll hand over the podium to Sia Rowana to take the evening proceeding.
Thank you, CA Santosh, for the exciting quiz session. Good afternoon, dear members. I am CA Rowana Miranda, your host for the next session, and I'm sure you are having a great time so far with the enlightenment from so many of our speakers for the day. In keeping with the theme of making a difference, our next speaker truly believes that you are never too small to make a difference. It is said, there is nothing more beautiful than someone who goes out of their way to make life beautiful for others. And that is exactly something that is done by our next speaker. He is a name associated with women empowerment, the one featured on Times Magazine 100 Most Influential People, the one awarded the Padma Shri, and I could go on and on and on. He is truly an inspiration, and his determination to do something good for women has towered high above the hardships and difficulties he has faced in achieving this. He is a humble, down-to-earth person, and yet very modern and advanced in his humanitarian outlook of life. The following video clip shall highlight some of the many career achievements of our next speaker. May I have the clip, please?
Mr. Arunachalam Muruganantham, social entrepreneur. Mr. Arunachalam has revolutionized the menstrual hygiene industry in India. He is the inventor of the world's first low-cost sanitary pad making machine and is called the Menstrual Man of India. He was featured as one of the 100 influential people by Time magazine, along with many other world leaders. He is a frequent guest lecturer in Harvard, MIT, IIMs, and IITs. He has been personally invited by Mr. Bill Gates on a seminar on challenges in innovation in Seattle. He was awarded the Padma Shri by the Government of India for his relentless work for the society. His biography was made as a movie called Pad Man, which starred Akshay Kumar and was highly acclaimed globally. Mr. Arunachalam Muruganantham.
So good evening, everyone.
With
Audible now?
this brief introduction, I now request Mr. Arunachalam Murugananthanam to throw more light on his journey and how he aspired to make others' life better with his belief that you are never too small to make a difference. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. So I'm audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear? Yeah.
We can hear you, sir. It's very clear.
Okay, sir. Okay. Just I have to put the presentation. Na? That's what So this is the topic today I want to discuss with you in the fine evening. So being small, you can do big thing. So many of you, even being a chartered accountant, you are there in foreign soil, you want to do something big, but there is a small hindrance in your heart and your subconscious. You feel yourself, I'm very small, can I do this? So there is a doubt is there in every mind. So that is the hindrance to achieve a larger one. So today I'm going to give my talk for another 15 or 20 minutes. definitely that hindrance or that, that underestimation of yours will go out. That's what I selected the topic called being small, you can do a big thing. So everyone know my background. I'm a school dropout, studied only ninth standard in a village school. But the photo you are seeing, I'm giving lecture on retail marketing for the future group managers in Hyderabad. You know that Kishore Bayani's future group recently sold his company to Mukesh Ambani. Then is Mr. Kishore Bayani, I'm sitting with him. Then on frugal innovation, I'm talking in Reddy Labs, only for research and development people in, it's the biggest pharma company in India, Reddy Labs, everyone knows. So I am claiming myself, I'm a school dropout, but I'm lecturing on retail marketing and I'm discussing on research and development in a pharma company. So what makes me to do this? And she said while introducing, I am selected by Time magazine as one of the most influenced person in the world. It's very simple. What I did, I convert a social problem into a successful livelihood. That's all, sir. So that's why I'm sharing dias with even ICA Bahrain chapter. So what the social problem I converted into successful livelihood? 90% of women in India are not using sanitary pads. So, but while I'm showing the slide, I saw the slide in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and all from 2005, but when showing that nothing will happen. But while I'm showing the slide, same in Abu Dhabi or in Dubai or in Switzerland or in America, the whole hall get punctured. Women in the hall used to say, oh my God, thus. Because women in the West or in developed country, they are not even able to image. If a woman in India on a period time, she is not using sanitary pad, how she is managing. But in India, while I'm showing the slide, nothing will happen. Why? Because women in India or even ministers, everyone, they thought, okay, if an Indian woman are not using sanitary towel on a particular time, maybe she will use a rag cloth. So that is why that, that jerk is never happened. But while after working in a deep packet villages for more than a decade, I came to know the rural part women not even using a rag cloth. You know what they are using? These are the products: sawdust, dry tree leaves, old newspaper, even ash. You just image, we are claiming we are going to send our women to moon, Mars and all, but they are on a period days, they are adapting the pathetic situation. That way, jokingly I used to say while I'm speaking in Delhi with ISRO and all, sir, it is not urgent to send a woman to moon or Mars. First, we will provide sanitary pad to our women, then we will send the women to moon or Mars. But as I said, I am dealing with women personal hygiene. I'm talking about, retail marketing, pharma, but I'm not a gynecologist or not a doctor. But being a school dropout, how I did it. Usually, I will put the slide as a blank slide. This is my presentation for last 2 decades. Recently, I gave a lecture to Unilever in London because they were mandatory. Some color comes into left and right. Even I asked that CEO, so what is the meaning of that? Even the CEO doesn't know. It is a corporate design. So why I'm putting the blank slide while I'm presenting? So anybody, while you are hearing the talk, if you want to do something new, a grand thing, or you want to innovate some system or some methods, or even a software for accountancy, what you need more than a knowledge, clarity. Clarity is very, very important. That's why I am showing a white paper. Anything you want to draw, even you put a small dot to begin, you need a plain white paper. That's what I'm begging. So more than a knowledge, you need a clarity of what you are going to do, what you are doing, and what you are going to be. And I born as a son of a handloom weaver. Then my father died in a road accident. Then my mother became a caretaker of the family. She joined in a nearby farm. She worked for 10 or 20 rupees per day, 25 years, 30 years ago. Out of it, she is trying to make me as a police officer. I am having 2 younger sisters, one sister into doctor, another sister into collector. Why? Because my mother used to see a lot of movies in during tactics where Hema Malinis and Vaijayanti Malas do all the magics. on a silver screen. But being a small boy, I understood it is only possible by Hema Malini's and Vaijayanti's sunscreen, not by mother. That's why I decide one day under the neem tree with the company of Shepherd Boy, from tomorrow I'm not going to school, I'm going to destroy my education to support my mother monetarily by joining in a job. But being a 12 years old boy, I thought somebody will appoint immediately like that, but nobody ever ready to give me a job. Then I became a workshop helper. My first job is fetching tea and beedies for the seniors. Then later, out of my interest, I learned engineering, welding and all. Then at the age of 25, I am become a skillful welder and I'm having a small industry. The moment you are having age around 20, 24, and you are having a small business, what is next? Even after seeing many men, they are suffering, it is very difficult to manage. Knowing everything, I also did the same mistake. One day I got married. That too, it is arranged marriage. So being arranged marriage guy, you know what is important, important job to impressing our new partner, because being arranged marriage, so as a new husband, we want to impress a new girl by giving 5 rupees plastic pendant or 10 rupees glass bangle, not giving it direct. I used to gift wrap. Then I said, close your eyes, Santi. My wife's name is Santi. Turn left, turn right. This way, I used to give value addition mark for my small gift. So this was happened. So being a joint family, we are having a privacy time only on lunch time. On a particular day, I saw my new wife carrying something behind her. The purpose is to hide me. I thought the new wife playing with me. Then I ran away behind her. I saw a nasty blood-stained cloth. Even I don't use the cloth to anyone. Then I asked on a particular day, I'm having a gloomy idea about what is happening in a woman's body and all, because I born with the younger sisters. I asked wife on a particular day, there is some product, even I don't know the term, called sanitary pad. Why you are not adopting that method? You are using this ugly rag cloth. She replied like slapping on my cheek. I also know about that, but myself, your sister, all women at our family start using. Then we have to cut our milk budget. Then I get shocked. What is the connection between using a sanitary pad and not buying milk for family? Then I understand it is a matter of affordability. But on a particular day, I don't have any idea. Now I am getting again a chance. Why not offer a sanitary pad packet as a gift to my new wife? That is only idea I got on a first day. Because many people, you know, they get a small accolade or a small award. If any media come forward, if they ask what makes you do it, they used to say, from my mother womb, I want to do it for some society. My role model is Mother Teresa. I don't want to lie in front of ICICI background. On a particular day, after seeing my wife using rag cloth, I got only one idea. Why not offer a sanitary packet as a gift to impress her? Then I went to the nearby medical shop. I ride my bicycle 14 kilometers from my village. That shopkeeper asking what brand you want. Who knows brand and all? I just point out the packet inside the showcase. What the shopkeeper he did on a day, he took the packet. He never hand over me like other products. He placed a old newspaper. He wrapped the packet. He looks left and right. He hand over me like a smuggling product. That makes me a curiosity. Even today, if you ask sanitary pad in Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, they will put in a black cover or in a brown cover. It's a taboo for centuries. The topic which I'm talking today in ICICI platform for Bahrain, it is a taboo for centuries. A wife never talked to husband. A daughter never talked to mother. Friends, they don't talk to each other. So such a subject I make as a public debate, national debate and world debate. That is why I'm sharing that speech with the Bahrain chapter. So these are all I never forget. Because of the shopkeeper doing like that, I'm having a curiosity, what is inside I want to see. After reaching my home, I opened the packet. I took out the sanitary pad. I saw 8-inch length, a small pillow-like a substance, like a bandage in white color. Already I said, I am a son of a handloom weaver. That is why I'm having a connection with cotton, yarn and all. The napkin which I bought from the shop, white color, is inside is cotton. The weight of the napkin may be 10 grams. So 10 gram cotton raw material cost in 1996, only 10 paise. But I bought the product for 6 rupees a pad. That's what I got an hunch. Why not try to make an affordable pad for my own wife? That is where everything I started. Everything I started from my wife, now it is gone global. Please, gentlemen, note it down. If you want to change the world, please change your family, change yourself, change your street, then go to change the world. So everything I started from my wife. Then in 2 days, by getting a cotton from a reputed mill from Coimbatore, I made sand repair. But one day problem, if I want to do an engineering research, well, very well I can do it in my workshop. Now I entered into women personal hygiene. I need a women volunteer. Who will talk? The only available victim or a volunteer is my wife. Then I hand over the napkin which I made, the 2 napkins, but I don't know what is happening in the women body, what is the time. I selected a very Good Friday. Then I hand over the napkin, like giving a chocolate, I am asking the feedback. Use it and give the feedback. She laughed like anything. It is not like that. You have to wait for a month. Then only I understood it is happening monthly once. I never bother about, I never shy to tell this in a big crowd. Why I'm saying many boys are born as a boy, then they are becoming man, then they are becoming husband and father, grandfather, great grandfather, without knowing what is happening in the partner's body. Luckily, I came to know everything on my early marriage days. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Something in the screen up here. So
yeah, but the screen is not moving.
Screen is not showing. Yeah. It's a white slide. It's only a white slide. It's only a white slide.
There is nothing. Okay.
It's what I think, nothing. Well, so then she said it will take a month time. Then I never feel because men, they don't know. Even there is a chance presidents of country, they don't know what is the women problem. Then after I forgot about the napkin which I gave it to my wife. Then after 3 weeks I got a feedback on a particular lunchtime. She said, and she gave me a nasty feedback like it is useless. What the napkin you gave it to me, I am going back to my rack cloth using method. There is a remarkable day. If on a particular day Santi says the napkin is good, today the talk is not there on the platform. Because anyone can buy cotton from shop, they can cut it to rectangle, they can make sanitary pad. But Santi gave a feedback, it is like a useless like a thing. That's make me to go further in the research. Then I tried to use various mill cotton, I made sanitary pads, but giving to Santi and waiting for a month is a time-taking process. That's why I catch in my younger sisters. But the problem is, being a husband or a brother, they become very frustrated to talk about this, their personal matter, even being husband. That's why they want me, if you're going on doing this thing, then we will tell to my mother. Then my mother knows me, it's becoming a problem. They thought I dropped the research, but I never dropped. Because it is a simple cotton matter. Somebody is making napkin by American or Europe, they are making napkin. It is working perfectly with my own wife. I'm her own husband. Why my napkin is not working? I'm using a perfect cotton. Then I tried to catch women volunteers from medical college. It is 42 kilometers away from my small workshop. But even being a future doctor, the girls, then they having a hesitation to talk about their personal with the unknown man. That's why it forced me to use sanitary pad in my underwear. Then it became history. The first man wore a sanitary pad like that. If you check on Google, you'll get. But I can wear a sanitary pad in my underwear. But where can I go for uterus? I made an artificial uterus in rubber bladder. I filled animal blood in it. I tied on my hip. There is a tube connection to the napkin and the bladder. While I'm walking and cycling, I made a small press on the bladder. A dosage of blood will go to there. Please note down, gentlemen, the whole story never happened in Abu Dhabi or Dubai or in Los Angeles or Washington. It has happened in small Orthodox village of Coimbatore in a down south of Tamil Nadu. That's what something is happening around me. There is blood stain on my dhotis, foul smell of the goat blood. But I never bother. I never thought I become, involved in that research. I don't want to use word called addict because addiction is totally different. I'm very much involved. I become dedicated. So, but by using 3 weeks, it looks very unnatural using a sanitary pad by a man. But I understood a secret which is given by God out of using sanitary pad 3 weeks in my underwear. The strongest creature created by God in the world, not an elephant, not a tiger, not a lion, the women. Any men you are having doubt on this statement, gentlemen, please use wet sanitary pad in your underwear, send us the feedback to muruganandam_in yahoo.com. Men anatomy is weaker than women. Now, even today, I'm getting mails from, even I am Dennis from Denmark. Guru, I got a severe cold on third day, heavier fever, because we are weak. Women are strong. Luckily, they forget we are dominating. But you forget about this. But even after using sanitary pad myself, I'm trying for months, almost 9 months gone, but I'm unable to get the result what that company napkin is giving. Then only I came to know what is Muruga is doing. I'm rubbing my shoulder with Johnson & Procter & Gamble, because this is the domain. Women personal hygiene domain is meant for Europe and American multinational companies. They kept as a secret as a Da Vinci Code. Even you are buying napkin, you are cutting it to cut that napkin, taking the material, sending it to lab, it will say it is a cotton. But if you use cotton, you won't get result. It's a secret. That's why school dropouts struggling like anything. Then after in between, because I used medical college girls, I never told to my wife. It became a problem in my family. She thought I'm roaming behind medical college girls. She separated. I got a divorce notice. Then one point of time, my mother also left. By seeing collecting used napkin from girls, I'm displaying in my home. I'm checking everything. She thought I'm becoming a mad, a pervert like that. Then even the village, they thought I am becoming a vampire in the evening. Some bad spirit entering into my body. I'm drinking girl's blood, because they saw the breaststain in my dhoti and all. That's what they want to chase out from the village, or they want to take the bad spirit from my body by hanging myself upside down in a holy tree. If they will do, they will kill me. That's why I ran away from my village. So it is almost 1.5 years gone, but I understood what is the raw material secret. Even after that, you need this multi-million-dollar plant to process the raw material. Within the stage, wife left, mother left, my business is completely lost because of this. Even whole society, they treated me like a madman. Now I'm decode that material secret by another struggle. You need a multi-million-dollar plan. Even educated person like you, what you will do if you continuously struggle like this? If you are trying to do it, become harder and become more harder, you will drop it. But my philosophy is something is become harder, more harder. It is a clear indication by Lord Shiva or any god. Go ahead. If you do it, you will get accolade on all merits. Because of simple you are trying to do it, you are a fool. Anyone can do it. Because anything become harder, please note down. It's an indication by God. Do it, don't drop it. Then I tried another 4.5 years on this T&D method. This is the only method given by God to do a new thing or innovation. It is nothing but trial and error method. Because I did the whole innovation on my own money, not VC money or government money or public money. It is my own money, working for 4 days, researching for 2 days. Many times I used to donate my blood in public hospital for food and for traveling expense. That's why boldly I'm saying in an international conference, I did this innovation on trial and error method. So the same, if a multinational company is doing or with the funded money, they can't say openly like trial and error method. That's why the world coined a beautiful word called R&D. This is a stupid word make this complete century become useless, because all the breakthrough innovation happens only in 18th and 19th century, 17, 18, 19. Like electricity, you can't see the energy, but there is energy. There is no horse you can pull. Automobile, aviation. What is happening for the whole century is only incremental. That is why we are locking ourselves for a simple virus for a year. There is no breakthrough innovation. That's why whenever younger generation or any audience you are seeing R&D board, put thoda pani, water on R&D and dilute it, it become trial and error method. So anyone you can become an inventor, you can be a creator. So after this method, I made this simple equipment, or you can call as a machine. From the day one, it took 9.5 years. Then I applied the same material, raw material used by multinational companies. I made sanitary pads. Then I gave the napkins to 4th batch of medical college girls in the same medical college. One day, the girls in India started driving that gearless scooter. On a particular day, I'm asking a particular girl. I saw in front of the showroom. She took a new scooter. Then I said, the scooter is fine, and my napkin. They used to call me as a brother. You know, in Anna, they will call in Tamil or Baya. Baya, I'm using your sanitary pad, I forget. See the feedback from a girl, she is on period. She said, I forget. She is forgetting she is on period. such a comfort is my napkin giving, I am succeeding. It is nothing but I am trying to co-create a product with the customer. Being even a big companies, they are not doing, they simply developing a product only with the marketing of billions of marketing. They never bother up the co-creation of customer benefit or customer need. But even after 2 decades ago, being a school dropout, I very well worked with the customer, the girl or woman, what she need. That's my product become very perfect. Now I'm having invention on engineering platform. I made product, the international FMCG product, napkin, it is accepted by girl. Now only problem, now I need a certification or an IPR, right, something I have to climb. To that I have to send the nearest point of IIT, is only body to check all engineering innovation. That's why I send my machine to nearest IIT Chennai, where I first time I'm meeting men with the beard and mustache joint French cut. They never wore full pant or half pant, Bermudas, Nike shoes. They are shaking their whole body, they're speaking English, no, I, like that. The English which I'm speaking today is 2009 December. I don't know any language other than Tamil. But I never bother about the language because language is not a knowledge. Linguistic is not knowledge. Knowledge is something you acquired on your domain. You should be a beautiful CA and auditor. Auditing and accountant should be your domain. Even you are speaking very good English, even you are speaking Arab, you're doing mistake on accountancy, who will value you? Because domain knowledge is very, very important. I'm having domain knowledge on a particular day in a big hall, 6 engineers coming and asking any question in any language, never bother. If they point out, I can talk about this. The blade is made of carbon steel, the proposition, the degrees. That is why they agreed it is an innovation. But they go a little bit away from me in the big hall. 6 among them, they are discussing why this man took his life into risk. He made this simple equipment. What is going to do with this? The problem is they agreed is innovation. They certified, they given rights to me, but they're having a doubt on what way I'm going to use this simple equipment to rub shoulder with Johnson & Johnson and Procter & Gamble. So sometime being an auditor or something, you're unable to debate with the king or your superior, CEO, father, mother, mother-in-law, father-in-law, don't debate if you're having an idea. Show the practical success, then the world will shut his mouth. That's why I took my first mission from Chennai to Madhubani in Bihar. I set up for the rural women. I stayed there 3 months. It made a miracle because what Muruga did from Second World War 1932 to 2005, it is a macro and centralized model of doing things by Europe and American companies. Now I converted into out of my work into micro and decentralized model of doing napkins first time in the world. Then it's created a miracle. Then I got a data also. I became a public speaker. Then I told on a particular day in 2006 in front of Prime Minister and ministers in Delhi, not even 10% women are using sanitary pads, sir. It is very dangerous. But up to that, even government of India, they thought, oh my God, India and every woman are using. Because of they're seeing advertisement every 10 minutes, the companies are giving advertisement, they're cutting the napkin into 2, they're pouring blue water, red water. But I said, no, I am working in deep pocket villages for last 4 years. This was the real picture. Then the government called AC Nielsen, a foreign consultant. They spent 18 months. I don't know how many billion they spent. Then they come out a figure, official figure in 2008. Yes, 88% of Indian women are not using sanitary pad. See the pathetic situation. What is the disaster? What is the disease will happen? So I claim 10. Yes, 88 they're not using. That is why I said in presence of multinational companies, there is a Department of Women Empowerment, Health Department, Minister. Why the penetration is not happening? That's why I said I will go on my way with my mission, my model. Then I started setting up. See these women, these women are eating good food only on festival days. I set up in Anandapur. These are all Maoists, Naxal areas, extremist areas. But I don't know. I want only poor women. I started setting up this. Then later I set up a unit in the hilltop. It is in Tegri. It is a 12 hours drive from Dehradun. These women are making sanitary pad. This is the back view of the unit. Even you are having cancer, go and stay in the place, walk with the tribal on the tribal path. The cancer will cure and you will get 6-pack. The Ganges is going in green color. So what I want to say, to reach this place, hilltop, Johnson & Johnson will take another 25 years. Muruga is already there. This is called rural marketing. That's why it becomes success, because rural marketing is a fancy word. Even a big corporate can do, but the revenue will go up, the profit will go down. It is very risky. Then I started setting in even in schools. Then big companies started helping me, like DuPont or big companies. Then it has become a first model in the world, by the woman, for the woman, of the woman, because it is taboo for centuries. Now I made this into women is making napkin. She is going to other women. She is converting other women into unhygiene to hygiene pad using method. This way I created a social change across India. Then I met the President Abdul Kalam. He is my friend. I met twice. He knows complete about invention. Then I got the best engineering innovation award from next president, Pratibha Patil madam. And so anything in the audience, you are having a business idea, you will make a product, you will give a brand name, then you start retailing it, dealer, distributor, brand ambassador. I don't know for how many centuries the world does this retailing. Suddenly Jack Ma's and Jeff Bezos, they are making lot of noise on e-tailing. But how Muruga, being a humble and school dropout, is competing multi-billion-dollar companies having on retailing and e-tailing. My model is not retailing or retailing. My model, Muruga's model, is detailing. So even today, I am not preaching for ICA background platform. I want to detail how I did, what I am doing, what I am going to do. So detailing is a tough job, because you will do it for one time, two time, even for your daughter or son asking any question. Maybe in small child, your daughter asking why the butterfly is so many colors, you will answer one time. The next day, the girl asking again why the mountain is green color, you won't answer. You get bored. If you get bored of answering your daughter question or son question, you are going to end up as a failure father. I am requesting, please answer your any stupid question by your daughter or a son. And being a CEO or managing director, you have to detail, that is your duty. That's what I am discussing on the retail platform with Kishore Baine to the managers. There are a lot of features. You are selling equipments in the showroom, but nobody is detailing. You are simply giving the manual printed on 6 font, 5 font. Who will read it? Even ant can read it. So detailing is tough job. That's why whenever I'm seeing faculty, lecturer, teacher, I'm bowing down. I'm giving my full respect, because they're doing for the whole life. So out of detailing, we created around 1,863 local brands. That brands are surviving against big multinational giants. That is why later, this is Mr. Paul Polman, the CEO of Unilever. I'm discussing about what I did. The black coat is Sanjeev Mehta, handling 7 countries from Mumbai, Hindustan, Unilever. Finally, Muruga is in middle. So why? Because Muruga is making machine. It is a core engineering. On the machine, he is making sanitary pad. Women is going to menstruate for another 1,000 years. It is a rock solid business. That's why I become item girl, standing in middle. So later, this is on this invitation. They are very much interested. Muruga, we are spending billions to create change, but we miserably fail. But you are doing in a frugal way. Are you ready to share your secret of success with our members at Seattle? On the particular month, I traveled 5 times to US in single month. You just imagine traveling to US 5 times from Coimbatore, then going 6th time. That's what I said. I'm sorry, but he sent 2 personal invites to my office with his personal letter. Then I obeyed him. I was there. He spent 1 hour 20 minutes with me. It became a local news in Seattle, because Gates won't spend more than 3 minutes with anyone. So I made Americans laugh from the bottom of stomach. Then it became revolution. It is published not only local magazine in India, all over world, like Guardian, BBC, CNN, Globe and Mail. So then I met the 3rd president recently. We lost Pranab Mukherjee sir. I got Padma Shri from him. So I met 3 president. This president also is calling me. Soon I will go and meet him. So what do you need to dream, to be change maker or to make a difference? Not a luck, not a wealthy father-in-law or mother-in-law. So what I'm telling to you, don't look for opportunity. It is an outdated method. That to the pandemic time like this, don't look for opportunity, look for a problem. So look for Muruga, find a problem. Napkin is not used by wife and Indian woman and across world. I address the problem with my little knowledge. I become a solution provider. I build around a business model out of it. Now I spread across India and 27 other countries. So that's what become a solution provider. Even I love auditors. You are the solution providers, not auditors to the big corporates, the big HNIs. You are a solution provider. Forget about you are an auditor or accountant. You are a solution provider to the big analysts. So think like that. Work from today. You become change maker. So far, more than 6,000 machines set up all over India and 27 other countries. Then finally, the world gave this name. They called me as a corporate bomber, but I never put any bomb on any corporate. Then recently, the performance theater is created by Fortune under company CEOs. They awarded me as an Inspired Leadership Award, where I met again all the Fortune under company CEOs. I started hugging each other. I asked, what is your turnover? Minimum 120 billions. That's why I posted this. 140 billion hugging 0 billion. Here, billions is not a matter. The idea and the execution. So only 3 are Indian and London on this function. Pitoda and Mastercard chairman Banga and me. So the measurable social impact created so far, more than 100,000 women got direct employment livelihood, and later it became a Bollywood movie. So Akshay Kumar acted this. More than 45 million women shifted from unhygiene to hygiene method. So the dream, the vision, or where I am traveling to create 1 million rural employment and making India into 100% napkin usage country from the current level of less than 10%. So the design not only for India, it is matching 106 developing nations. That's why I put this as a open software and public domain. Anyone can access it. So now you can believe, being a small like me, anyone you can do a big thing. Thank you very much. This is called truly made in India.
Thank you, Mr. Arunachalam, for taking us through your really inspirational life. There definitely has been a shift for the better for women in rural India. We would now like to take a few questions which members would have.
No question.
Can you send?
Somebody having a doubt whether the wife we reunited or not. We reunited after 6.5 years with the same wife. Now I'm having daughter age around 12. Suppose she should be at college. Because of separation, mission come first. Daughter came next. She is studying 7th standard now.
Okay, so question for Mr. Mani is, after introduction of the low-cost pads, is there any statistics available about the % of women who use this pad, particularly in rural areas? Is this pads available in all stores? And what is the cost of making the pad machine?
The impact, usually everyone can claim. So this is what I did. But I told 10% in 2006. That is a cumulative achievement of independence India from 1947 to 2005 is 10, or as per AC Nielsen 12. That 12 become officially 34% today in 14 years. Earlier for whole centuries, this 12, now it is 34 in rural, and from 47 to 65 in urban. And again, don't think, again making the pad and trying to give it to stores. The napkins are available through women resident dealers. The women started stocking napkins at every 10 state, every village like that. Because this is there on the store for almost last 70 years. What the penetration happened, we don't believe on it. And the napkin unit setup cost around 3.5 lakhs INR, any part of India.
Okay.
And the napkin cost is from 3 rupees to 5 rupees. It is a personalized. So what I'm saying, this is the first machine which can produce napkin for each and every woman in the world, like a mobile phone. What the companies are doing is a landline phone. What is Muruga is doing is cell phone.
Okay. One question is, did people think you were mad when you started out this venture?
They never think they made me as a man. So nobody will come near to me. If I walk, if they saw opposite, they will change their route because they thought I become a man. Who will, it is so much dedication. Even if the audience, somebody is more dedicated to profession, the other one, they are leaving office by 5 o'clock, they look like a man. Why is he so dedication? So even if it becomes so good in nowadays, you treat as a man. Then you think about me, that too in the village.
Our next question is from Ashwini. He asks, are you currently providing sanitary napkins to village women for free?
No, we are not giving free. We are creating the awareness. And the napkin is sold. I told it is a livelihood. Na? So we set up the unit, we convert it into livelihood. Women used to make and sell by creating awareness to the women. So for 2 rupees, that's all. If something you give it free, it loses the value. But government tried, even the government miserably failed. Now they are coming out 1 rupee napkins.
Correct. So how are you then managing the economics? How do you take contribution from people? And can we as an organization contribute to your cause?
Definitely. So it's not like donating something. So you can set up few units by putting your board. This is the unit set up by ICIA Bahrain. So like that, you can creating a permanent thing. Something you donate, it is like mixing color in the river. But what you are spending every dirhams is set up a permanent unit in any rural part of India where women will livelihood. The napkin is made, it is supplied to the nearby villages. This way, anyone can participate. Even the big corporates, anyone can participate. You can create, even you can claim the change you did. You definitely will happy. This is called, I'm saying, opening a current account, accounting good karma. So that you can do.
Okay. Our next
You
question
understand
is
us? Instead of donating, you order for some medicine, you tell some place you want to give it, or we will tell. For example, the acid victims, in Mumbai, I saw recently, the acid victims.
Yes, yes.
They can't come out after that. Then like that, a group of women in Mumbai suburb, one girl, is gang raped and acid victim. By the time she is conceived, then she given a birth to a baby girl. Both mother and the daughter locked up in the room for 16 years. The girl grown in a locked room, she became an animal. See the pathetic situation. Such a group, you are donating a machine, they are making napkins, we are helping them to market it, giving livelihood. Because instead of donating, give an habit, they will forget. So they feel tomorrow morning I woke up to make napkin, I'm standing on my own leg. That psychology, you can give in dignity. That's what I'm trying, not donating and making opposite person the beggar. Here I'm trying to give dignity. This way we can select. So we can set up unit. Even you can call Abu Dhabi King to open it. It's no matter.
Okay. Our next question is from CA Ramesh. Did you encounter any problems from the MNCs while marketing the product in the earlier days?
Definitely. How they will allow. So usually a common person like us, I saw the daily calendar sheet, every day we will carry. That means we plan only for next day. But these multinational companies, they always plan for another quarter century. So in between, somebody is trying to disturb like that. They thought I'm going to disturb. Then they saw nothing happened for their market. He is there, he is alive, he is setting up somewhere. Then they catch, oh my God, this is that fool. He is creating market for us. He is converting unhygiene practice women to napkin. Later we will shift the brand shift. So like that, even today, there are more than 6,000 units. Recently, the Blue Ocean strategy, the INSEAD from France, they took a case study. These brands are creating more than $500 million as a revenue. But the whole market is created one, not steal from any market domain or from any other company. That is why I'm hugging Paul Bowman, Johnson, everybody become my friend. I never steal, not even a single percentage of their market share. I am paving way for them, they think. But only doubt what they are having. Muruga is now coming scatterly the brands across India and world. One day he is going to make a single brand. There's only doubt they're having. Who knows? Maybe one day it may happen.
Okay, thank you. So we, on behalf of BCICI, we know that you have been going through the lowest lows and you have reached new heights, and we wish that you continue to go even higher. You truly are a living example for the young entrepreneurs that if you really put your mind to something, there is nothing that can stop you. We hope that you grow and flourish and expand and reach to all those women out there in the rural Indias who are still not aware of this. And I'm sure there will be a shift for the betterment of women in India and in the rural areas. With this, I would close the session, but there has been really a lot of people who have been inspired by your life. So on behalf of all our members, we would like to provide you a standing ovation for sharing such a wonderful and mad story.
So this is, I never thought, this is the first standing ovation on webinar. Really great.
This is from all of us in Bahrain and all over internationally, whoever has been attending our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So anybody need my contact, I think you have. You can connect Anand Brain or something.
Sure.
So we can help any part of the world. Don't restrict to India. Any part of the world, even in Eritrea, Uganda, Kenya, anywhere you want to help, we are there to help you. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So with this, we come to the end of our session. I would now request CA Vivek to kindly take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Rowana. In the words of our next speaker, I quote, "Confidence is very important, even pretending to be confident. If you make a mistake but do not let your opponent know what you are thinking, then he may overlook the mistake." Unquote. Good evening, fellow members, guests, and respected dignitaries. I am CA Vivek Gupta, part of Executive Committee of Bahrain chapter of ICAI and your host for the session. Thoughts are the attribute that determines our destiny. With each thought, word, choice, and action, we take a step towards our destiny. Our next speaker is someone who was destined to make a difference from the day he learned to make a move on the board of chess at a tender age of 6. His greatest contribution is that he almost single-handedly turned India into one of the major names in chess. By inspiring millions of youth to take up the mind sport as a career, renowned for his versatility, he emerged onto the world stage when chess was largely a Soviet preserve. An ambassador of a sport like no other, his is one of the most revered names in the chess. To introduce such an eminent personality, can we have the AV, please?
Mr. Vishwanathan Anand, Indian Chess Grandmaster. Grandmaster Vishwanathan Anand is a 5-time winner of the World Chess Championship. He is one of the 2 players to have won the Classical, Rapid and Blitz World Championships. He is the sole winner of the World Championship, playing in all formats of the game. He is also a very popular motivational speaker who shares life lessons as well as inspiring tips and tools that will help every participant to navigate life challenges. He is considered as one of the best contemporary chess players in the world and is renowned for his versatility. He is the recipient of many awards, including the Arjuna Award, Padma Shri, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award, Sportsman of the Year 1995, Padma Bhushan, and Shamio de Oro, one of the Spain's highest civilian awards. Mr. Vishwanathan Anand.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that beautiful introduction, now I present you none other than the Indian chess grandmaster and former world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand. Mr. Anand, your move next.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to join the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, especially with this inspiring topic of how to make a difference. Let me also thank Mr. Ajay Kumar and Mr. Santosh for this interaction. So let's start at the beginning. I could have been an accountant myself. I briefly toyed with the idea of finishing my BCom and perhaps becoming an accountant. But I'm happy that I decided to leave it in the hands of people who are better at it than I am. I don't have the attention to detail, believe it or not, for finance that I do have in chess. And I think it's much better that my wife handles this, and clearly in conjunction with our auditor. So when I was 15, I had just become something called an international master. And then the big goal, what no Indian had achieved until that point, was how to become a grandmaster. In a way, it is like the Olympic gold medal is to us today, something that all Indians aspire to do, especially with this added motivation that you could be a historical figure. You could be someone who became India's first grandmaster. In 1986, so just after I'd become an international master, I started focusing on the grandmaster title. This happens by performing like a grandmaster in 2 or 3 tournaments and then applying for your grandmaster title. Once you get it, you keep it for life. So it's a little bit like a doctorate in the sense that you don't lose it. But it was a very significant milestone. So in 86, I played my first tournament where I had a chance of getting a grandmaster norm. And I missed by only half a point. And so my first reaction was to think, hey, this thing is going to be easier than I thought. I'm missing it by just a little bit. So all I need is to fill in some details and I'll probably get there. But this was deceptive. In fact, I spent the next year sometimes coming close, sometimes missing by a bit more. But this last half a point, you started to have this mental feeling that this half a point was different from all the others, that somehow you needed something extra to cross that barrier. And so I hit the same feeling that so many others had. How do you overcome that mental barrier? I was very lucky that I kept working, but then a natural deadline came in my life, my +2 exams, which I had to finish. So I stopped my chess career for a couple of months. I went back to school, tried to catch up in a hurry with all my school classes. And I stayed away from chess and only focused on my studies for 3 months. Finished my exams. And by the way, I passed. And then I could come back and play for the title. And this is a technique that I've often used, that when I'm very close to something and I keep missing it, sometimes it's nice to take a break. You step back. If you can do something else natural like an exam, then you do that. Otherwise, a hobby or something like that is very good. You switch horses, so to speak. And when I came back, I had that hunger again to continue trying for the Grandmaster title. Once again, success didn't come initially, but eventually I got my first performance in July, August. And that happened through winning the World Junior Championship, which made me not only a Grandmaster performance, but also made me the first Asian to ever win the World Junior Championship. And then, once again, I missed it in a tournament in October. But in November, December, I played 2 tournaments in a row, and it just happened. In the same tournament, in the consecutive tournaments, I got my remaining performances, crossed the 24-game mark, and I knew I was going to get the title. And like so many things, this is a mental barrier, as much as a technical chess barrier. Of course, you have to become good at chess and you have to perform with consistency to attain it. But I can say that after I became a Grandmaster, within 3 years, we had our second Grandmaster, then another 3 years for the third. And now we are up to 65 Grandmasters in India. Especially in recent years, a lot of youngsters have become Grandmasters, many younger than me. Now we have 4 Grandmasters under the age of 15. I was 18 when I became a Grandmaster. And, you know, once you set an example, often you'll find many, many people follow. And in fact, this has mirrored the scope for chess in India, which is that a lot of people started playing and we got better at it. And in fact, India is one of the leading countries in chess by many measures. Once I became a Grandmaster, in fact, for the first 6 months, my results dropped quite a lot. And the problem was that for 2 years, I would go to a tournament and I didn't even have to set myself a goal. I knew automatically what is the Grandmaster performance. So I knew it's a score. It would be 7.5 out of 10 or 7 out of 10, or, you know, based on the percentage and the strength of your opponents, it would be a number. And that was my goal. It was very simple and easy. And once I became a Grandmaster, you don't have to prove it anymore. Once you get your title, it's yours for life. And I realized for the first time, I didn't have a clear goal. I mean, it was nice if I made a Grandmaster result, but if I made half a point less or 1 point less, nothing happened to me. And as a result, my results dropped off. And this was a very important lesson for me because I understood that I had to keep some sort of goal, because otherwise it's very easy to flounder. It's very easy to lose track of what you're aiming for. In a way, when I was younger, goals were easier. They were just straightforward ones. And after becoming a Grandmaster, the next obvious title for me was to try to become a world champion. And so that is what I set about to do. That is a very elaborate process, because you first play a tournament, you get into the last 16. I mean, I'm describing how the cycle was then. Now there are some modifications, but you get into the last 16, then you play knockout matches till there's only 1 player remaining. And then this player challenges the world champion. And if you win that match, then and only then you become world champion. So it was a long journey with many hurdles. And it's particularly difficult because you can get eliminated at any stage, and you often have to start from zero and start all over again. So this is the most general kind of goal, because you have to do something consistently and sustain your results for many years. I had to work on all aspects of my game. So my initial goals were very clear. I would work to just get more experience, become a stronger chess player, get used to playing top tournaments, hopefully get a lot of experience playing the world champion in other tournaments so that you're able to measure up. And this was my next goal. My growth until that point had been totally natural. When I was young, I just played a lot of chess. I played a lot of 5-minute games in a club. And people often didn't recommend this because they would say, if you play 5-minute games, you don't learn to concentrate. But when you're young, you don't want to sit and play one game a day. You want to play 20 or 30 games a day. And then it's only possible if you do it at accelerated control. And I think the most important thing here was not how much time I was spending on the games, but how many games I was playing. Because it meant that I got more and more experience of my instinctive reaction in every position. And this is a very useful thing because in life, you will not be able to prepare everything. There will come moments when you will have to play with your gut feeling. And so, but your gut feeling doesn't just happen. It comes from playing thousands of games or by solving hundreds of problems. It's by repeated work that you're able to get better. And so this natural way of developing was very healthy for me, and I would still recommend it for many people. But the time came to learn the best methods, work with top trainers and, again, a guide or a mentor is able to tell you right away, and you don't have to learn something by making mistakes. If you learn from the right person in the right way, then you can save a lot of time. So that was the hope. I worked with one strong Russian trainer, and I'll just mention one interesting story. So all my life, I just played in forward gear. I would think if you give me a position, my first reaction would be, what am I aiming for? What would I like to do? And what can my opponent do against this plan? It never occurred to me that there could be other ways of playing because this is the most natural. But this trainer told me, often Karpov doesn't even have a plan. He tries to think what you might be aiming for, and he spends his move just blocking that. And this can be very frustrating if you are not used to thinking in that way. So let's practice with that. And so this was not only a new way of playing chess, it was a new way of even approaching the game, thinking even. I was very young. I was 21, and Karpov had already been at the top of world chess for 2.5 decades. So I needed to catch up a lot in experience. And this kind of guidance allowed me to shorten that process. I actually did much better against Karpov than almost anyone expected. It was a close match till the last game, and it was only in the last game that I fell behind and lost. There was one more thing that I realized. There are some things that you only realize after you experience. Only after you played with Karpov for the first time, you understand why someone like Karpov is so good. Before I went into the match, I thought my most difficult task will be to get any chances at all because he's so good and so experienced. I thought I probably just will not have any opportunities. In fact, I had 5 games which I could have won if I had played correctly. And so it was clear that one difference was attitude. I often thought my task is to get a winning position. But again, someone like Karpov, he thinks every lost position I can save is a half point, and I've got to, I've got to make my opponent work till the very end. I mean, this kind of tenacity I was not used to before. In the match itself, I had 5 winning games, like I mentioned. Karpov only had 2, but he converted both, whereas I converted only 1 out of 5. So that was my first shot at the World Championship title. I had one further shot a few years later, and this time I qualified to play Kasparov. So this was a big improvement. I completed the cycle, and I was playing the world champion. Once again, I took the lead. I won the first decisive game, and right away he hit back very hard. There were a lot of strategical mistakes that I made. For instance, I repeated an opening, almost telling him, "Show me your preparation. Let me see what you could prepare." It would have been very smart to have been more flexible and say, "I'm not going to challenge. I'm not going to see what you prepared at home. I'm going to duck and go somewhere else." So there were errors like that. But once again, I underestimated what a 20-game match looks like. Until that point in my life, I had only played, the maximum length of a match I played was 12. And a 20-game match was so much longer. So in fact, I would say that if I had a 1-point lead with 3 games to go, it would have been a different match. But a 1-point lead with 9 games to go was simply not enough. And then I saw the depth of resources that he had and he was able to summon up. And once again, it's a tenacity. Once he had been shocked out of his comfort zone. I mean, once a great player like him fell back and then started to work 10 times harder. And quite to my surprise, my level dropped. And after that match, I realized that, it doesn't matter if you do something well for 3 or 4 years. There are no prizes for that. You, at the critical moment, when your opponent is increasing his resistance, when things are getting harder and harder, you can't feel sorry for yourself. You have to sit there and win the point. That's the only way. So when I played in a match many years later, my first world championship that I won, I had the feeling, I really felt it inside that even if I finished second again, there was no achievement. I didn't see the first few times I was already a role model. I was the only Asian ever to play in a final. These things you can pat yourself on the back once or twice. But the third time, I felt very deeply inside that the only thing that mattered this time was if I won. I would have been as disappointed with second place as I would have been with 8th, for instance. So that was a big help. And then it helps you focus much better. The second thing, though, was all the experience I had playing these people. It helps you in all the little decisions. As success comes closer and you're getting nearer to the title, you remind yourself of all the things that can go wrong. And you're just that much more prepared. And on my third attempt, I finally nailed the title. So this was in 2000. Then once again, what happened when I had my Grandmaster title happened again, which is that I started to find that, well, once you become world champion, what do you do for your next goal? And so once again, I had that cycle. I managed 3 events without this problem. So my results held up for a while. But then eventually, this attitude caught up with me, and I had one of my worst results about 7 months after I became world champion. And that affected my confidence for many months afterwards. In fact, even though I realized later that I was doing the right thing, which was now I was making all the changes to my game, I was fixing all the problems, I was experimenting a lot, trying to take a lot of risks, because I wanted to come back very strongly. Sometimes you can't force these things. The problem was that result had done such damage to my confidence that even when I was pushing myself, I was hesitating a little bit. And it took many months, about 8 months, before I had a result that I was really happy with. And the interesting thing is, I went to that tournament with almost no expectations. After 8 months of failure, you kind of give up a bit. And I went there with this feeling that you just have to let go. And I went with minimal expectations. My attitude was, it would be great if I can play 1 or 2 good games in this tournament, because with my confidence where it is, just that will be wonderful. And it had a happy ending. I won that tournament, and that was nice. So for the first time, without this pressure of trying to do well and trying to force yourself to do well, I actually played freely and well. And then for many years, I tried to conserve this state. You can't force matter. Sometimes you have to do things with passion. I had to play chess the way I did naturally. All the work, all the training, all the self-analysis is fine. But when you go to the game, that must all be internalized, and you must be able to play freely without thinking about the result or trying to break it down into too many steps. It has to come simply naturally. And it was fun to rediscover that feeling. And once again, after that result, my confidence came back very quickly. And when you have confidence, you don't second guess your moves, you take risks more easily. And this meant that my results then responded for many years. And it was almost 3 years after that, 2.5 years of uninterrupted good results. Of course, there were ups and downs, but basically for 2.5 years, I kept my world #2 ranking. I performed very well. And I even won the best chess player. In fact, we have the same name as movies. We have something called the Chess Oscar. And I won that 2 consecutive years in a row. And so very positive period. I would have this process of training again and again and learning new things again and again. But this was concentrated at this point because something very fundamental started to happen, which was that computers started to outperform chess players consistently, which means that already by this point, you could no longer play a game with a computer because it was just too strong. Why were computers stronger than us at that point? So I'm talking roughly 2004, 2005. Well, simply because it's not human nature to play 30 perfect moves. Mistakes creep in here and there, and you can come up with beautiful concepts, you can execute well, but little mistakes will happen. And for the computer, those little mistakes don't happen. It may not even be playing to a plan. It may just be playing the best move in every situation. But in the long run, unfortunately, chess is a game where one bad move ruins the whole game. You can play a game at a very high level, but there is no prize for it. There's no prize for what you deserve. If that last move is a mistake, you're punished, and that's what happens with computers. But this also meant that everything had to change. We had to change how we worked. And there was a lot of resistance inside, emotional resistance to changing how you work. Imagine that everything you thought you're good at, the computer is doing better. And because the computer is doing better, and it's because it's giving the same answer to everyone, you not only have to stop working on that area and you just accept the computer's answers, but you also have to keep finding new things in which you're good at and excel in those things. Things where the computer can maybe support you rather than. So I had to change my working method. I had to change my style even. So one of the things I started to do then is I was already in my mid-30s at that point. I started to work with players who are much younger than me. I mean, one out of my 4 trainers, one was about 4 years younger, 2 were more than 10 years younger, and 1 was even 17 years younger. So, almost junior to just out of the junior events. And I started to work with them because I understood for them, the time they worked on chess without computers was very, very small. Many of them, in fact, the youngest one, in fact, never knew a world where computers were not stronger than human chess players. So I felt that I needed to learn from their working methods and find out just how they approach problems, how they solve it, how they think, and see if I could learn from that. So as I arranged my team, my results started to pick up again. And now I had a chance to not only regain my world title, but also to become a unified world champion, because the chess world, which is a long story, but it's split into two branches, and now those two branches are reunited. So I had a chance to win to be absolute world champion. And I grabbed that and I went for a tournament in Mexico with a lot of preparation. I worked very hard. I tried to fix all my mistakes. Literally chess is about patterns. You see the patterns which you do very well and you enter those confidently. The things you don't do very well, you try to work on, but you also try to work on avoiding. Why face that situation unnecessarily if you don't have to? So wherever I could steer the game into my favorite channels, go for that. Wherever I could strengthen my weak areas so that I would enter that situation with more confidence. Deep down, you're not good at this, but you think, I have repaired my weaknesses enough that I can enter this area confidently. And, that becomes something to look forward to as well. And if you save a position that you normally play badly, great for your confidence. So that was an important step. But in fact, I made my biggest leap the next year, which was that I played in a match against a very dangerous opponent, a player called Kramnik. And my main problem against him was that what I do very well, which is aim for this kind of tactical play where there's a lot of calculation, lot of long variations, lots of pieces clashing, and possibility of errors is high, but that's where my intuition was very good. And if I felt the position naturally, even if I made a mistake, it was often hard to spot. So that's my natural territory. But the problem was in my favorite areas, my opponent was able to block that kind of style. In fact, that's how he had beaten Kasparov in a match a couple of years earlier. So I then came to the conclusion that I would have to leave my favorite area, in a sense, the kind of chess that I specialize in, I would not be able to play in this match because I just felt he would work very hard and he would not allow me to get what I want. And so I decided to take a very big risk. Instead of playing the area in which I had specialized, I was going to try and play an opening in which he had specialized all his life. And my reasoning was very simple. I just felt I need to drag him out into positions where I'm able to impose the style of play. And so in order to get the style that I was more comfortable with, I was willing to sacrifice familiarity. And that was the trade-off. It's very risky because one of the advantages of doing things that you're familiar with, that you do it by second nature. You don't have to think so hard and you're able to do it very easily, like speaking your mother tongue or your favorite routines. It comes more naturally. The one advantage I had in this situation is because that I would have a year to prepare. I could try to come up with a lot of new ideas. And the most interesting thing for me was that I could find moves that were completely fresh positions for me. And I tried to approach this in a positive way. I tried to tell myself, yes, all these positions will be new for me, so I'll be unfamiliar. But it'll be easier for me to concentrate because, on the other hand, doing what you do all your life, the familiar routines, means that sometimes you stop thinking. You do it, you let your hand take over, or you do it by rote thinking. And here, because of the extra danger I'd be in, that everything seemed unfamiliar, I would be forced to find new and original positions every time. And in every position, I would look and ask myself basic questions. Does this move work? I would look for interesting plans because I was unfamiliar. And that was the plan. And It was a risky strategy. It had the possibility of going horribly wrong, but I had done enough work to minimize that possibility. And it worked brilliantly. In fact, this was the best match I've ever played in my life. Never have I dominated such a strong opponent in a match. And once again, it simply remains the best match that I played in my life. So there are a couple of important lessons that I picked up in this match. One was that it is more important to be excited about what you're doing rather than familiar with what you're doing. And again, I will state this match maybe was too successful. It proved very difficult to replicate this because in every subsequent match, my opponents started to anticipate, oh, let's see, Anand could do this, but what are the things he could do we don't expect? And they would map those out a little bit. So that it was getting harder and harder to do that. Nonetheless, I feel that a couple of years later, when I had a career crisis, it was because I was not pushing harder in this area. Even there were good reasons to stick to what I knew. And there's always this tough trade-off. It's not an easy choice, like I maybe made it sound. Sometimes it's better to do something uncomfortable, which keeps your brain working, rather than... Anyway, this was one of the most important learnings. And also, because I'd been working with these youngsters for 3 or 4 years, I was able to benefit a lot from modern technology in that match. In fact, a lot of our ideas had been checked with computers to a great degree. And I had time to understand the computer's ideas and the details, the little details. And so I was really on song in that match. And maybe the final point I'll make is that sometimes you have to have this, some principle that you live by and that you won't compromise. I don't have to emphasize how important that is to people in finance. And while these two world championship cycles were trying to reunify, there were a lot of offers to join on this side or join on that side while they were all negotiating their things. And at that point, partially due to experience, I made a decision which was that I'm going to decide what are the compromises and how flexible can I be, and what are the things I do not want to be flexible in, and then just to refuse this. And my attitude was, if I'm uncomfortable with the decisions I've made, then it'll hurt my chess. And if it hurts my chess, there is no amount of politics which will get me back into the game. So my attitude was, I'll play my best chess when I'm comfortable with my decisions. Therefore, I will refuse. And this meant that I missed a couple of championships in 2003, 4, and 5. So when I say they were my most successful years, I mean that they were my most successful years and tournaments, but I had to stay out of the match cycle then. But in 2008, finally, they had to invite me back because I had won the World Championship. And I think it taught me the benefit of having an understanding of yourself. What are the decisions where you can be flexible, and what are the things you genuinely believe in, and the values you absolutely live by and will not compromise. And if you can stick to that, then it's so much healthier for you overall. I feel that sometimes when you get the ball rolling, it's like a snowball, it goes faster. Now we have one of the strongest junior, let's say, bench in the world. We have amazing players, and you feel that you started the process of getting India more connected with chess, especially that we have an historical tie, and because chess was invented in India, according to most accounts, historical accounts. And I feel that that's how I've made a difference in chess, and in how I've been able to learn and keep learning new things and not resisting technology, but trying to adapt it. I hope you're all able to share in my experience, and I'll be happy to take some questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Anand, for such a thought-provoking session. While I'm personally thrilled, I realize that most of our members are jumping in their seats to have answer to their questions. So not taking much time, I would like some questions to be answered. Just
sure.
So the first question is from Mr. Mahesh Kumar Narayan. Can you share any interesting instances of your game with Gary Kasparov?
So I mentioned in our match that I took the lead initially, and this was unexpected for me because I went into that match thinking, how am I going to survive against him? And so it was a pleasant surprise to be able to take the lead. But then I found that not only his play changed, but his attitude changed as well. He was very aggressive in game 10. He came, he would make a good move, and then, in fact, he caught me in preparation, home preparation, which means that he caught me in something that I had not looked at well, which means I was solving it at the board and he had checked thoroughly at home. And but on top of that, he would get up, he would slam the door and walk out of the thing. We were playing in the 107th floor of the World Trade Center. And so they had a little cabin, an artificial cabin, which they had built where we were playing. And so whenever he would slam the door, the whole cabin would shake. And I thought, maybe I should go to the arbiter and complain about this. But then I decided, well, my position is already lost. If I complain, it will look like sour grapes, so forget it. Anyway, the position's gone, and something like that is said. But afterwards, I realized it's a mistake. If you're fighting someone, you should never be afraid to stand up for your rights. The position can be lost, but you insist that he behaves himself. You tell the arbiter to issue him a warning, and it also means that he will be more careful the next time with you. So I think there it was been an inexperience, but for me it was also surprising to see him do that. Anyway, the good thing is about half a year after that match, I played him in Geneva, and once again I was in a similar situation, except now I was the one trailing him. And this time, of course, it's not my nature to slam doors, so that's not what I did. But I felt that it was important to do something like that, to show aggression when you're falling behind in the match. And it's not, there are no objective reasons for it. It's just you're trying to say, you're trying to show your confidence and hope that that will affect the opponent's psychology. And so what I did was I played an opening that I never played. And this time, without any preparation, without any forethought. I had not anticipated a scenario, but I felt almost reckless, and I went into it. And in fact, he outplayed me easily, and he knew that position much better than I did. And within a few moves, it looked like I made the wrong decision. But then, to my surprise, suddenly his level dropped. He started playing for a draw, and he fell into some elementary thing, and I won. So I think that was a nice contrast for me. That when you show bravery, it works sometimes.
Mr. Vishwanath Anand, in addition to that, Sushil Kumar Jainji, he asked that we heard stories that Gary Kasparov had used some kind of psychological tactics with you. Is it true?
Well, it's a question of definition. I mean, a lot of things people do could be psychological, but they're quite legitimate. I mentioned that he was slamming doors in the game, and clearly he was trying to not only, he was just trying to show me how he felt, but yeah, I think that behavior is simply not correct. And like I said, I should have protested earlier. But besides that, there's a lot of stuff which is borderline legal. A player can sit there and make a face, and you can't really call the arbiter every time. Sometimes you also have to learn to block your opponent, and you have to have this attitude. If my moves are good, then it doesn't matter what he does. But yes, this kind of psychological warfare is very common in chess.
Now the next question is from Mr. Suresh Nambayar. Who was your toughest opponent and any learning from that interaction?
I would say there is no single toughest opponent. There are many players who seem unbeatable at some point and you really struggle with them, and then you have and then the tide turns. But generally my worst results are with the usual names. I mean, so the strongest players will be Kasparov, Carlsen, Nakamura. These are the people I generally have a bad score against.
Mr. Anand, there's one question from Kunjan Choksi, and this is very interesting to me personally as well. Grandmaster Vishy, what would be your advice when you lose a position or title of value?
It's happened to me a couple of times. I think the most important thing is to put it in the past. I mean, you have to play the next game, or life has to go on, and you have to be able to put it behind you. That's easy to say for some. I mean, a loss in a tournament, you can usually, by that evening, you come to terms with it, you forget about it, and you move on. But harder losses, sometimes it takes a couple of weeks or even months. I remember when I lost my world title. It took me 2 months before I was even felt comfortable looking at the game. And so I just felt there is no use working if you're not in the mood to work. So I will not work. And I will just ignore this and spend some time playing with, spending some time with my family. And the important thing is, when I finally felt like looking at chess again, I had overcome the disappointment in doing it. So there, I think it's important to be honest with your feelings, and not just deny it. Let it time, gives yourself some time for it to play out, and then get back to how you were working before.
That advice touched my heart. Now we'll have a couple of more questions. Then from Sitapati Sridhar, why do high-rated players like dice chess? Is it really a game or it's just for fun? Will it not dampen the spirits of the players?
I don't know that a lot of players like dice chess. It's just a very few people, but I think it is a ridiculous game. But I think people just play it to relax. So for those of you who don't understand what this is you throw a dice, and then depending on the number that comes up, you have to make a move on a certain rank or file, and some criteria. And so you have no control about your moves. And I mean, I played the game once, but it's, I don't see myself playing it too often.
Okay, now the last question. Rajesh Krishnan, he asks, is there any difference in starting a match with white or black?
Well, that's a very fundamental question. In a sense, it is like the serve in tennis, that the player who plays white does have a small advantage. So typically, one way to see it is that white can afford a couple of mistakes before white has to lose. So normally, if white makes a mistake, then the position still is equal because the initial advantage is gone. And statistics kind of bear this out over millions of games. I think white's overall score is pushing 51% towards 52% or something. So we're talking tens of millions of games. And there's a strong drawing tendency, but white is slightly ahead. But this can be neutralized in many ways. In fact, during my best years, I was scoring more with black than white. There are stylistic things that interfere with this. So it's not as straightforward, but statistically, white is ahead.
Now we will conclude this Q&A session with a dedication from one of our member, Kapil Batra. जिंदगी शतरंज की बिसात सी है, जिंदगी शतरंज की बिसात सी है, हम कभी शाह तो कभी प्यादा. Life is like a chessboard. We are king someday and pawn in the other. Now, personally, on behalf of all of our members, I am overwhelmed with each and every word Mr. Anand has shared with us today. It will be an understatement if I say just the event was amazing, thrilling, wonderful. Even then, so it will be an understatement. I have to write down all the words because I was short of words with that. Mr. Anand said there, snowball, when it keeps on rolling, it becomes bigger. That was very apt because India clearly has 65 grandmasters today, but that was not the case when Mr. Anand became the first grandmaster in India. The earlier predecessor of chess probably originated in India even before 6th century AD, but it was Vishwanathan Anand who make a splash in the still water by inspiring millions of youth to take up mind sport as a career, as I stated before, and keep the ball rolling. Truly said, great is the art of beginning, but greater is the art of ending. And we are really thankful to you, Mr. Vishwanathan Anand, for such a great ending of our beautiful session. And since we have received so many requests from our members after having your session, that will give you a standing ovation. And with this virtual platform, we'll do what we can do as our best.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And with that, we conclude this session. And I hope you all enjoyed that. Personally, I did. All dear members, don't loosen your seat belts, tighten them, because now is another awaited session on quiz and raffles. And for that, I hand over the podium and stage to CA Santosh TV, who will take you through the ups and downs of the raffles. And in the end, Aja Luck Azmale. Over to you, CA Santosh TV.
CA Vivek. So far, I believed that being mad is bad. Now I realized that being mad is one step away from being a genius. Therefore, next time onwards, when my wife tells that I'm getting mad, I will be patient. I will be assuming that the next stage of her will be a genius. Therefore, let me be patient. Similarly, recently we ourselves also had a thinking process or debate or discussion similar line when our versatile chairperson, Ajay Kumar, told that shall we think about a subject is called MAD as our international conference theme. We really thought that is it crazy for him to select some subject like that? Now only we realize that he is one step away from genius. Okay, let us be patient. Okay, with that, we will move on to the next session. Technical sessions all come down. Therefore, it is very important for us to offer our thanks to all the people supported to make this 12th International Conference a very big success. Hope that you all enjoyed it. We really tried our level best to make this international conference a viable option in the virtual mode, and we were able to make it a success. We believe you enjoyed it. I will go ahead with my formal thanks. First of all, we would like to thank His Excellency Syed bin Rashid Al Sayani, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, for the patronage of 12th International Conference. The next, we would like to thank you, His Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, for his gracious presence during the inaugural session of our conference. We would also like to thank you, Mr. Hassan Al-Ghanami, Chief Financial Analyst, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, as a representative of His Highness, His Excellency, Syed bin Rashid Al Sayani, the Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. Now we would like to acknowledge and thank Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Managing Partner, KPMG Bahrain, for the support he extends to Bahrain chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, always and every occasion. We also thank you, CA Adil Kumar Gupta, President of ICAI, for his extended support to our events, particularly our international conference today. He was part of the dignitary as well as our keynote address, shared his word of wisdom with us. Now, I would like to extend our thank you to Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman, Bahrain Accountants Association. He is a very long friend of BCICAI. Every time we approach him for anything, he is always there to support us. We thank you, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi. We would also like to acknowledge the gracious presence of CA Niranjan Jambusaria, Honorable Vice President of ICAI, being with us during the inaugural session. Now let us thank the heroes of our event who are made this event a grand success, the speakers of the conference. Mr. Richard Trelfall, Partner Global Head Infrastructure and Global Head of KPMG Impact, to deliver the technical speech. The next, we would like to thank you, CA T.N. Manoharan, past President and ex-chairman of Canara Bank and winner of Padma Shri Award. Now we would like to thank you, Mr. Arjun Vaidya, CEO Dr. Vaidya, New Age Ayurveda Concept. We'd also like to thank you, Dr. Malaviga Iyer, being with us, and with a lot of, we all assume that it is a disability, but she proved that being a disability can be an achievement, can make a lot of contribution to the society. We would also extend our thanks to CA Gaurav Jain for speaking to us about the relevance of transfer pricing. We would also like to extend our gracious gratitude to Muruganantham Arunachalam, the pad man who was down from a village coming and occupying the big seat in all our hearts. Also in the forum of BCICI, he delivered a wonderful speech and motivated all of us. Last but not the least, our last speaker, Mr. Vishwanathan Anand, the Grandmaster, first Grandmaster from India. Yeah, an event like international conference cannot be made successful only with the help of sponsors, dignitaries or speakers. We also need the support of sponsors. Now I would like to extend the thanks of our team to our sponsors, our annual sponsor Tally Solutions, our platinum sponsor KPMG and Grant Thornton, our gold sponsor MMJS, silver sponsors Ashura Consulting and Homebox. We also have a supporting sponsor, My Benefits, knowledge partner BIBF. We extend our warm welcome and thank you to all those sub-sponsors. We would also like to thank you, our media friends, Daily Tribune, GDN, 4PM, Madhyamam, and all other medias which is supporting us. Also, it is very important. This year we conducted a virtual conference, normally away from the normal convention. That depend upon our technology is very, very important. We would like to thank you, Mr. Ajit Nair and Ranjish from Convex Media for supporting and working relentlessly for past many years, day and night, to make this event a very successful one. We would also like to thank you, Mr. Renju, who is a designer. We will be seeing these wonderful banners, designs, and flyers. all designed by him. Mr. Renju, thank you very much. I would also like to thank you other people who supported us to make this event happen. CA Mahesh Kumar Narayanan, immediate past chairperson and our mentor for conducting the inaugural session. Also, we would like to acknowledge the contribution of Mr. Egans Agarwal, Flenil D'Souza, Miss Harsha Nair for the invocation dance at the beginning of the session, Miss Geeta Ajit for the choreography. And we would also thank you, all the past chairpersons and mentors, for guiding us and giving support and advice whenever required. I would also like to thank all the executive committee members for relentlessly working for many days for making this event happen and a successful one. Many day and night, I'm sure that many of us are spent to make this event happen. A special mention of Mr. CA Gaurav Agarwal, who was away from us today because of the examination duty. He missed all the fun and entertainment. He was working for all of us on behalf of us at the exam duty. With it, I hope that I thanked everyone other than the most important pillars of our organization, you, the members and guests. It is all our efforts were futile unless there is a support of the members. We are overwhelmed by the support of the members. We are able to see always 250 members around is attending this conference and making this an eventful one, even though it was a virtual one. We are sure that we are humbled by your support. In all, your support will be a foundation for us to do the future events. Thank you very much once again for your wonderful support. And formal thanks offering is over. Now we'll move to the exciting Kahoot session. Okay, I would request members to get ready with your mobile to log in into the Kahoot application. Can we have the Kahoot ID? The pin is loading. It is 2185997. Members, please log in and join our grand Kahoot session. The prizes to be won are $400 worth Farfetch voucher as the first prize, and the second prize is $200 worth Farfetch voucher, and the third prize is 20 VD Homebox voucher. And fourth, fifth, there is a consolation prize of 10 BD worth Homebox vouchers. Okay, many of the members are joining. I'm sure people are eagerly waiting for this Kahoot session as you are listening to all the sessions. Definitely, we should touch above 100. Yes, we should go beyond. Once again, request all the members to insert your name and membership number. Sometimes if we are not able to identify who is the person, then the gift will go to the next person. Therefore, it is always advisable, please use your name, then followed by your membership number. Okay, we will wait for maybe 1 minute more because many people are joining. Yes, some more people are joining. I am able to see a couple of people without membership number. Just first name only. I request those people who are not entered their membership number, please quit and rejoin. after putting your membership number. We can wait for another 15-20 seconds, no issues, but you just exit and rejoin with your membership number. I'm able to see some Sid, Srini. Please quit and rejoin with your membership number. Also, Vimal. SA, that's also, will not be able to recognize the member. Request you to quit and rejoin with your membership number. Okay, we have 119 members. Okay, 120. I think it's good time. We'll go. Okay, locked. 122 people are there in the queues. It will be a tight competition. Okay, this is 3, 2, 1, go. The question number 1. Dr. Malavika Iyer was a speaker for which big platform with ideas worth spreading? It is the Veritas Forum, Ignite, Talks at Google, TEDx Talks. Yeah, most of the people got it correct. It's TEDx Talks. Let us see who is leading the score. Okay, the score, please. What happened? Yeah. Yes, Arun leading with 980 points. Rajesh at the second place. Okay, let us go to next question. Which among the following was an award which was won by Mr. Arunachalam Muruganandam? The Arjuna Award, Padma Shri Award, Dronacharya Award, Rajiv Gandhi Award. Here it goes. Padma Shri Award, 101 people got it right. Okay, very good. I think Arun Kotwani is leading. Karthik at the second place, Sandeep at third place. Okay, let us go on with next question. C.A.T.N. Manoharan was the past chairman of which bank in India? State Bank of India, Punjab National Bank, Canara Bank, Bank of India. I think I also told in in the summary and introduction also told. I think multiple times only. He was there for 5 years. Okay, 88% got it correct. It is Canara Bank. Okay, next question. Now who is first place? Rajesh come to the first, Sandeep and second, and third Arun Kotwani. Let us go ahead with next question. Which one? These are not awards won by Mr. Vishwanathan Anand. Dronacharya Award, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award, Shamio D. Oro Award, the Arjuna Award. Dronacharya Award is correct answer. 45 people got it, 45% got it correct. 39 is wrong. I think some confusion people had. Dronacharya Award is for the coach. Rajesh continuing with the first number 1 position. Natasha reached the second. Sandeep, Sharmila. We will go next question. Who had invited Mr. Arunachalam Muruganandam to Seattle, USA to speak on challenges in innovation? Barack Obama, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Sundar Pichai. %92% got it correct. It's Bill Gates. Yes, excellent. Okay, let's go ahead. Who is with the top position. Let us see now. It is Natasha reached the number 1 position. Sandeep, Rajesh. Okay, let's go ahead with the next question. Which award did Dr. Arjun Vaidya received from Amazon? Small Business Award, Youth SMB Award, Best Youth Entrepreneur Award, Business Excellence Award. It is Youth SMB Award. It's the correct answer. I think most of the people got it wrong. If you got it correct, 31 people got it correct. Let us move, see the score. Natasha, Rajesh, Minakshi. Yes, very good. Next. When did Bahrain join the BEPS inclusive framework? April 2018, May 2018, May 2017, April 2019. Some people are answering in chat box also. It is May 2018. No need to answer in the chat box, please. It is May 2018. 40 people got it right. Okay, let us move. The winner, Kahoot, is finding difficult to accommodate. Rajesh again reached the first position. Which of these is not a transfer pricing method for benchmarking? I think we'll go a little slower, something problem. It's not displaying the options. I think a little technical glitches. Okay, members, please remember the gift to be won is 400 USD worth Farfetch vouchers is the first prize, and the second prize is 200 USD worth Farfetch voucher, and third prize is 20 VD worth Homebox voucher, and fourth and fifth is 10 BD Homebox voucher. Are we able to get it back, Kahoot? Some problem, their internet connectivity? Just 1 second, there is some connectivity issue we are facing. Just 1 second, bear with us. I hope that you all enjoyed the evening. It is day-long session. I think maybe many of them, our members, it may be a first experience sitting from morning to evening in front of a computer to listen to the sessions. We are internet had some connectivity issue. We are arranging an alternate internet to the system, which is connected to the Kahoot application. I think there are some issues with the Kahoot application. Okay. Okay. I think it better to we will show our sponsors video once. Yeah, it is a great time. A lot of support we got during this pandemic time. It is better. Let us see the sponsors video once.
A growing business demands more from you every day. And when you've got more to do, you need a partner that is fast, reliable, flexible, and simple. Introducing the all-new Tally Prime, a power-packed software that makes everyday business management delightfully simple. It adapts to your way of working, so you get greater flexibility and transforms the way you interact with your business every day. Here's how the new Tally Prime can make your life simpler. Use the new Go-To capability to quickly access your business data through different reports. Move to any report instantly and switch between reports no matter where you are. Go-To is part of a whole new top menu which helps you handle interruptions during data entry. Print, email, and export any data from wherever you are without abandoning your current tasks. Multitasking is now well and truly simple. With Tally Prime, it is now super easy to generate reports as per your needs. New actions available across all reports will allow you to get better business insights. Change View suggests alternative views of any report and also gives you related and better insights on different aspects of your business. Basis of values helps change the parameters of a report and look at your business data from different perspectives. Exception Reports helps filter data that stands out in your reports and may need your attention. Recording your vouchers and masters is extraordinarily simple. With more details, you can now easily handle exceptional situations in day-to-day working. This means less effort and time in getting work done. So, if you've got more to do and you need to make every day simple, do it with Tally Prime. Visit tallysolutions.com to download now. Switch to Tally Prime and make every day simple.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions? And could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
Good evening, members. Welcome back once again. We are extremely sorry for the technological hitches happened, and we will be reconducting the Kahoot session once again. Also, we always believe that a sailor or a captain's efficiency will be tested when he is sailing through the storm sea, not when the sea is a calm. Therefore, we take these technical glitches as part of our learning and sailing experience. Okay, and see, it is very unfortunate and unfair for those members who are leading at that point in time and need to replay and again score. Therefore, as an interim measure, we decided to award first 3 placed winners at the time of stopping the Kahoot will be given a 20 BD voucher each from Homebox. Okay, I hope that it is justifiable, and we will start the Kahoot game once again from the beginning. Here we go, please. Let us start the Kahoot. Please rejoin once again. The new ID is 4622394. 4622394. Yeah, we are very thankful and grateful to our members. You have not lost your enthusiasm and supporting us very well back the same way while first time we conducted it. We have crossed the century mark of participants, I think it's good to go. Now we have 103 participants, maybe a few more joining. Okay, we'll give maybe around 15 seconds more. I think one person joined only with membership number. That will be fine. We will not be able to identify the name, but membership number is fine. Okay, let us start. Clock and let us start. Okay, let us see the first question. Here we go. Question number 1, Dr. Malavika Iyer was a speaker of which big platform with ideas worth spreading? I'm sure now we can select everything fast. Let us see. This time all 100% getting correct. Okay, quite good number, 96% got correct. 96 people got it correct. Okay, let us go ahead. Maybe we will not see the position up to our 5-6 questions which is completed. Just let us go as fast as possible. Which among the following was an award which was won by Arunachalam Muruganandam? Let us see. This time I hope that all 100% will be right. Oh, fair. 92 people got it right. Okay, let us go ahead. Jagdish on the top. Next question. T.N. Manoharan was the past chairman of which bank? Canara Bank, 103. This is the maximum correct answer for any question. Okay. Jagdish continuing the first position, which was the one award not won by Mr. Vishwanathan Anand. Ninety-seven percent got it correct. Dronacharya Award. Now members got an opportunity reviewing like facility. I invited Mr. Arunachalam Muruganandam to Seattle, USA to speak on challenges in innovation. Obama, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Sundar Pichai. Yes, 102 people got it correct. Mr. Bill Gates. Which award did Dr. Arjun Vaidya receive from Amazon? Small Business Award, Youth SMB Award, Best Youth Entrepreneur Award, Business Excellence Award. Yes, Youth SMB Award, 97%. 97 people attended the answer correctly. When did Bahrain join BEPS inclusive framework? April 2018, May 2018, May 2017, April 2019. Yes, 92 people got it correct, May 2018. Let us move to the next question. Which of these is not a transfer pricing method for benchmarking? I think this was the question where we got stuck up. Okay, from here onwards, we'll go slowly and we will acknowledge the winner at each stage. Cup method, cost plus method, profit split method, transactional split method. Oh, evenly placed, 38 people got it correct. Transactional split method. Just let us move ahead. Next question. Next, who is the first position? It is Natasha, Muhammad, Vivek, Aruna Chakravarti. Okay, let us move ahead. Dr. Arjun Vaidya was featured in which of the following magazine? Times Magazine, Forbes Magazine, Bloomberg Magazine, People Magazine. I think some people are, okay, it's going slow, going slow. Yes, here we go. Yeah, Natasha continues the leading position. Rajesh, Ria, and Arnava. Let us move ahead. Next question, please. In the survey by KPMG, which country has the highest number of companies considering climate changes as a potential risk? Is France, USA, Australia, or Russia? Okay, 39 people got it correct, but 43 more people got it wrong. I think this time there will be a lot of position change. Let us see the position. Yes, Priya reached the first position. Aruna was second. Pankaj reaching in the third position. Venkat on fourth position. Let's go to next question. At what age was Anand introduced to chess by his mother? At the age of 8, at the age of 5, at the age of 7, or at the age of 6? I think 51% got it correct at the age of 6. Let us see the score. Now there is again position change. And Pankaj, Ria, Pankaj, Venkat, Natasha, Rajesh. Next question, please. Where was the invocation dance video played during the inaugural shot? Alarin Place and Spa, Crown Plaza, Sofitel Resorts, Diplomat Radisson. Yes, 58% got it correct. It is Alarin Palace and Spa. Next. Riya, Pankaj, Nadasha. Maslow theory is a model for understanding humans from dash needs to dash needs at the bottom to dash needs at the top. Complete this. Safety, self-actualization, psychological esteem, physiological self-actualization, esteem and self-actualization. Psychological and physiological and self-actualization, 36 people got it correct. Okay, let us see the position now. I think there is some problem. Riya got stuck up there. I think we can remove her from the quiz. Okay, please remove her from the quiz. Next. Where was Vishwanathan Anand born? Tamil Nadu, Mumbai, 2 times Tamil Nadu, there is some problem. Hyderabad. Okay, 1 Tamil Nadu and 2nd Tamil Nadu. Only 2% changed selected. It's very unfortunate. Sorry for that mistake in the quiz, but let us go ahead. Let us see the score. Still Riya, Pankaj, Natasha, Venkat, and Vivek. Let us see the next question. Which of this is like a rubber ball as per T.N. Manoharan? Family and relationship, profession or job, health or value systems? I think he spent quite a lot of time on this area to explain this concept very well to us, to understand what is rubber ball and what is glass ball. I think most of the people got it correct. It is profession or job, which we can change. Therefore, he called it as a rubber ball. Okay, let us see. Now the same position continues. Riya, Pankaj, Nadasha, Venkat, Rajesh, and Muhammad. Next. Next question. Do you think today conference has helped you in your journey to making a difference? Yes or no? Yes, 97 people told it has made some difference in their life. Now let us see the final score. So Venkat on the 3rd place, Natasha at the 2nd place, Riya at the 1st place. Let us see 4th and 5th place. Yeah, the award will be distributed to the winners, which is 400 BD Farfetch vouchers for the 1st prize and 200 BD Farfetch vouchers for the 2nd prize, 20 BD home box vouchers for the 3rd prize, and 10 BD home box vouchers for the 4th and 5th place. Thank you very much. With this, our Kahoot session is over. It was a little longer. Sorry, extremely sorry once again for the error happened during the event. Now we will move on to another raffle, which special raffle we are conducting for those who placed their photos in the social media and also registered their name in the Google form. Can we open that file to find the 3 lucky people? We will be having a draw for 3 people. Whomever present among them will be getting 3 people will get home box vouchers worth 20 BD each. Okay, this is a draw for those who posted their frame in our BCICAI 12th anniversary frame, who are posted their photos and also registered their name in the Google Forms. Can we pick the first winner? It is Ashwini Bhatia. Congratulations, Ashwini. You will be getting a 20 BD home box voucher. Please identify yourself. Okay, thank you very much. Can we have the next winner? Please pick the next winner. Is Ria Bensali. Congratulations, Ria. You will also be getting this. Okay, executive committee members are normally doing. Okay, next. Next is Shanawaz Khan. Congratulations, Shanawaz. You will also be getting the 20 BD home box voucher. Okay, let's look at the third. Identify yourself, please. Is there identified? No. Okay, Shanawaz also not there. Then let us see who is the next winner. It is Ria Babu. Congratulations, Ria. Please identify if you are still on. Yes, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. We'll move to the last winner for the FB post. Please. Next one. 2 only over. There was 2 people not available.
He's there. He's there. He's confirmed.
Vinod Shegaran, membership number. Okay, concluded. Congratulations, Vinod. Yes, by this FP post contest is over. Now we will move on to another section. We promised that we will be giving an award, special award for a question who posted the best question. We have plenty of participation from all our members, very enthusiastically participated in all the discussions. Out of the questions, we selected one. The winner is CA Nath Venkatachalam for his question. How can India protect its traditional rights over Ayurveda, since many Western countries are taking patents over our native rights? This question is the question which is winning a special prize. We will contact you for handing over the gift. Now, the last session of our raffle, we will be having another 5 winners identifying. Okay, we will continue with the raffle which we were doing in the past from our normal regular attendance. Whomever not got a chance, is another opportunity for you to win a 20 BD voucher from Homebox. Okay, can we have our first winner? Yeah, it is Satish Shetty. Satish Shetty, membership number 110370. Can you identify yourself? I think Satish Shetty is not there. Just 15 seconds more for you to identify. Sorry, Satish Shetty is not there. Can we have the next winner? Next is Ivan Johnson. Next winner is Ivan Johnson. Membership number 27755. I think he is there. Congratulations, C.A. Johnson. Okay, can we have the next winner? Saket Jain. Congratulations, C.A. Saket Jain. 421875. Saket Jain. We'll wait for another 10 seconds. Okay, 3, 2, 1. No. Let's proceed. Find the next winner. Jaideep Rana. Jaideep Rana, membership number 508157. Yeah, many members are very excited. Before their name comes, they are putting attendance. Okay, we'll try to call your name. Okay, it's not there. Jaideep Rana is not there. Therefore, we will find the next winner. It is Bhaskar Radharaman. Bhaskar Radharaman, 205536. Bhaskar Radharaman. No, it's not. It's also not present. Let's check the very exciting raffle to be won. There are many members eagerly looking at it. We'll pick the next person. It's a Pooja Kaur. See a Pooja Kaur, membership number 506185. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you. We'll pick one more winner. Will be the last winner. Let's take our last winner. Sanjeev Agarwal. Sanjeev Agarwal. Membership number 515246. See Sanjeev Agarwal. I think look, Sanjeev Agarwal also not present. Yeah, let us see who is the other alternative winner. It is Jerin Jose. Jerin Jose, membership number 235799. Jerin Jose also not present. Jerin Jose, third, second, first. Okay, let us see the last option once more. It is Ankita Naidi. Nyadi. Ankita, yeah, Ankita. 434433. Ankita, no. Okay, let us see some more exciting. There are many members. Okay, some people are telling to call their name. I think we'll try to call that person's name. Please try. It is Mahesh Balasubramaniam. Okay, next. I think he is also not there. Let's try next. Mahesh, you are very close. Mahesh Kumar Narayana, you are very close. Syed Nasruddin. Syed Nasruddin. 555803. I think he's also not there. Next. Karthik Jagannathan. Karthik Jagannathan. Yes. Yes, Karthik, you are the last winner. Congratulations. Thank you very much, dear members, for all the wonderful support you are extended to us in our endeavor. I will hand over to CA Ajay Kumar, our chairperson, for the conclusion remarks.
Dear members, I hope you enjoyed that one. So we at the XCOM team, we have tried our best to do a value-added conference under the present circumstances, and I hope you found it useful and interesting. Obviously, we look forward to your feedback, both positive and areas that we can improve on. So that will be most welcome. I think it's positive that we were able to start on time. All the dignitaries were there on time, and we were on time until probably the last session. But that is within the family. I think it was all between the BCICAI members. So I think all the other sessions were all on time, and therefore we were pretty much on time, I guess. So that's a great news. I thank my XCOM team, which has been working relentlessly over the last month or so to put this show together for you. All of them have been real superstars. So I really thank all of them from the bottom of my heart for the hard work that they have put in for this work. I also thank CA Mahesh, who was excellent as the MC of the inaugural session. It's a very important session, something that showcases the profile of the chapter in front of the dignitaries. So he was fabulous in that session. And of course, he has been personally helping me with a lot of suggestions in the conduct of the session. So thank you, Mahesh. I'm also very thankful to all the best wishes and the blessings that we have received from all the past chairpersons and many of the members who kept on messaging us, encouraging us, motivating us, which just kept us going. So thank you so much to all of you. To our sponsors, I must say you have made a difference to us. Despite the tough time that we are going through at the moment, I know the purse strings are very tight in most of the organization, but you still opted to stick with us. So you've really made a difference to us, and we hope that we can make some difference back at some point. I would also make a special mention to Ajit Nair, Ranjish, and Convex Media, who have been handling the technical session continuously without any glitch throughout the day. It has been really fabulous. Of course, nothing should be perfect, which is why I think at the end we had to have a internet disconnection. But that, like I mentioned, was within the family. I think what has been projected to the external bit has been really good. No glitches at all. So it has been really perfect. So thank you so much for that. So this is the fundamental to the success of any conference which is being conducted on a virtual mode, I guess. So there were backup plans and many things in place. So it was really well done. And finally, a big thanks to all of you. I can still see about 140 members logged in, which just to listen to me, although they know they have no more chance of winning raffles or quizzes anymore. But then that just really shows your commitment to the success of the conference. So I really thank you all for, I know it's very tough being in front of the screen for the whole day. So, but you have chosen to support us through the day, and we are really thrilled, I would say, to see that almost throughout the day, the average attendance was around 250 plus. So that is really thanks to your commitment to BCICAI. So this is what I call in my original objective as inclusiveness. So you have made this conference really a success as far as we, the XCOM, are concerned. So thank you so much for your attendance. Tomorrow, as we have announced, we will have a fun session, which will be a stand-up comedian show, comedy with Amit Tandon. So all all the other stuff further. So let's just have fun at the end of the conference. So it will be at 7:30. We will be circulating the link over the broadcast. So we look forward to welcoming all the BCICAI members and their families for that session. So with that, I would want to close the 12th Annual International Conference of BCICAI with a question: are you mad? Thank you and have a good evening.